that's it. Javier Dominguez is a two-time world champion.
Congratulate the Pro Tour champion here in Chicago, Matt Nass.
Let's give it up for our Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukihiro.
And that's going to do it. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour here in Atlanta.
What a fantastic season of Magic the Gathering competition it has been. And this is the culmination of all of that here this weekend for World Championship 31. We are so excited, and so are 126 of the best players in the world who fought tooth and nail to be here and qualify for this tournament this weekend, battling in Standard and Draft with a grand prize of $100,000 and, of course, the right to call yourself the best player in the world. Live from Bellevue, Washington, we are so very stoked for World Championship 31. There's a look at the players in the room. So excited to get this tournament underway. We've got a great draft format, a great standard format, and I personally could not be more excited. Welcome along to the News Desk. Maria Barthaldi, Monty DeVuti, and Riley Knight joining you here this weekend. Monty, what are you most looking forward to?
Maria, I'm looking forward to the most exciting weekend of Magic all year. It's the World Championship. We are looking to crown a new or maybe returning world champion, and I'm just excited to watch all of the action.
Absolutely, so am I. Riley, what are you most looking forward to?
We're going to get stuck into Standard this weekend, and I can't wait. Standard's had a huge shake-up recently. There's been some bannings. There's been the new set, of course, Avatar: The Last Airbender. A lot of lessons for us to learn this weekend in the Standard format, Maria.
Yes, indeed. I see what you did there, Riley. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and find out how we're going to do things here this weekend, starting with today, Monty.
Well, we kick things off, as we always do, with Limited, and today the name of the game is Magic the Gathering Avatar: The Last Airbender Draft. That's going to be our first 3 rounds, and then we swap over to Standard for the last 4 rounds of the day, at the end of which all players with a 4-3 record, that's 12 match points or better, will come back for day 2.
Structurally speaking, very similar in day number 2, 3 rounds of draft and then 4 rounds of Standard rather than the usual 5 we see at the Pro Tour. So slightly shorter in terms of overall rounds, and with 10 wins, players will jump straight into the top 8 taking place on Sunday, Maria.
Yes, Sunday, you do not want to miss a minute of the action. It's going to be Standard all the way down for our top 8 on Sunday. Players are playing best 3 out of 5 with sideboarded games starting after game number 2. But what are they playing for? Let's take a look at the prizes. First place goes home with $100,000. Not too bad. Second place, $50,000. All the way through the end of the field there, $4,000 just for showing up. And I did some math. Yes, that is a $1 million prize pool. What a weekend it is to be a Magic the Gathering player here at World Championship 31. Also, the trophy as the prize for the winner this weekend. It is absolutely stunning. Take a look at that, everyone, that Black Lotus trophy. It is so cool. I cannot wait to see who hoists it at the end of this weekend. Well, all eyes this morning are on our reigning world champion, Javier Dominguez. Can he do it for a 3rd time? He's done it twice already. Let's find out how he's feeling before the action. He talked to Riley last night.
I'm here with 2-time world champion Javier Dominguez. Javier, you've got a lot of experience at these events. You made it all the way to the final of the World Championship in 2017, going down to William Huey Jensen in that match. How much did that influence your future when it comes to the World Championship, playing in the finals in 2018, later in 2024? After losing that World Championship final, did you feel like you had a fire in your belly to try to win the next one?
Well, not exactly in that way. I will phrase it like it was my first top finish, like my first big score in Magic. So it was not like a motivation towards winning. Another time it was like, wow, like I don't think of it like as losing the finals, was just winning a 2nd place, which is way more than I ever thought I would get. Even in that tournament, I was one of the underdogs. So for me, it was quite the opposite. It was wow, this was great. If I ever get to leave something like this, that's fine. But that's great actually. But that result by itself was already an accomplishment to me.
So even just being there in the finals in 2017 was huge. But then in 2018, you came back and you won the whole thing. So Talk to us about what that meant to you winning your first World Championship title.
Well, I mean, it's just like, it's a unique experience, right? Like for me, being there again in 2018 was like a really like amazing, playing these tournaments was like a unique experience or whatever. And then at some point I was like waiting for the finals, right? I realized like any single finals you play of these events are like, they're unique things. They're like, you're not trying to win again, just playing their own. This World Championships, like every championship is their own thing. And honestly, I have like some of like struggle to remember the exact moments because it was so intense that I have this like, there were so many emotions that are like struggled sometimes to remember the exact details, but it's like, it just feels like everything is just like going toward that moment.
Well, you came back to the World Championship last year and won a second title, but this year, here today at the 2025 World Championships, gives you an opportunity to be the first person in Magic history to win a third title. How much is that on your mind heading into this weekend?
Not too much. Like, people talk about it. It's like, if you win again, it's like, well, it's so unlikely to win again. Honestly, I will be happy if I get to play like these matches a lot to play, like the winning for top 8, the quarterfinals, or like, you're like 2 wins away from making the quarterfinals. I love those matches. For me, that's like actually the real, prize or whatever. And I mean, if it comes, it comes, but I'm not like, I don't need to win the trophy to be happy this weekend.
What has your preparation been like for such a big event? You're obviously supported by a fantastic team. You've got a huge number of people that support you and that you in turn support as well. So what has it been like getting ready for this event?
Well, I mean, we played the Team Cosmos, we played the whole week's process before coming to the event. And we just try as hard as we can. We also had lots of fun, which I think is important also in order to be prepared for the tournament. But I will say we just, gave it all. Things might go our way. Maybe they don't, but I think we're all pretty happy with the preparation.
Well, Javier, you seem to be in a great frame of mind. Best of luck. We'll see if you can do 3 World Championship titles. We'll see how we go.
There's a look at our reigning world champion, Javier Dominguez. I was like, hey, Javier, could it be 3 times this weekend? And he said, hey, somebody's got to be the first to make it 3. So we'll have our eyes on Javier, no doubt, this weekend. We also have our eyes on our Player of the Year race, rewarding excellence across a season of competition. Let's take a look at our standings right now and find out who is in the lead. This, of course, the last event of the year. Ken Yukihiro leads things off with 44 points. Hot on his heels, Ian Robb, Yu Chen Liu, and Tony Portalan. We're looking at them as kind of our big 4 here in the Player of the Year race. These 4 are coming into this tournament thinking, if I can make the top 8 and fade the other 3, hey, I'm going to cross my fingers. I've got a pretty great chance of being the Player of the Year. However, if none of them top 8, the doors open up and open the field up for a lot of other players who have good numbers right now, including Reed Duke on 29 points. We've also got our eyes on teams in the room, big testing teams. We're going to take a look at their performance at the last Pro Tour Edge of Eternities and find out their roster here this weekend. Riley's kicking things off.
Yes, indeed. With Team Cosmos heavy play here, we've already talked about the Javier Dominguez, the fact that he is both supported by and a big support for this team, but a huge number of really big names. Anthony Lee, Javier Dominguez, John Emmanuel Depra, Ian Robb, Yuki Ichikawa. This team goes very, very deep in terms of talent. They consistently put up really good results, and here you can see the roster that will be taking part in the World Championship this weekend.
Here's a look at Team Cosmos, heavy play, but what about Team Handshake Moxfield? Let's take a look at their performance at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. 2-12 wins there. Johnny Gutman made the top 8 on 12-4. Alex Friedrichsen just missing out in 9th place, also with a 12-4 record. So great records at the last tournament. Here is their roster here this weekend. We'll have our eyes on Team Handshake Moxfield.
Yes, and next up we are going to take a look at Team TCG Player. Not the best Pro Tour Edge of Eternities for them. Gab Nassif leading the field, finishing in 12th place, but they do have 10 players coming back for this weekend. And the big talking point for me is all 10 players, for the first time in recent memory, are on the same deck. They're feeling great about their chances, and I gotta say, I am as well.
And finally, to wrap things up here for our team segment, we've got Team Moriyama Japan. These are the superstars from the land of the rising sun, led by, of course, Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer, finishing 15th at the last Pro Tour. A solid top 16 performance for him, unsurprising. And some huge names in Seattle this weekend. Ken Yukihiro, Yoshihiko Ikawa, Kenta Harane, and of course, Shuhei himself. Keep an eye on these fellas. I'm sure we're going to see them doing great things this weekend, Maria.
Absolutely, and we'll have our eye on all of the big teams here in the room this weekend. Well, we're kicking off the morning, of course, with draft, and it is a sweet draft format, so I cannot wait to see what the players draft. It's also very, very important here at the World Championship, as there are 2 fewer rounds of standard than a Pro Tour, so draft really, really matters. Let's take a look at some draft archetypes here in Avatar: The Last Airbender draft. What do you like, Riley?
Well, look, anyone who's played this format even a little bit should know by now that white-blue is the premier combination. There's a lot of play to this format. You can make more or less any deck work, but white-blue is it definitely offers the greatest depth in terms of the commons and uncommons. Really, really powerful top end, although, you know, we see great rares and mythics across all 5 colours. But look, if I'm sitting down, if I'm opening white and blue cards, if they're coming my way to my seat, I'm going to be very, very happy. So the white-blue flyer archetype, one to keep an eye on this weekend.
Absolutely. The players will be fighting over it at the draft tables. Let's take a look at some more archetypes here. I personally love the black and blue deck. That's my favorite. Black and white sacrifice, though, a very cool deck. Black not known as the strongest color, but like you said, Riley, if you open some of those bomb rares, which black definitely has, and Rise of Sozin, Fire Nation Drill, etc., that deck can be something to contend with. Mani, you've got a deep dive on draft for us.
Yeah, so this is a really cool format. It's one that I've been enjoying playing, many players have been enjoying playing, and one of the building blocks of the format is the return of lessons. Now, what we're seeing in this return of lessons is they're no longer being learned. Instead, the lesson card type is just one of the building blocks. You see it stapled onto effects like Firebending Lesson or It'll Punch Ya, but what really happens is once you have a mass number of lessons, you can take advantage of the lesson payoffs. Now, the lesson payoffs come in different forms, whether it's casting lessons or checking the number of lessons that you have in your graveyard. The archetype of lessons and the card type just enables so many cool things to happen in this format, and it's a big part of why it is just so fun. Now, the other side of it, of course, is the bending mechanics represented in airbending, waterbending, earthbending, and firebending. Each mechanic has its own very unique feel. All of them are very playable and strong in Limited. One of my favorites, of course, is airbending. Just being able to manipulate both disruption as well as blink effects is really cool. And finally, the big elephant in the room, there are a lot of powerful rares in this format, as you mentioned, as well as mythics. The Rise of Sozin, United Front, Wan Shitong. Opening or getting past any of these at any point in the draft is just going to be a huge upgrade for you. So a lot of players will be looking to stay open and maximize their positions wherever they may be.
All right, thank you so much, Mani, for that deep dive on draft. It is a sweet format. Let's take a look at some of our top draft pods this morning and find out who will be watching around the room, starting off with draft pod number 1. And it is a sweet one, everyone. Check it out. Reigning world champ Javier Dominguez. And who is he sitting next to? None other than Marcial Carvalho, 3-time runner-up at the World Championship. And who did he lose to last year? That's right, Javier Dominguez. And Javier's passing to him in this draft. You can't set it up better. This is just wild stuff. And oh yeah, Shuhei Nakamura is also at this draft pod. Just an absolute killer. I cannot wait to see that in action.
Over on pod 2, we have my personal GOAT, Shota Yasuoka, fighting for it, but this pod is absolutely stacked with limited powerhouses. We have Lucas Ducal, David Rude, Eli Cassis, and Stefan Schutz. So as is expected from the World Championship, there will be no easy wins here in pod 2.
Yes, indeed. The party don't stop as we look at our third featured draft pod. A couple of Hall of Famers in the form of Ben Stark and Reed Duke, but we've also got the reigning Pro Tour champion, Michael Plummer, hoisting the trophy in Atlanta, Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, and will be looking to run his success back here this weekend in Seattle.
All right, well, let's take a look at draft this morning as the players arrive here on site at their draft tables. Surely the nerves are running high here this morning. World Championship 31, the competition does not get better than this. There's a look at Derek Davis sitting down at the draft pod. Marcial Carvalho there, pretty sick of being a runner-up at the World Championship, wants to turn things around this year. And there's our reigning champ, Javier Dominguez there at the head of the table, sitting down, getting ready to draft here this morning. So many thoughts running through his head. It's like, please just let me have a good draft. Let's take a look at Javier here. From Spain, 11 top finishes to his name, one of the best to ever do it. He could be our 3rd-time world champion here this weekend. If he does it, he'll be the first to ever do it. Let's take a look at our broadcast team and find out who else will be in the booth here with you this weekend. Check it out. Ailey Loney and Corey Baumeister will be in the booth, as well as the dynamic duo of Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Cheon. Cedric Phillips will also be here in the building, interviewing some of the players, giving us some behind-the-scenes looks. All right, everyone, it is time here for Avatar: The Last Airbender draft. I am so excited to get underway. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here in Bellevue. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And Paul, it is, well, it's the biggest draft of the year, right? This is the World Championship. This is booster draft, and being 1 round shorter each day, booster draft still 3 rounds makes up an even bigger portion of the potential points for that top 8 finish that you can get in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember just even yesterday going around asking all the players, does that kind of change your preparation? And they go, yeah, well, limited is way, way more important. It's such a higher percentage of your wins for this event. So everybody had to spend extra time focusing on this format because it's so much more important to have a good start here.
That's right. Stacked table here, by the way. You know, we wanted to watch Javier draft as the reigning champion, but look at these pods are random. We got Marcio Carvalho sitting right next to him, Shuhei Nakamura. I mean, these are, you know, Shuhei and Marcio are limited goats. I mean, they're like both top 10 limited players all time. And then, you know, you see other names, Derek Davis, Ray Zhang at the table too. This is one of those wow feature tables. Of course, we are at the World Championship. You do expect to see a bunch of big names at your table, but still, this is particularly strong.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're very likely to follow Javier Dominguez as a reigning world champion, so we don't know what the tables are going to look like, but I mean, just looking at how all the other pods have shaken out, this could still just be one of the most stacked pods that we have at the tournament.
That's right. All right, Javier is getting ready to open up Pack 1, Pick 1, and start his World Championship off right. Paul, we know how important the rares can be in Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's got to be hoping for one of the big mythics.
Yeah, absolutely. The bombs are just completely ridiculous. You don't want to be starting with a common. The rares are just so much better than anything you can be doing. Javier wants to start with a gold or an orange card.
Yeah, something that says the legend of or the rise of, or you know, just get me an of in there somewhere and we'll probably be good. As you can see, the players will lay out the cards in front of them. They have to count how many are in each pack to make sure that it's the correct amount, and then the judge will tell them when it's time for them to pick. Let's see what Javier gets. Pack 1, Pick 1 at a stacked table.
Yeah, and you know, the good thing here is oftentimes when you're playing in high-level drafts, you kind of want to be next to people who kind of draft a lot, know what's going on, because reading signals in this format, really, really important, finding your lane. So being able, you know, passing to Marcio, you're going to feel confident that if you end up in a color combination, he's going to hook you up in Pack 2.
Take a look. We've got Pack 1, Pick 1 here, Paul. Firebending lesson pulled to the front. Allies at last. And I did see an Idle Quentia somewhere in the Pack 2. That's been maybe an overperforming card in the format. I'm a big Firebending lesson fan, though. What's not to like, right? Cheap removal for the early game. It scales with the late game, with the kicker cost, and it's a lesson.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the, you know, the Jeskai colors is oftentimes what people want to start with. I think Allies at Last is a stronger card.
More powerful.
It's a more powerful card, but it isn't a weaker color, whereas Firebending Lesson, blue, red, and white is typically the top 3 colors that people look at. But I think Javier just going for the power here. Allies at Last, you know, there's a million allies in this format where oftentimes this is just green, kill a creature.
That's right. Yeah, green not necessarily where you're super excited to start, but yeah, I agree. Most individually powerful card in the pack. And you know, maybe a little bit of going against the grain. You know, blue and white are heavily drafted colors in this format. And, you know, maybe you want to sidestep that a little bit. Though, as we see here, Compassionate Healer there pulled to the front now for Javier. If he does take that, it's an early signal towards the Allies deck, which can be many different color pairs, but green-white's definitely one of them.
Yeah, I mean, Compassionate Healer is one of my favorite common creatures in the format. It doesn't, at first glance, you see a 2-mana 2/2 with like a small ability, and you don't think it's that big of a deal. This card is just one of the premier creatures. I love this card. You can't have too many of this card. It works well with water bending. Even just playing it turn 2 on the play, attacking and trading with their 2-drop, you're still up on that exchange.
That's right. All right, let's see what we've got here. Pack 1, Pick 3 for Dominguez.
Wow, this is a really good pack. I see a Forecasting Fortune Teller, Airbending Lesson, Teo, Messenger Hawk. Lots of good options here. for Javier. Now, Airbending Lesson is just a really, really good spell, and it is a nice follow-up to the Compassionate Healer. You kind of want to, if it's close, you kind of want to lean towards a green or white card out of this pack, and I think the Airbending Lesson is probably the best card in green or white.
Yeah, it's right up there with the best of the white commons, so he's got 2 of the best white commons already. So far,
pick up the card,
a green card. We'll see where that takes him. Taking a look at his 4th pick, Zhang's Deserters.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah, Realm of Ko is a very, very powerful land. You know, black is considered one of the weaker colors, but you know, if the games go along, that does kind of take over the game. But given that you've taken 2 white cards already, taking a Zhang's Deserters makes a lot of sense. You just try to cut off white, which is widely considered to be the best color. And by cutting it off early means maybe you can get hooked up in pack 2. And look, I mean, Javier has a great curve. 2 2-drops already with a solid 3-drop and a removal effect. Very, very nice start for Javier. Granted, you know, not the most exciting.
Yeah, I wonder how he's feeling right now, because there really wasn't much in green that's been past him. Although now that I say that, I see some decent green cards here with the Rocky Rebuke pulled to the front.
Yeah, Rocky Rebuke, I think, is just excellent in the green-white archetype. I think green-white wants to be an aggressive allies deck. You'll see that Unlucky Cabbage Merchant. Now, that is a solid card, but that's a card I like more if I'm looking to be like 2 or 3 color lessons, maybe a slower, more mid-range style of deck. Green-white, you want to be aggressive. You want to be able to kind of push damage through and get creatures out of the way. Rocky Rebuke really helps with that.
Okay, so staying on track here, it looks like, you know, Javier, and more green stuff flowing in his direction.
Yeah, I see an Earth Rumble and a Master Piandao, both very, very good cards. I would probably lean the Piandao just because you're kind of doing the allies thing already, and it's just a really, really good top-end threat. And so, and you know, you kind of want to curve out, and you already have 2 spells. You want to keep your creature count very, very high in this type of strategy.
Yeah, you do not have a lot of slots in a deck like this for, you know, I mean, there's basically no slots for card advantage only type cards.
Right.
You know, maybe 1.
Pick up the card, have 20 seconds.
Things that don't affect the board directly are quite punishing when you're trying to play green-white allies, so that's really good. And by the way, yes, that does count. Pillar Launch does affect the board directly. Combat tricks in decks like this can often act as removal spells or ways to push through damage to finish a game, and Pillar Launch has been kind of way better than you'd think.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of 2 approaches to this format, I think, that will give you the most success. Being very aggressive before your opponents can deploy their bombs, or you know, just trying to draft around those big bombs that you get. And green-white aggro, any white-based aggressive strategy is very strong, and Pillar Launch does a lot of work there.
And by the way, you were just talking about this, Paul, keeping the creature count high. This is one of the payoffs for that. Invasion Tactics acts as kind of an overrun effect. It gives all your creatures +2/+2. You even get cards off of it as well. But a lot of times that's the last card cast, and it can end the game.
Yeah, really, really nice card in a green-white ally strategy, right? Just to have as a nice top-end card. You curve out 2, 3, 4, and then you play that. You know, sometimes your opponents are just going to have to block because they're going to die, but you draw some cards. So, you know, I don't like that card in every deck, but specifically in green-white is where that card is at its best.
That's right, and it does seem like Javier has solidified himself in green-white at this point in the draft. So let's take a look at where he may go from here, or where he'd like to go. So here's what he's got. You can take a look. These are in order from, you know, top to bottom there. And as you can see, you know, so that's actually Zhang's Deserters, not the Deserter. So that's another white 2-drop there. But, you know, so he is only in green and white at this point, and everything's pointing in the same direction. It's all either creatures or things that remove stuff on the other side so your creatures can attack, or things that pump up your creatures.
Yeah, he's already got 3 interactive spells and a combat trick and an invasion tactic, so now he's probably really going to be prioritizing creatures. I think if it picks close between a solid creature and a removal spell or an interactive spell, he's going to take the creature
from this point on. So let's see where he may want to go from here. For commons, look, Path to Redemption, one of the better removal spells, and something that he'll definitely want, and it even can add to your board with an ally, as you can see with the activated ability. Glider Kids, super solid. This is what you're talking about, right?
Right.
If there's another Rocky Rebuke, he's going to take Glider Kids over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even Rebellious Captives, right? Like, you just... Curving out is the name of the game in the green-white ally strategy. So Rebellious Captives, Compassionate Healers, there's no number you're going to be like, oh, I don't want any more of these. You'll be happy with 7 or 8 2-drops. So this is the kind of meat and potatoes that you want in your green-white strategy.
Right, and then, you know, you get your meat and potatoes going, but you got to kind of get that second course, and that's where there's some really powerful uncommons that he maybe that he's hoping for sure. Aang, the Last Airbender, a namesake card, and it really performs. White Lotus Reinforcements is an ally, and look at that. Other allies you control get +1/+1. It pumps up basically your whole team in decks like this. And then Earth Kingdom Jailer combo of efficient creature plus ally plus removal spell.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see a sizing of a creature like this typically.
No.
This type of effect comes on a hard-to-cast 3-mana 1/3 creature.
Exactly.
Like, and the fact that this is an easy-to-cast 3/3, this has done so much work in this format.
And it's that ally type as well. Now, there's also a little room for dessert here, though. Dream picks. Here's what he would really love to see. I mean, getting a card like United Front is just a straight-up game ender. The Legend of Yang Chen is also one of those cards that's very difficult to beat when it comes down. This is a 2-for-1 like you don't normally get. And then in green, a card like Great Divide Guide on turn 2 can just dump your whole hand by turn 4.
I mean, yeah, Great Divide Guide is just absolutely ridiculous in this type of strategy. You first kind of look at it, you're like, oh, that's solid, mana creature. No, it's way better than that. If you've ever played this format before, you don't even have to try. And at the end of the deck, at the end of the draft, you're just going to find that you have 12 or 13 allies in your deck. So this thing just completely allows you to just play everything and just completely overrun your opponents.
Okay, why don't we take a breath here, and then we will rejoin Javier Dominguez as he works his way through pack 1 and then for the remaining packs that we have for the draft. Let's see if he can pick up some of those cards. It looks like this next pack not so cooperative, Paul.
Yeah, 0 green or white cards. But, you know, this is something that you will see in this format where we talk about the bomb-heavy nature of the format, but also the lack of depth at common is sometimes an issue. A lot of the creatures are not, especially the ones that aren't allies, are not ones that you want in your deck. So you will often just have packs where you just don't take anything once cards start to wheel.
And that's what's happening here. He took Bender's Water Skin there. He's not even going to play it. And this pack has basically nothing as well. Kind of interesting. You know, I mean, do you think that Javier is kind of going, like nothing?
I mean, the thing is you also have to keep in mind the fact that this is the highest level draft you will ever have, where basically you're just not going to get good playables on the wheel very often. We've seen this all the time in Pro Tour drafts, so every single pick is super important. You cannot waste a single pick here. You can't just go, oh, I have 9 playables after pack 1. I'm going to be good. I can do some speculating. That is not what you can do at an event like this.
Yeah, you have to, you know, adjust your grading of decks like this on a curve. And the curve, this is the hard mode.
5 seconds.
And sitting at the World Championship is the most difficult drafts that you will face. And what that means is, you know, if you come away with a deck that, you know, like if you and I were drafting at home that we thought, yeah, it's pretty solid, that means you did well.
Oh, yeah.
Like you're actually doing it at that point, because it's very rare to get one of those really busted decks. Okay, pack 2, pick 1. No, sorry, this is actually just a review. So Allies at Last was his first pick. Maybe he just read the word allies and went with it. Is that the strategy?
I mean, it's possible. It didn't look like green was somewhat open. We did see a decent amount of green cards kind of in the middle of that pack here. And, you know, he certainly got some powerful white cards as well. But it looks like he's got something like 8 playable cards after pack 1. The issue is right now the creature count is a little bit on the low side for an allies deck. You kind of want somewhere between 15 to 16 just to be able to curve out. So again, that's what Javier is going to be looking out for. Solid start here though, especially in high-level drafts like this. It's not bad being proactive, being aggressive. You're going to have a lot more success here than in maybe a casual draft that you do where you kind of get a lot more stuff. You know, and that's why we see players like Marcio Carvalho have a ton of success. He likes drafting aggressive strategies. Shuhei Nakamura also does the exact same thing. And those types of drafting strategies work way, way better here, where everybody is going to end up playing a couple of cards you typically don't see, but if they're just 2-mana 2/2s, that's still fine.
Totally. And, you know, a deck like this does go deep into the commons, particularly in white, where you're not reliant on certain rares or even uncommons to come out of the packs to make your deck functional. You can definitely get by with just the decent commons in that color, and then, you know, in that way you kind of get to free roll on the good stuff, right? If you open up a great uncommon or rare, sweet, but it's not really what makes the deck tick. All right, pack 2, pick 1. Nice. You picked up a good rare here with Hakoda.
Yeah,
That's a nice ally. You know, it's not one of the top ones, but it's a good card.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the allies deck, right? Because basically Hakoda allows you to just cast allies off the top of your deck. Really great body, 2/4 mana, 3/5 vigilance, and you can save all your other creatures. And this is actually just like a really solid pack. There's also, I believe, is that Earth Kingdom Protectors as well?
Yeah,
That's a card
I really like that.
You would really love that card. I don't think you can really justify taking it over the Hakoda, but certainly one of those cards you kind of hope you pick up a copy of in a draft like this.
And as you mentioned, it is an ally, Paul. Funny, you know, the green-white deck, when you look at the creatures, it's actually only noteworthy when they aren't an ally.
Right.
Like, those are the ones that you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, like cards like Raucous Audience,
which was in there, by the way.
Right, Raucous Audience, Ostrich Horse. You those are fine cards. The only issue is, of course, they're not allies.
Was that a... Oh, wow. Okay, so this is an interesting one for him. It's an easy pick. In fact, it's one of the cards that we were hoping he would see there with the Jailer, but there is a problematic card that he's going to be passing along to an opponent, which is Day of Black Sun, a really solid sweeper and, you know, a high performer in the format. And the main reason is because decks like Javier's deck are everywhere, and it's really good against them.
Yeah, great card. But of course, Earth Kingdom Jailer, one of the best uncommons in the entire format. Javier's got to be thrilled to see that pick too. One note, by the way. That Day of Black Sun counteracts the indestructible text if you sacrifice a Hakoda. That might come up at some point. Just know that, remember, even if you sacrifice a Hakoda, those creatures will not be indestructible.
Yeah, they get indestructible and then they lose it and then they die.
Wow, okay. What
is that another Jailer?
Pack 2, a second copy of Earth Kingdom Jailer. Javier has to be thrilled with how Pack 2 is going.
That's crazy that he picked that up. I mean, I saw the Yip and I was like, oh, that's good. That's actually one of the better cards for this deck. But a second Earth Kingdom, man, he must be so, he isn't showing it, but he must be so excited to see that.
I mean, these three cards are just better than everything he got in pack 1, right? It's just incredible here. And there's another card in that pack that some people might be questioning. There was an Avatar's Wrath in that pack. And that's one of those cards where everybody thinks
oh, I tried.
Yeah, I tried. I asked around. I tried playing with it. It's just okay. There is a high ceiling, but there's also an extremely low floor. Not really the type of card you're taking, especially over something like an Earth Kingdom Jailer.
Think I saw a Path to Redemption in this pack, which is kind of exactly what he wants at this point. Oh, he's looking at Gather the White Lotus. That's the mono-white payoff card. You get a 1/1 ally for each planes you control. You scry 2. It costs 4 and a white.
Yeah, but
is he thinking about it? You just got to take the Path to Redemption.
Path to Redemption. The thing is, look, you're a high level. This is
whoa.
No. You're going to take Path to Redemption.
Is he thinking about going mono-white?
He's got green cards. I don't think he had enough playables. Okay, well, you know what? This is an extremely powerful card, right?
It is a good card.
If you end up in mono-white, this is an absolutely incredible payoff. But Path to Redemption is one of White's best commons and keeps you more flexible, right? This doesn't mean that you have to draft mono-white. You can still be green-white or blue-white or any other combination. That's a little bit of a risky pick, I think, for Javier.
Maybe he's okay if it just makes like 2 or sometimes 3 tokens.
Okay,
he got Glider Kids here.
Yeah, Glider Kids is of course
I like that.
great. And he
has to take that over Haru, right?
And then now we're at the point where if it's a close pick between a green or a white card, he's just going to take the white card to try to maximize on the number of planes that he plays. Now again, I'm not saying Gather the White Lotus is unplayable in a 10-7 mana base or what have you, but oftentimes you're just going to be making 3 tokens or whatever. I just don't think that's stronger necessarily than Path to Redemption, which is a premium removal spell for this combination.
Look at this, another Hidden Tactics, or Invasion Tactics, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, a second copy is okay. You're getting kind of heavy on 5-drops now. You have Gather the White Lotus. You also have an Invasion Tactics. But yeah, you can, like I said, you can certainly play a mana base where you have, 12-5, 12 planes, 5-4.
Yeah, and it's okay there.
Yeah, it's still fine.
But Path to Redemption's
it's
good
a lot of 5s.
All of those.
Okay.
Decks.
And now we
what
have
did he get here?
Now we have Toph the Blind Bandit and Avatar Enthusiast. I imagine you're just going to take the Enthusiast, right? It's just close, and
it's a close pick anyway.
And it's also insane with Gather the White Lotus.
Oh, totally.
Right.
Avatar Enthusiast looks like a 3-mana 2/2. It plays like a 3-mana 4/4 with upside.
You have to kill it.
You really do.
Yeah.
You can. Like, it dies to most stuff, but like usually by the time you're ready to turn that thing sideways, it's at least 3, if not 4.
Right.
Anything decent here for Javier?
There is a Haru hidden talent.
See, but this is where these really plummet.
Yeah, and this is the issue with taking...
How do you make your mana work?
Right, this is the issue with taking something like a Gather the White Lotus, where all of a sudden you pick up a late Haru, you take it, but you can't really play Haru in a 6-4 deck, right? Like, you kind of need to have a 9-8 split, something closer, because you want to play this card on turn 2.
Want it on 2.
So look, believe me, I've tried drafting monocolor decks very, all the time. You often just end up 3 or 4 playable short, and it just doesn't quite work out exactly the way that you want.
Yeah, when you do, they're very good, and they perform really well in this format because of those payoffs. You know, typically, you get some benefits from playing a monocolor deck, like you can play 1 fewer land. You, of course, never have any mana issues outside of quantity, but the total power level usually does suffer. In this set, you actually do get paid off. Like, think about those more as like a build-around type card that you actually get paid off for. That's a pretty late Water Tribe captain there for Javier. Very good.
Well, and he's going to need to continue tabling white cards. Here's the issue, though, Marshall. This is a format where this pot is completely stacked.
Oh, he's not taking Pillar Launch. Interesting. He's
he has one already, maybe, yeah.
Yes.
And we're at the point where it's no secret that white is one of the best colors. Do you really think you're just going to table a bunch of good white commons to go into your deck? I don't think so. In which case, you have to ask yourself, are you going to end up with 23 playable cards in that color? It's going to be really hard.
Yeah, so then I guess the question is just how far can he push his mana base over if he doesn't end up playing mono white here?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, Gather the White Lotus is still a completely playable card.
Like, where's the cutoff in your mind? Like, if it's 5 mana for 2 allies, scry 2, that's not quite there.
That's
right?
not good.
Is 3?
I think 3 is okay, because you get the scry and you want to go wide. I think it's fine. But again, at that point, you're asking yourself, if this is getting you 2.5 tokens on average, is that better than just a Path to Redemption in your deck, in your kind of carve-out aggro
Path to
deck?
Redemption gets you 1 token, right?
It does get you 1 token for 5 mana. It does, and it kills something.
And it kind of does something else in between, yeah. No, my gut would tell me that your win rate would be higher with the Path of Redemption, but there is upside.
Of course.
Right, where like if you do end up, say, mono white or really close to it, then it's definitely better.
Right.
To have.
Yeah, and certainly this draft, in Pack 2, the first few picks were awesome, but then it kind of fell off.
It did.
He did get a late Water Tribe captain, which was pretty nice, and that late Haru, indicating that nobody's at least in the green-white ally pair. Usually people, I think if you kind of were ranking it, blue-white and red-white are the ones that tend to perform a little bit better, so nobody clearly in green-white allies. But still, I don't know that Javier is going to have enough here for that dedicated mono white deck, so we'll kind of see how the Pack 3 goes here.
Yeah, then the question becomes, you know, how undedicated is it, and do you end up playing the Gather the White Lotus in your? I mean, like I'm with you. You know, it's right on that razor edge where if you can get to 11 planes, yeah, you're running it. Right? If you do 10, are you playing it? Probably at this table, yeah.
Yeah, the thing is,
just you're a lot less happy.
Right. The thing is, keep in mind, even after Pack 1, he had roughly about 8 playable cards in his color combinations, and they were split evenly between green and white cards. So if you go back and remember what you drafted in Pack 1, thinking, wait, I had 4 playable white cards in Pack 1. Like, I know your first 4 picks in Pack 2 are white. Maybe there's a dream there, but it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you do end up playing green, it restricts the type of green cards that you can play, right? Like you mentioned Haru, that's exactly what you don't want.
Yep.
All right, Pack 3, pick 1. Is that the Earth King?
Wow, this pack is loaded, by the way. He opened an Earth King and an Azula.
Oh, really?
Yeah, of course he's not going to be able to take it, but he passed a Sweeper and an Azula different directions. And those are cards he needs to be mindful of there.
But whatever, he picked up the
amazing.
Earth King. That's like one of the best rares he could get in his color pair.
Yeah, that card is an absolute slam dunk bomb here. Javier just kind of looking at all the cards that he's going to have to face. Iroh's Demonstration, Accumulated Wisdom, if you're playing against Lessons, but Earth King is phenomenal here.
Well, that's a big strike against the mono-white idea. That's not going to happen now, I would say. But I will say that Earth King totally fits that description of the type of cards that you do want. It's single green, and it's good anytime you cast it.
Right, yeah. I mean, you can still just play only your best expensive green cards and your removal effects and do something like a 10-7, 11-6 split.
What did he get, Razor Rings there?
Yeah, this one's a little bit underwhelming. There's a Razor Rings and a Raucous Audience, but maybe
Raucous Audience.
Maybe don't want to play the Raucous Audience here just because you don't want to be able to play that thing on turn 2. It's a fairly weak pack, and it looks like he has True Ancestry, considering that.
But there's really not that many spots in a deck like this for a card like that. In fact, probably 0.
There's no self-mill or anything. It is a good value card. It is a 2-for-1 when the games go long, and green-white doesn't have a lot of ways to get card advantage.
Oh,
so.
he's going to take it. You know,
it's a pretty weak pack.
It does check that box where if you want that one slot for the card advantage, because yeah, you know, you're very much at the mercy of your top of your library at some point with decks like this, so it is nice to have that. Oh, Katara the Fearless. But I guess if you're trying to go as close to white as possible, you can't really be
he doesn't have any mana fixing. There's no green-white land or blue-white land in his pool.
Right.
And, you know, Kyoshi Battlefan is a very serviceable 2-mana play. 2 mana, make a 2/1 ally. And I've even found moving around the equipment sometimes matters too. So
it does.
I think that's probably what he should be looking to take here. Another just solid 2-mana play for his deck.
Yeah, Katara just seems like a step too far. I mean, it is amazing.
It's
in this
ambitious,
deck.
but
Wow,
you
is he
also
going
have
to
Gather
take
the White
Katara?
Lotus. No way.
Whoa.
Okay. All right. So now we're, you know, by the way.
This is a you can't have both,
hey,
right?
Well, if you have this in play and you play the Earth King, you get 2 4/4s, right?
You totally do. And you get all the counters on it.
But
Avatar,
like,
you get double triggers off the Jailer. Like, it's nuts.
I know, but he's just not set up to cast the card
no, not at all. Not at all.
Wow, okay.
I don't, like, basically, to me, you can go for Katara if you want to try to get some late mana fixing here in pack 3, or you can go for Gather the White Lotus, but there is no way you can have both of those cards in your deck at this point.
You can't do both. You can't do both, and this is where you go, man, I wish I took the pacifism if I want to try to play the Katara. Because
he's looking at this Meteor Sword, but I don't know why.
No,
he
Water
just wants
Tribe Captain.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I think he was just tricking us a little bit there. But Water Tribe Captain's very good in his deck as well. Remember, he is playing a go-wide strategy where he wants these ways to pump up his team. He already has 2 copies of Invasion Tactics, and there's another somehow.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to ever play a 3rd copy, so maybe you just take the Raucous Audience just if you feel like you want to curve out.
You mean the Human Citizen?
It's not, yeah, it is not an ally, but it's still a solid card,
it is
right?
A good
you
card.
can play that turn 2, play an Earth King turn 3. That's a really, really strong start.
But again, it goes into that category against the great. You want it on 2.
At this point, maybe Javier's shifting gears and go, hey, look, that was a wasted pick, right? I could have had a pacifism, that's fine. But you know what? Maybe I can just play a green-white strategy and see if I can splash the Katara.
Fair enough. Again, we did say you can't have both, but you can have one or the other.
Right, right. And there is a Rumble Arena that does allow you to splash the Katara. So, and there's nothing really strong in this pack, so it looks like Javier opting to take the Rumble Arena. Really nice interaction with Earthbending, by the way. Not a ton in Javier's deck. I know he has a Haru, but if you Earthbend onto the Rumble Arena, trade with something, comes back, you get to scry again.
You do. It also has Vigilance.
Right, Vigilance,
You get the little bump there, too. What is that? Oh, okay, yeah.
Sun Warriors, no, it's probably just another Water Tribe. Oh, there is an Aang's Journey.
See, this is like a little insight into his mind, right?
Yeah,
like he's gonna take. So now I'm thinking he wants to play the Katara.
Yeah, if you take the Aang's Journey there, because the Water Tribe Captain is just a perfectly serviceable 3-mana card that you're just almost always going to play. You're almost never cutting that card. So looks like Javier's has his eyes set on playing Katara here.
I get it. Like if you've ever had Katara on the battlefield in your allies deck, it is dumb.
No, it usually sits in my hand and I don't have the islands. That's what happens to me.
We might be seeing
but
that
all
same
my
thing.
opponents play it on turn 3 with natural mana.
Totally.
I mean, isn't that just what happens?
That's how it's supposed to go.
No respect
Paul.
for the game.
None. Yeah. It is, the triggers get out of hand with that card.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see how Javier constructs this deck because he really does have a choice. Like, you could try to go heavy white and gather the Grand Lotus, or you can submit a bit more to being, you know, just straight up green white and then splash the Katara, and then probably have to at that point give up the gather. But
yeah, not a green or white card in that pack. It does look like there's a lot of people drafting white, just maybe not the people directly to his right, because you're not seeing anything table. It's all black cards, by the way.
Sparring Dummy, one of my biggest disappointments in the format.
I thought that card was going to be awesome.
I thought it was going to be one of the better
and
commons in green.
Just somehow just not doing very well.
Stinks. Come on, Sparring Dummy. I had faith in you.
Little Tundra tank here.
Yeah, just cutting black because he passed good black cards to both directions.
Azula and a sweeper.
Yeah, so these packs are actually going to Marcio, right? But he did not pass him the sweeper.
Right.
That was in pack 2.
Avatar Destiny, not...
That card has proven to be a borderline liability.
It's got a lot of words, but it doesn't actually do
There's
anything.
that Invasion Tactics number 3 did come back. He will not be running 3 of them, I don't assume, but he may well run 1 or even 2 of them, depending on how his build ends up.
This pack 3 was terrible for Javier. I mean, just look, like, outside of course, the Earth King, I mean, just look at, he got 1 white card in this entire pack. Right?
Holy smokes.
So he, I mean,
it was that Water Tribe captain.
And this is sometimes a trap that you can fall into in this format. White is widely considered to be the best color, but because it's also the deepest, right? So if you see a 4th pick Zhang's Deserters or a 5th pick Razor Rings, that doesn't necessarily mean white's open. It just means there was a bunch of white cards in the packs and everybody was just taking it. And all of a sudden, in pack 3, when there's only 1 good white card that gets opened in a pack, somebody takes it and then you just don't end up with anything.
That's right. What do you think overall?
Well, I think the fact that he was able to get the Earth King and also the Hakoda with the, couple of good effects. I think he has a solid deck here. Curious to see how he actually ends up, though.
Okay, so there is Gather the White Lotus. There is no Katara. He is running the Rumble Arena.
Okay.
Wow, that takes up a valuable slot in a deck with Gather the White Lotus in it. I'm surprised.
I feel that Rumble Arena should almost 100% be a forest. He's got 2 green 2-drops that he wants to play on turn 2.
Right.
And there's nothing that you're splashing. But, look.
Okay.
He's got the Hakoda and the Earth King. He's got a solid curve. Not an amazing curve, right? There's only 4 2-mana plays here. But, you can curve out. You have a bunch of allies. You have a lot of power in the Earth Kingdom Jailers, the Earth King, and the Hakoda. There is something here, but definitely missing a little bit just because it looks like white was somewhat contested towards the end of the
That's right. He just kind of had to make some concessions by getting... I mean, he is playing the True Ancestry, the Raucous Audience, the Haru, all made it in as well. Also a Sabertooth Moose Lion. So maybe that's...
Top end?
That's his forest that he's considering for that spot. Anyway, solid deck, though. Again, grading on a curve for the World Championship, this is a thumbs up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, Javier can easily just curve out, get a little bit of value, has good interaction, has actually a lot of interaction, especially when you consider the 2 copies of that Earth Kingdom Jailer as well. So he can get a really nice natural curve with a couple of bombs there as well. So, if he draws the right combination of things, I think Javier can make a decent run with this.
Yeah, this ended up being a little closer to the mid-range than it looked like maybe after the first pack. But he has the big finisher with Invasion Tactics. I mean, you do not need that much of a board to have that come down and do some serious work for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I like the deck. Not too bad. All right, well, we're going to take a short break here from Bellevue. We're, oh my, look at that, Paul. Javier Dominguez versus Marcio Carvalho.
Rematch!
We have the rematch from the end of the finals last World Championship. We'll be back with more right after this. Welcome back to coverage here of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. We're in Bellevue, Washington, here in the Great Pacific Northwest. Paul used to live in Bellevue.
Yeah, my former hometown of 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, I've lived in the Seattle area my whole life, so this is very much home for us. Welcome. We're really happy to have you along, as well as our World Championship competitors. And Paul, kind of a crazy feature match. You know, the way that these pods are broken down is the players are put into a big pool and then they're randomized into 8-player pods. And as it turned out, we actually had Marcio Carvalho, the runner-up from last year, who lost to Javier Dominguez, sitting directly next to him. Like Javier's feeding him in the draft. And then it's random about who they're going to play against within the pod, and he's actually playing against Marcio.
This is actually just insane. We swear it was random.
Well, it's never happened, so you kind of know that when we finally get it to happen, it does. But that is exactly what we're going to see here as we get to see Marcio Carvalho against Javier Dominguez in a bit of a rematch. You see the players coming into the feature match area. I mean, these are the top 2 players from Europe. We have Spain and Portugal represented here between these two. Marcio, particularly known for being a limited master. That's one of the things that he's most well known for. And I mean, look at this. 11 top finishes between for each of them.
Yeah.
And interestingly, another thing to note here, look at when they both started playing right around the same time, just within a year of each other. And this is actually their head-to-head throughout their entire career. They first faced off at Grand Prix Bilbao in 2005. This rivalry now extends
20 years.
20 years, Paul.
That is ridiculous here. But of course, the most important match that they faced against each other was the last matchup in the World Championship in 2024, where Javier Dominguez came out on top. Marcio has the opportunity to exact some revenge and try to make maybe a better run this time around.
That's right. Javier Dominguez 7-4 in their head-to-head lead. Once again, we take a quick look at Javier's deck. We watched him draft this just now if you were with us, and he ended up with a thumbs-up, solid green-white deck here. You know, these type of decks at the World Championship rarely blow you off your chair, but pretty good. Yeah. Now let's see what Marcio came up with. Ooh, blue, red. Oh, I see the Unagi of Kyoshi Island and Legend of Kuru.
Yeah, look, anytime you open a pack, you want basically the words "the Legend of" to be at the back. And Marcio opened one of them. And Legend of Kuru is one of the best rares in the entire format. This deck looks really, really solid.
Wow.
Just, is it a Lessons Shell here? You see Sokka there as well with the 9 Islands, one of the better uncommons in the format. Now, you know, you got a couple copies of Boomy Bash. You kind of have to play just to have some answers for bombs, but tons of Lessons, a couple of bombs on both sides. Should be a really interesting matchup.
Man, coming into the first round here, Paul, it's just wild to think back to last year, you know, and it's like, we got to see their last match, you know, from the World Championship as the end of that season. And now we're going to end this season with these two players facing off in the opening round. And these are, you know, there's a lot of times at a Pro Tour where, you know, we kind of ease our way into day one. You know, a lot can happen. There's a whole... No, like it starts now. Like these matches are extremely important, and these players know it. And you see the Yuyan Archers there to kick things off for Carvalho. And he has both of his huge bombs in hand. He's got the Legend of Kuruk. And who ordered the Unagi of Kyoshi Island as well. And you see the players trading off here.
Yeah.
And there's a Water Tribe captain now for Dominguez.
And Marcio has the island here, right? So that's a turn for Legend of Kuruk. The only downside with Legend of Kuruk is if you're a little behind on board, it can be a little bit painful. He's not right now.
No, he's actually at parity. He doesn't think that Javier wants to block, even though it would soak up all of Marcio's mana.
Yeah, it would take up... Because right now it doesn't have firebending. There's no lessons.
Exactly. So he would... This is Marcio saying, I want 1 damage off of you.
And he gets it through every point of damage, and this is why.
And he's going to go, boom, Legend of Kuruk. And look at Javier. He says, I could have blocked and held it off.
You played a rare.
That's unbelievable.
And this is why Marcio is considered one of the best limited players to ever play the game.
I mean, the true nature
I'm not
of this,
attacking
though.
there.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you
totally.
right now.
But I'll tell you, Javier, you saw him look to the
Right.
heavens there when he saw Legend of Korra come down, and that's because he knows that his win percentage just plummeted. Although he does stem the bleeding here, it's a 2-for-1 for another 2-for-1.
But if Marcio kills the Earth Kingdom Jailer, you just get another
it's just
card.
devastating.
Yeah.
And he can, kills maybe a strong word, but he does have lost days.
But he's also got that Unagi. You kind of just want to run that out if you can, right?
Absolutely,
Just
especially if
ambush.
Javier decides to swing in.
Right. Now Javier goes, all right, you pass with 5 mana up. Usually that indicates lost days. That's
It does.
common. Right, you play around the common. Do you play around the Unagi?
Can you afford to?
I mean, this is just game, right? If he just attacks and Marcio plays the Unagi and
Absolutely.
blocks.
Like, I honestly wouldn't be shocked if Javier conceded.
Right.
Like, I don't know how he would come back from that.
By the way, this is a Gather the White Lotus for 2
For
tokens.
2. And this is what we were
Yeah.
talking about, Paul. It's brutal. And Marcio has to represent that he has Eloquentia or something like that. And Javier says, it is what it is, and that is true. And it ain't much.
Look at kind of Marcio feigning weakness a little there with his face. Like, all right. Are you going to attack me now? No attacks.
Should go second.
Oh, this is so many cards. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Javier's buried here. And, it's tough because these curve-out green-white decks, like, they're not known for comebacks.
No,
right?
no.
It's
Yeah. Yeah, and you want to play to the board. You want a great curve. And now with Marcio sitting at 17 life, 3 triggers off the Legend of Karuk.
he's getting another one
so
now.
much. So yeah,
It's like Turbo Legend.
he's scryed 6 and drawn 3 cards so far.
So it's just basically like, what do you want?
Right, exactly.
And Javier shakes his head.
Yeah, and when that thing flips, I mean, the game ends very, very quickly. You just start creating an army of effectively unblockable spirit tokens. It has the clause you can block with other spirits. There's like 3 spirits in the entire set or something.
Right,
along
it's
those lines.
almost only just other tokens.
Right.
Yeah. And Javier's not going to be making any of those this game. Yeah, when your opponent has Legend of Karuk and is ready to fire off the Unagi of Kyoshi Island and you look down at Saber-Tooth Moose Lion, you question your life decisions.
Right.
Not that Javier could have done anything about it, but like that's a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, this is also kind of interesting here for Marcio's side. Now that he has a lesson in the graveyard, he can attack Firebend. And then if you just think, well, Javier's already playing around this Unagi or something, I'm just going to use that mana possibly to just like attack and then flash in the Unagi with the mana.
This is another spot,
Yeah.
where Marcio is just going to be maximally efficient here. He's just going to play Giant Koi.
Yeah, and now the Legend of Kuruk has flipped. Every spell you cast now, you get to make an unblockable 1/1 spirit token.
Not gonna lie.
And Javier's reading the bad news there.
Just start casting some things, making an army of tokens here. Yeah.
And he's just done.
You can't
He's
beat
like,
it.
all right.
No.
There's no sweeper coming here
Yeah.
for Javier, and he's not going to be able to come back. The hilarious part, Marcio won
most
that
hands are
with the Unagi of Kyoshi Island in hand, never even had to play it.
Don't have to. I mean, Legend of Kuruk is just one of the best rares. If that thing stays in play, I mean, it's just going to run away with the game.
Boy, that was a beating. Holy
That was?
smokes. The revenge of Marcio is well underway here.
But Marcio keeping a fairly slow hand here could get punished here. Javier does have a great curve, as you can see. Turn 2 Compassionate Healer into turn 3 Avatar Enthusiast with Hakoda if you can find
Man,
a land.
Marcio's so lucky. See what he drew?
A 2-drop?
Yep.
Oh, my.
The good one, too.
That
The
is a
one
good
that can block.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Forecasting Fortune Teller off the top on turn 2 here for Marcio is critical. That's the type of card that changes this slow draw from like, uh-oh, to totally fine.
Yeah, and Javier basically will bottom anything that's not a land here. It looks like it's one of his better cards. I think that's an Allies at last. Okay. But, actually chooses to keep it here. Okay, I mean, it is an extremely, one of his best cards, actually, in his deck. So, using that as an interactive spell. All right.
Yeah, you just love the spot that Marcio's in at this point. He's still at 20 life. He's not missing land drops for at least 2 more turns. He's got 2 clues and a couple of blockers up. it's just hard for this to completely fall apart in front of him.
Yeah, but Javier does have a really good aggressive start here. There's a Zhang's Deserters. You can cast Allies at Last for 1 mana. If you want to be super aggro, you can just use Allies at Last to get the Forecasting Fortune Teller off the battlefield and get in an attack for 6 this turn if you want.
He may need to. It's not the type of play that you feel great about doing. I mean, it's effectively handing your opponent a 2-for-1, but you do what you got to do.
Well, and he's got Airbending Lesson to get another blocker out of the way, and I think that's kind of the strategy you need to have success with green-white.
Especially because of what happened in Game 1. It's like, well, if he untaps at 20, you just don't attack this turn or you get in for a couple of points, and then he plays a Legend of Kuruk again, which, by the way, he will. He has it in his hand.
Oh, and I guess he doesn't even need to cast the Allies at Last with a pair of 3/3s here. Marcio just doesn't have good blocks. He kind of just has to take the 6 damage here. So
this is what Javier needed to do. Because now it's uncomfortable for Marcio to untap and just play Legend. He can do it, and he may be able to dig himself out. But as you mentioned, if you're behind significantly on board, it hurts.
Yeah, look, if he just taps out and plays like a Zuko here,
that's better.
But it's still not great, right? Javier just goes end of turn Allies at Last.
Oh, yeah.
Get the Zuko out of the way and then just swing in for another 6 points of damage at least. And I think Marcio does feel the pressure here. I wouldn't be surprised if he just plays out the Zuko just to kind of slow Javier down.
He has to, just to get something. I mean, if you play Legend of Kuruk here, you are setting yourself up to take so much damage. Maybe it's not very good.
Okay.
He's going to go for it.
He's going for it.
So this is both players kind of swinging for the fences, right? Javier applying maximum pressure and Marcio taking the highest upside long-term game plan that he can.
Right.
And he's going to take a beating this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be a good amount of damage. Javier did scry something to the bottom. Really would love land number 4 here to just slam Hakoda Selfless Commander onto the battlefield next turn. Oh, look at this.
This is, again, maximum aggression now from Javi. So he's going to kill a blocker, and he's verbalizing which one, though?
I'm guessing the Fortune Teller, right? Like, you're the aggressor. You just want to get the most stats off the battlefield here. If we're in a position where Marcio is starting to attack you with Messenger Hawk, you're kind of losing.
Yeah. The other, he didn't go for it.
All right.
The other reason to go for the Fortune Teller is that if you do Airbending Lesson, you know, a little bit better to have that smaller Hawk come down.
Sure.
Later.
Sure.
Just less toughness, right?
Yeah. This is still a lot for Marcio needs to find an interactive spell here.
He did. He found Boomy Bash with the first trigger.
But he's down to 7 here.
Yeah.
Even if you kill the Avatar Enthusiast, you're still just facing so much damage here.
And he's, depending on, okay, there's no play, so he can kill the Enthusiast, but there's a world where he couldn't.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Boomy Bash. Like, you play it because you have to, but it is a very inefficient removal spell. Oftentimes, you're trading down on mana to kill something with that spell.
I mean, he has to double spell this turn, right?
He has to, or he's just, because Javier can just cast Airbending Lesson just to get the Forecasting Fortune Teller off the battlefield and attack for lethal.
Yeah, just the Boomy Bash is not going to be enough. He's resolving his Scry ability. He is going to keep one of those cards, but what is it?
Is it like he needs like a?
It's a
Firebending
Ascension. It's
Firebender Ascension.
Yeah, Firebender Ascension.
Yeah, that's just a 2-mana 2/2 on this board.
So he can go War Balloon, but it won't be in the air plus Firebender Ascension. So he can't double spell.
No, he can, and I think that means Javier can probably just take this one down.
Wow.
What an aggressive! I mean, just
3
lands, right? And had everything. And this is the power of Allies at Last. 1 mana to basically kill anything you want.
Javier and Marcio have used up all their mana every turn thus far.
Yeah, and it's crazy how being on the draw and it's just not close, right?
It's not really close at all. Yeah, I mean, you know, I joked around that the Legend of Kuruk isn't good. It is, of course, one of the best cards, but this is the downside of it.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of bombs in this format that don't suffer from this weakness, where, like, in fact, when you're behind and you play them, you can find yourself at parity or even ahead. Legend of Kuruk's one of the ones that doesn't do that.
So one card Javier's concerned about here is Octopus Form.
Yeah.
Marcio Carvalho has 1 blue mana up. He has the win here if Marcio doesn't have Octopus Form. So he's thinking, do I play Airbending Lesson just to go for the win now? Or, you know, what's the likelihood that I lose if I just play Hakoda and just make a big attack this turn? That's far safer to do. And I believe Marcio does have 1 copy of Octopus Form in his deck. Not in the hand, but Javier doesn't know that.
He's trying to decide if he goes all in right now and tries to win the game, or if he stages it out over 2 turns.
Yeah.
What could go wrong if he waits? A lot, right? Marcio's seen 2 cards a turn for the last 2 turns. He'll have 6 mana available.
Right.
That's a double spell waiting to happen, and that is how a board state like this could fall apart for Javier. He may just go for it.
No, I do. Yeah, so this is the safer line for sure.
It is.
Because you're still getting in for 4 points of damage. Marcio goes down to 3, and you're still adding a permanent to the battlefield. That also just protects everything else.
That's true. That does make it a lot harder. Although, you know, if you have to sacrifice your best creature, you know.
Right.
It's not like he's facing a sweeper here.
Yeah.
But Hakoda.
Now Marcio.
Excellent.
Marcio goes, well, probably just has to block a 3/3 here. I mean, Marcio is certainly considering just bouncing off the Zhang's Deserters. That would make him go down to 1 because Javier didn't play land number 5. Or actually, he played land number 4 this turn. But yeah, just preserving the life total here. Legend of Kuruk does go off. But notably, when you're behind, it's not that strong because you make a bunch of 1/1 tokens, but they're unable to actually block.
Exactly. So there's Hakoda hitting the battlefield, and Marcio just shakes his head. This is a reversal of what we saw in the first game, where Javier was like, yeah, I can't beat that. And Marcio's kind of looking in the same way. He's going, yeah, you just have it all. Hit your land drop that time and played a nice 3/5 Hakoda Selfless Commander. There's land number 6.
There's just not enough here, I don't think, for Marcio. He's got to play, 3 creatures, or at least 2 creatures, rather, to prevent himself from just dying this turn. And remember, we also know that Javier does have airbending less in hand, too.
-1 creature, whatever it ends up being. So,
yeah, I mean,
Javier has this thing in the bag.
You can just cleanly kill the token from the Firebender Ascension if Marcio plays that this turn.
And it feels like that is part of the equation here. He is gated to 2 spells.
Just 2 spells. He might tap out, actually. He might just go...
Yeah, and then it's GG.
Right, Firebender Ascension plus Zuko, right? Just maximize the mana that you have. And then Javier just fires off the Airbending Ascension and gets in for 3 points of damage.
Because if he does that and that board state were to stay intact, that would actually keep him alive.
Yeah.
It's just, that's not how
you could also play the balloon. It's got a crew cost, and you make a token.
Yeah, I think it's 3 or something.
Okay. Yeah, and now Javier knows he 100% has the win on this board.
Again, those spirits cannot block non-spirits, so they're not real as far as blocking board state goes.
Yeah,
and there we go. Airbending lesson, just take it out. And off we go to game number 3. It's really funny, the reversal, if you look at our players, you know, same reaction, right? In the first one, you saw Javier kind of just giving that half of a head shake going, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. And Marcio felt how close that one was in a similar fashion.
Ooh, Javier keeping... very interesting. If he draws a forest and plays that turn 2, I think he just wins this game probably, because he can play Raucous Audience into Earth King turn 3. But that's a double Planeskeep here from Javier. He needs that forest.
Forest off the top.
Oh, no forest.
Brutal. That's such a huge swing for him.
Right.
Remember, he's not playing that many forests in his list because he's trying to get the card in his hand, Gather the White Lotus going.
Yep. God, these players playing so fast.
Yeah, Glider Kids and Messenger Hawk on the other side here for Carvalho are the first plays of the game for each player.
Now, Marcio does look like he's got the Unagi.
Man, he's just had one of his... he's had 2 bombs, 1 bomb, 1 bomb.
Oh, and Marcio doesn't have a land here.
Oh, so he might want to abandon attachments to try to find land?
Yeah, maybe...
Just get rid of the bash. If he...
Right, or the Ascension, just because you might want the bash for... one of Javier's bombs. And then if you draw a land, you can still crack the clue.
I'm just greedy. Oh, you can crack the clue instead of playing the Ascent. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I see where you were going, though. You wanted to use every ounce of mana.
I really do. But you found me a way to do that.
Right.
So. Thank you, Paul.
No problem.
Very, very kind of you.
Just because I also, Firebender Ascension doesn't do that much. It has a lot of words, but it's effectively a 2-mana 2/2 Firebending 1 creature.
It is. The other thing that Marcio might be considering here is that if he can abandon attachments and get the Hawk bigger, it could trade off for glider kids, but he'd have to do that on Javier.
Yeah, he really does not want to miss a land drop here with that Unagi in his hand.
Exactly. So that's the balance that he's trying to hit, because it is tempting. If you can trade a Messenger Hawk for a glider kids, you are stoked. All right, he did get rid of the Ascension, and he did find the land.
I assume you attack.
Yeah. And then the question is, do you crack the clue now to get the damage in? I guess he's just going to
Javier needs a land, a forest here. Oh, forest!
He hit
such a big draw. He did scry at the bottom, but that forest is huge. He can now just slam the Earth King from his hand onto the battlefield. You don't really want to fire off an Earth Kingdom Jailer here on the Hawk. It's not really doing that much anyways, but yeah. That is huge. Now, remember, Marcio does have It'll Quencha. Javier, and perhaps concerned about that.
Very concerned about that. Like
most people slam it. You see Marcio's hand, you just slam it.
Totally. But remember, Marcio chose not to crack the clue, right? So he is representing something. It could have been 2 extra damage. That could matter.
Well, so then what? It's just the other option is so much weaker, right? Like the only option is playing a raucous audience.
He's just got to go for it, and he does.
He is.
And
he's going for it.
Do you see his facial expression? He's saying, "If you got it, Eloquentia, you
That's
got
a fist
me."
pump.
And he is super relieved to find out that that is not the case. If I'm Marcio, I'm tapping the 2 mana when the thing goes on the stack just to make him feel.
I do
bad
that when I
second.
play on Arena. I just tap the mana. It's like, oh, you didn't respect my.
And it's like, fine, crack my clue.
You got me. All right, we might have to see a boom. Oh, but he does have the Unagi.
How do you feel about Unagi versus Bear?
Yeah,
because
Unagi.
we've got a real fight here.
Oh, but another land was so big. Because Allies at Last, you can now pay the ward 4 with the water bending here. So now Javier needs to figure out. Yeah.
He wants the Oracle text on the Unagi of Kyoshi Island. Yeah, and as you can see, the ward is 4, but it's a little easier. It's water bend 4, so you can use your artifacts or creatures to help pay.
Now, so if Javier has the ability now to attack with everything, you cast Allies at Last for 1 green mana as he has 2 allies in play, and then can pay the 4 mana that he has with the planes and pay for the water bending ward cost on the Unagi. So that land was huge. If you don't draw the land, you probably have to leave the Earth King back.
Or the Glider Kids.
Or the Glider Kids.
Yeah, exactly. Man, Javier has cut this about as close as possible, but that forest last turn and then a land this turn,
very big.
Another planes were huge. And remember, that Gather the White Lotus is still in hand for a longer-term game plan, and it's making 4 1/1s this
4
game.
1/1s, Master Piandao, all kinds of goodies here for Javier.
But yeah, this is a window where if you can get Marcio to cast the Unagi of Kyoshi Island and kill it, you feel like you got away with something.
And I don't think Marcio has a choice. He's just too far behind. He has to run it out and just hope Javier doesn't have it, even though he's basically 90% sure, given that Javier asked for the Oracle text. He's like, all right, you probably have it. I literally don't have any other play here in my hand.
Right.
I can't afford to play around anything, so I'm just going to play it out and see what happens.
And I mean, this is the highest level play you can get, basically. And so it's not surprising to have Javier literally ask for the Oracle text of the card in Marcio's hand.
Right.
I mean, Marcio could have just been like, here, just read it.
You can see my hand. I'll show you.
Yeah, I know you're aware.
Right.
And Marcio, he again, a lesser player in this spot would be like, ha, I got you. And it's like he knows, like, this is not going to go well.
The thing is, I feel like if Marcio had anything, like if he had a Lost Days here, he might just fire that off because he knows it's coming.
Absolutely.
But he just doesn't have it. Boomy Bash is a sorcery. He can't even cast it here. So it's like, I know you have it. Do I just play it and see what happens?
And he asked him how many cards he's got in
5.
Hand. Right. And because, now Marcio's like, can I afford to just take this and not run this out?
Just Marcio just knows. He's like, God, you got it.
So he's trying to find any possible way that he could not run out Unagi of Kyoshi Island this turn.
Don't see it.
But you just can't leave 5 mana empty like that.
Yeah.
And there's not that many cards in this position that get the job done, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he could also be thinking about different combat tricks.
There it is.
That Javier might have. And Javier's going to fire this off pre-blocks, of course.
Okay. Yeah,
and it's 8 damage, and that's basically game, right?
I mean, the other consideration for Marcio was just casting Boomy Bash. Right,
on the prior turn.
If he anticipates something, Javier to have something, just play Boomy Bash, kill the 4/4 bear, right? Just kind of slow things down.
On his prior turn.
on his turn.
Right, but at this point it was too late. There's the Boomy Bash, but this feels way too late now. And remember, the 4/4 got to dig up another plane. So yeah, this.
Oh, and he drew another one.
So it's Gather the White Lotus is just going completely nuts.
6 tokens here. Oh my goodness.
6-16.
There is an Iroh's demonstration,
Yeah,
I believe.
there is. That's what I was just thinking too. That
oh,
can
and he plays a Piandao and plays around it.
Yeah.
Has all the answers.
And does the Koi keep him alive? Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
actually.
it does.
That's
block
actually
the Piandao.
pretty good.
That's really solid.
Is
here.
there a removal for Javier? No, so he needs to just build out his board. Or
well,
draw
he
a
does have
removal
Earth Kingdom
spell?
Jailer in hand.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that just gets it out of the way right away.
So is that GG?
Not
No.
quite. You can chump.
He'll be down to 2 though.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And that is going to do it. Javier Dominguez continues his winning ways against Marcio Carvalho and picks up a 2-1 win to open up his World Championship run here the season after he won it.
Yeah, and playing against one of the toughest opponents that you can play against.
You see him reach out and give him a pat on the shoulder there. And Marcio's still left just shaking his head.
Good luck, trio. Yeah, I will try, man. Let's see in the finals.
Oh man, that is they might, I mean, like it's happened before.
Yeah, both players are not strangers. Marcio's made the finals of the World Championship 3 times already. He's very comfortable there.
He is, yeah. I don't know if comfortable.
Well, you know what? But you know what? Hey, look, I'll take 3 finals than nothing. Of course, Javier winning twice is also really big. But of course, you can see, I think Marcio is pretty happy with his deck, and it's got to be disappointing to not only play against a good friend, but also just lose again after he beat you in the finals of the previous year.
Okay, Paul. Here's the question: how many runner-up finishes would you trade to get 1 win?
That's a good question.
Like if you were a 10-time World Championship finalist, but you just couldn't quite get over the line, is it 10? Is it 20? Is there a number?
I don't know. I mean,
would you trade all of them for your,
Yeah, I don't know.
It kind of makes you think, like,
I've never been in that spot, but you know what? It's a fun thought exercise.
Yet. You haven't been in that spot yet. We never give up here in the booth, Paul. We have nothing but faith in you for that one. All right, let's take a look at our next match. This is Lucas Dooku facing Tomoaki Oasawara.
Okay.
And as you can see, old school player here, Lucas. 2 top finishes, started playing back in the 90s, or as the kids say, the 1900s. where Tomoaki is much more recent. 2017 was his debut. There's Lucas. What is Lucas running here colors-wise, Paul? What do you see?
He's got a Dimir deck, a color combination that I really, really enjoy, and he's got a couple of really nice utility lands. There's Realm of Ko. We saw that in the previous draft while Javier was drafting. Really, really good, especially in a blue-black deck that plays more of a controlling style. Having something that gives you inevitability is really nice. And he's got one of my favorite lands in the format as well. Oh, no, excuse me. I thought that was Secret Tunnel. Serpent's Pass, just a blue-black land.
Okay. There it is, by the way.
Yep.
Good call. Across the table there, Tomoaki is playing Swamps and Mountains.
Ooh.
Not the first choice, but, maybe card power level could carry the day here.
Yeah. If you end up in Rakdos or Golgari, oftentimes you're kind of... The colors were really open, and you probably have like a bomb rare centered around one of those colors. That's kind of where you want to where you end up in those color combinations, because I think black is generally considered to be one of the weakest colors, and so you don't want to start there. But hey, look, there's lots of bombs. If you open a Fire Nation drill, you're going to be black. Is this a
Lucas has
started Court Official.
Yeah, Corrupt Court Official, and a bit of a tank there from Oasawara, who decides ultimately to discard a red card here. As you can see, perhaps mana issues on the horizon for him with the...
No red cards. I see an Earth Village Ruffians that he probably plays, a Tundra tank, and a Hey Bye, I guess.
This is a little bit of a rough...
Yeah, I don't see the rares yet. There might be one sitting in the hand, though. Oh, runs out the tank here, setting up.
Wow.
Does have a crew cost of 1. So you get to set up for a really nice blocker here. Oh, that's Foggy Swamp Hunters.
Huh. So not exactly an all-star lineup of cars on the battlefield currently. I mean,
right.
The Corrupt Court Official does good work, but Foggy Swamp Hunters is not, it's kind of a lower tier card. But, we mentioned it during the draft, Paul, like you don't get to pick all the great stuff.
Yeah. That is one of the big issues with the color black is the 3 and 4 mana creatures are really bad. There's just nothing that you're kind of happy playing with at common. So you're kind of stuck having to play some Pirate Peddlers and Foggy Swamp Hunters just because you need to still play a curve.
Yeah, Tomoaki there deciding where to put the counter, but he actually only has one choice.
Right, the Fire Nation Engineer cannot target itself.
Exactly, so he's going to throw it on the tank.
All right, just a little racing situation here. No card draw, so no life gain. Oh, just
and he's going to go for full price
on the Deadly Precision. But of course, Tomoaki can just play another creature and attack for 5 here if he wants.
I mean, this tank is kind of getting in for a lot.
It is. It's hitting pretty hard. But if Lucas Dukau just finds any way to draw a card here, can really swing that race back with the Foggy Swamp Hunters. All right, beat downs. And Tomoaki with an Oasis there might just be playing it for a sacrifice effect. Not sure if he's actually splashing something.
Boy, we've really got an all-star lineup here on the Earth Village Ruffians next to the Tundra tank.
Staring at
Foggy
a
Swamp Hunters. It's a real showdown.
Hey.
I love it. I mean, it really does show, the scrappy nature of the decks that emerge from pods with really great players across the table. And this is where you have to know these archetypes on a deeper level. It's not just like, here's all the cards you want. It's like, well, what happens when those aren't there and you need to run an Earth Village Ruffians? Not that it, because cards like that,
they're
fine, right?
Yeah.
They're just below the curve of the other cards. They're not as good relative to the others, but it's like, I mean, look at it. That's a fine Magic card, right?
Yeah, no, it's just, the power creep is a thing, right? The creatures just get more powerful, spells get more powerful over time. And I think the big thing, too, is it's not an ally, right? That actually matters a lot of the time as well.
So much.
And also the sacrifice theme hasn't really been performing super well. This is the type of card that looks pretty nice as a thing to sacrifice, but just that archetype just hasn't been performing as well, which is why the Ruffians, it looks totally fine, but kind of has worse numbers than you would expect.
Yeah, Luis and I talked about the black-white sacrifice deck on the podcast this week because it is actually well supported, but the payoffs are the hard part.
Sure.
You got to have the really good payoffs. The Phoenix Fleet airship, that type of level of card.
Toils of War.
Right. That's actually it, by the way. Those are the two. Seriously, those are the ones that it's like, if you do that, it's actually worth it. If you don't, you end up more like in this place where you're trying to be mid-rangey, you're trying to be aggressive, but it's like kind of, you don't have the best tools for that.
Yeah, I have noticed that with a couple of the archetypes. I mean, we don't see it here, but even look at the flying archetype. It doesn't really exist. It's not really much of a thing.
No, it turns out the blue and white cards are good enough on their own as allies that like the flying twist wasn't really necessary.
All right.
Here's Heibai. Again, this is what we're talking about. It's a payoff.
Right.
It's just okay.
Sure. Yeah, but look, Tomoaki was able to put a 5/5 in play and then gets to put 2 counters on the Oasis here, which is a nice combination, right? Because then, if you need to crack that Oasis, it comes back, you draw the card. It's a nice thing to have here. And, I mean, Lucas is currently sitting at 6 life here.
Yeah, he's trying to fight back with his Realm of Ko on end step to make the 1/1 Spirit. But these spirits have the same restrictions as the ones that we saw in our prior match. They can't block or be blocked by non-spirits.
I do see a Deadly Precision in Lucas's hand. Oh, Heibai is a spirit.
Is actually one of the very few spirits in this set.
Oh, yeah. There's like Benevolent Spirit Keeper, Heibai. Oh.
That was funny. Lucas wanted to swing in.
He's like, I guess I'll just kill it then.
Yeah, he's going to use Deadly Precision, but he's going to sacrifice rather than paying full mana here. So that indicates that he has something else to do.
Yeah, and then now Tomoaki can either crew the Tundra tank and just make it gigantic, or put those 2 counters on the land.
That's right. And he does have an interesting decision there because, you know, the Tundra tank is much more difficult to kill, but in order for him to get the counters on it, he needs to crew it now so it'll be exposed to sorcery speed removal, where, you know, vehicles normally, if you want, you cannot do that. You can say, like, your sorceries are not going to work on this unless they destroy artifacts or whatever.
Chooses to keep the blocker back because it's still somewhat of a racing situation here that does allow you to block the hunters. Okay.
Well,
all right.
This is Lucas trying to fight his way back in. He's got a North Pole patrol.
With all that mana, it won't be hard to keep something locked down here, especially as you can basically, if Tomoaki chooses to crew the vehicle, then once it's been crewed, then you can tap the creature.
That's one of the knocks on a vehicle, right? Tap effects are very good. It's effectively tapping 2 things on the other side for the price of 1.
I see a Merchant of Many Hats, but I'm not sure what the red card is. Is it the land destruction card?
It is. It more or less cycles, although in this position, it will actually keep Lucas from drawing a card, you know, at some point in this game.
Yeah, and interesting, Tomoaki choosing the more aggressive line here, because you could have gone after the Realm of Ko, which is a very annoying land to deal with if the game goes a little bit longer. So
he must think that this game's not going to last that long.
Right, because you can sacrifice that land, draw a card, and then attack with a life-linking creature, and maybe that's what he wants to try to prevent.
Most people play Price of Freedom to up their lesson count to
not really a thing in
get a
black-red.
card. Yeah, but in black-red not. And honestly, most people just don't play Price of Freedom at all. Like, it's not really on the list. It's just a, like, if you are playing the, like, Iroh Grand Lotus deck and you're just short, you can throw a Price of Freedom in and it doesn't really punish you. But
ooh, okay, so Lucas double blocking here the Oasis here. Gonna take 5, I think, from the Tundra tank. Go down to 1. Tomoaki does have a red mana floating here. All right, down to 1.
The tank has firebending.
Oh, lightning strike, right?
For the win?
For the win.
What a victory there for Tomoaki Oasawara. That was a really nice way to finish that up, as it was one of those things that was getting a little bit sketchy, right? You got the feeling that particularly with those 2 lands that Lucas actually had a game in hand that if it went long, he could get an extra card and he could build up an army of spirits, but it was obviously not to be.
You know, the tank is the type of card that you're usually not too happy playing.
Oh, it's
terrible. But it did
terrible.
So much work here. Lucas was holding that deadly precision for a while, but that is, I guess, the upside of having a vehicle where it actually just doesn't die to sorcery speed removal, and that tank basically just did 20 points of damage almost by itself.
It was a tank, as it were. So really great stuff there to pick up the victory, especially against a very, very tough opponent in Lucas Dooku as well. All right, well, we're going to take a short break here from Bellevue. When we come back, we'll be back at the news desk setting up our next round of action. Don't go anywhere.
The Magic Spotlight Series returns in 2026. First up is Spotlight the Avatar, happening on January 9th through 11th in Atlanta, Georgia, and Lyon, France. All participants will receive a Day of Black Sun promo card, and top 128 competitors will get a foil version. Can't make it to Atlanta or Lyon? Organizers will live stream the events on their channels with dedicated broadcast teams. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 on magic.gg/spotlight. Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 31, live from Bellevue, Washington. 126 of the best players in the world competing for their share of a $1 million prize pool in draft and standard. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Murray Bartholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Riley Knight hanging out with you. And we are in draft here this morning. It's an awesome draft format, and we've seen a lot of action already. Riley's got the reports for us from round one.
Yes, indeed. Let's go around the traps now and have a look at how our featured tables have gone. Some of the results coming in here, and we've seen, of course, some of the matches resolve live on camera, of course. But we have the graphics we can throw up to show the results from all around our top three tables here. Javier Dominguez getting up, as we saw, against Marcio. Heartbreaking for Marcio. Like, he must have a loyalty card at this point, stamped like losses at in the feature match. The poor bloke. Anyway, also on draft pod number one, you can see Derek Davis, Shuhei Nakamura winning their matches, Reijang as well. Javier Dominguez, the defending world champion, off to the perfect start for him. We move on now to draft pod number two. Let's see who our winners are there. Eli Cassis, Shota Yasuoka, Tomoaki Ogasawa there we saw as well, doing well in the feature match area. And looks like we picked up a draw. Stefan Schutz and David Rude, 0-0 and 1 there. So we've just got 3 winners on draft pod number two. Moving on to our third table here that we're keeping an eye on. Reigning Pro Tour champion Michael Plummer picked up a win, as did Hall of Famer Ben Stark and Reed Duke as well. Also the Hall of Fame, Alex Rohan, also at 1-0. So these players opening the account exactly as they'd want to, Maria. 1-0 starts, very strong stuff from those.
All right, we'll check in with those draft pods throughout draft all this morning long. We're also checking in with some of our top testing teams here in the building. And the first one we're going to take an in-depth look at is Team Cosmos Heavy Play, captained, of course, by Anthony Lee, who's not qualified for the event, but is here supporting his teammates this weekend. Bless you, Monty.
Thank you.
Cedric had a chat with them yesterday to find out how they're feeling ahead of this tournament.
I am here with the captain of Team Cosmos Heavy Play, Anthony Lee, and we want to learn more about your team, starting with Connor McKenzie.
Connor McKenzie's our newest addition to the team, and he's quiet, but he's confident. And one of the best things he brings to us is that he plays so much and he interacts so much with the game and its community that he always has his finger on the pulse of what's going on in the Magic world. He knows what everyone's thinking, what decks are being developed, and just, he tells us what's going on.
David Rude.
David is, or D-Rude as we call him, is the our limited backbone. He directs our limited meetings. He tells us what's important, and he does so in a very clear way. He tells us exactly what we need to know, and no more or less than that.
Ian Robb.
Ian's one of the new faces to the Magic Pro Tour, one that you've probably seen after top 8ing his 2 first Pro Tours. He plays blazingly fast, as any of you on coverage who've watched him might know. And that gets us an amazing volume of games super quickly. And he thinks equally quickly. So he plays a lot of games very quickly, and he tells us what matters in those games really quickly as well.
Javier Dominguez.
Well, Javier probably doesn't need that much introduction. He's our 2-time world champion and the defending world champion. But to get a little into more specifics about Javier, Javier is incredible at going really deep and constructed matchups, and he often leads deck development for that reason. But 2-time world champion, world championship, it's a good pairing.
Jean-Emmanuel Depra.
I think JD is very simply one of the most effective teammates that I've ever seen or heard of. In terms of his combination and the combination of his play skill and the effectiveness of his communication, I think he has almost no rivals. I think only PV even comes close to JD.
Liam King.
Liam he's clever, he's analytical, and he loves Magic. I'm told by people who roomed with him that he talks about Magic in his sleep, but he's very good at figuring out a plan in every matchup. So whenever we have a matchup that's particularly difficult to figure out, I think he's really good with that.
Quinn Tinoli.
Quinn, everybody knows Quinn as the mono red master, and he is that. He always brings a lot of expertise about all the aggro decks in the format to each of our tournaments, but Quinn is so much more than that, I think. He's also an excellent drafter, and he actually masters a lot of decks really, really quickly, so he actually plays an incredible villain for any of the brews that we're trying. I think Quinn is one of the most underrated young players and could be one of the very best overall in the near future.
Ryan Walagora.
Ryan's best asset is that he's super grounded and super sensible. He's very well organized. So he's very good at telling us what we have realized so far from our testing, what questions we still have, and how important those questions are.
Thierry Ramboa.
Every team needs someone who's just willing to get stuff going, and that's Thierry, and he does it so happily every time. He's happy to do it, and he makes us happy while he's doing it. He plays the games, he tells us what's going on, and he makes us want to do it more as well.
Yuki Ishikawa.
Yuki doesn't need much English to both thrash you in a game of Magic and to make you laugh out loud. I think Yuki is probably the funniest Magic player that I've worked with ever, and I can't imagine how much more I would laugh if in a year when he can speak fluent English.
Well, we are looking forward to watching your team play this weekend. Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much.
I am here with a couple members of Team Cosmos Heavy Play, the team captain, Anthony Lee, and the 2023 World Champion, Jean-Emmanuel Depra. We want to check in on how they're feeling about the limited portion of things so far. Anthony, as the team captain, you're kind of the overarching, how is the team doing? So you've checked in with everyone. How do they feel about their decks that they drafted?
Mostly went to plan. I think most people are pretty happy. Some people had to get a little creative in some tough spots, but overall, I think, yeah, our team's looking pretty good in draft.
JD, you are 1-0. I want to know specifically how you're feeling about your draft after your first round victory.
So my experience in this format has been losing with insane blue decks and winning with crappy white decks. And I drafted a crappy white deck and I won round 1. So that's checks out so far.
So it's all going according to plan?
Yeah, somewhat, yeah.
Well, that's a quick check-in from one of the best teams in the room here at the World Championship.
Thank you so much, Cedric. There's a check-in with Team Cosmos Heavy Play. And some of the players this team, we'll have our eyes on all of them this weekend long. Well, something we asked the players before the event was for some advice that has stuck with them throughout their career. Some words of wisdom that have kept them alive, kept them going through some of the tough matchups. And we're going to share some of those words of wisdom with you this weekend. So we've got some first set here coming up. What have you got, Monty, for us?
Okay, so this is a really good one. Words of wisdom. When the situation is so bad that only 1 or 2 cards in your deck can save you, take a deep breath, quietly say to yourself, the card I need is on top of my deck, and play as if that is true.
Love that. Great words of wisdom. What about you, Riley?
How about this one? Play a deck that brings you joy. The difference in practice that comes from a deck that you want to play is worth way more than playing the best deck in the room.
Love that one. And finally, some more words of wisdom. It's better to have a plan and be confident in executing it than have the best plan and not be. Ooh, very nice stuff.
We're going to decide
there.
which one is the best out of these? Are we going to put them through the gauntlet and decide a winner? Which is the wisest of these
I like
words?
yours, though, because playing a deck that brings you joy is so important, right? I've tried playing decks that, I'm just like, oh, this is control, but it's the best deck, and I just can't.
No, I like mine too. I didn't write it. I just read it out. I take full credit
Take
for
full
it.
credit,
But no,
please.
quite seriously, play it like the headline here, play a deck that brings you joy. This is a game, right? There's hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars on the line sometimes, but at the end of the day, we all get together to play this game, and we should love it. We should have fun playing it. So
100%.
I think there's a lot of wisdom behind that sentiment, right? Even if you're playing at the highest level at the World Championship, you still should be experiencing joy as you do so. So I think there's a lot of wisdom behind that.
You agree with that, Monty?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that I've always taken to heart, and I would recommend everyone take to heart.
Yeah. Totally. All right, we'll have more words of wisdom for you throughout this weekend. Let's take a look at our next feature match as we set up round number 2 here in the building. All right, let's go. Javier Dominguez up against Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura, both players starting out the tournament with a W. Let's take a closer look at Javier Dominguez here, your 2-time world champion, your current reigning world champion, 11 top finishes to his name at every level of the game, starting in 2006, being crowned the Spanish national champion. Started playing the game in 2001. How about some stats for Javier Riley?
Well, he has the #1 constructed win rate, which is just incredible.
Sure.
Right? 74.3% is just absurd. This guy he doesn't lose very often, right? But he's in the top 10 of making day 2 appearances, I believe. And has had no fewer than 8 win streaks that have lasted more than 5 rounds across his statistics here. So just incredible numbers from
Absolutely. Speaking of incredible numbers, what about Shuhei Nakamura here? 33 Grand Prix top 8s and 7 wins. Japanese national champion in 2009, 6 Pro Tour top 8s. Some more stats here, Riley.
Yes, indeed. And you can see here in the top 20 in terms of day 1 performances there, a 63.6% win rate on day 1. What really stands out to me, 6 trophy drafts, right? So this guy is so good at limited, 3rd overall when it comes to trophy drafts.
What about these 2 decks, Monty? Talk to me about this matchup.
Okay, well, we're going to start by taking a look at Javier's deck. This is the one that we saw him draft on camera as our featured drafter. And the overall package, good deck, very decent, nice curve, but there are definitely some highlights. I would say the 2 copies of Earth Kingdom Jailer that he picked up really gave the deck a boost in that medium power level that he needed. And then picking up a massive bomb like the Earth King really just helped bring this deck to a whole nother level. And we saw it get the win in round 1 over Marcio Carvalho. Now on the other side, Shuhei's deck is absolutely no slouch, also in the white colors, but going for black-white instead. And Shuhei's deck is highlighted by 2 very powerful rare / mythics. The Day of Black Sun that we actually saw Javier have to pass in the draft. I believe this is the same one, so hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him in this match. And a copy of Phoenix Fleet Airship, another one of those all-powerful cards. There's also Suki, Courageous Rescuer in this deck, so a lot of very powerful rares and mythics, but also just a very solid curve.
All right, this deck looks sweet. I cannot wait to see this matchup. I'm going to pass it on over to the booth with Ailey and Corey standing by for round number 2.
Thank you so much, Maria. It is I, Ailey Loney, and the only Corey Baumeister here to take you through round number 2 of draft at World Championship number 31. It's so good to be in the booth here with you, Corey, doing one of the best things that we love to do, or at least I love to do, in Magic. Drafting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this format's incredibly fun to play. We have the best players in the world. We get to chat Magic. I mean, this is going to be a great day.
It's going to be awesome indeed. And we get to see our 2-time and defending world champion Javier Dominguez take on one of the best in the game in Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura. Both of these players are incredibly good at this game. And I bet, Corey, we'll probably never see anyone as enthused about the game as Javier Dominguez is.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players been around for so long, and both players are so well accomplished that, you know, normally round 2 of one of these high-level events, you usually don't see, you know, this high caliber of Magic. But at the World Championship, every single round is like this. Every player is phenomenal.
Yeah, you're not going to get any easy rounds. It's all going to be incredibly powerful opponents sitting opposite you. So let's get round 2 underway here. Shuhei Nakamura at the top of your screen. Javier Dominguez kicking things off with the planes, passing to Shuhei, who starts with a Callous Inspector.
Yeah, and no really extremely fast draw from both players, but Shuhei having one of his bombs here with the Phoenix Fleet Airship. That's definitely going to be something that he can set up. You know, Messenger Hawk into the Fleet Airship, sack the clue the following turn, and kind of get things going. Or, hey, bae, it looks even better if you start sacking that clue kind of for free. So Shuhei has an amazing curve here, and Javier with no 2-drop, definitely less than ideal.
Yeah, but starting things off here with Avatar Enthusiast, personally one of my favorite characters from the series. I'm pretty sure you've seen them in both the seasons.
Yeah, no spoilers yet. I haven't finished it yet. The series is amazing.
Yeah, oh, it's good. I watched all of it.
It's really, really strong. I love it.
Speaking of really strong, like you mentioned, Shuhei does have 2 powerful 4-drops in hand, Heibai, Spirit of Balance, and Phoenix Fleet Airship. Just got to get there first. Has the mana to do so, and there is the Glider Hawk that you mentioned, along with the clue.
Yeah, so just solid plays here from Shuhei at the 4-drop slot. So no matter what, either getting the Mythic going, you know, get that into play, or cast the extremely powerful Heibai. Either or going to be extremely good plays.
Yeah, and the sacrifice fodder that we see Shuhei pick up as well, you know, he's got that I think, pretty important uncommon in June, Bounty Hunter.
Yes.
That card has won several games and beaten me several times as well. So hopefully we'll see her show up at a later point here for Shuhei.
Yeah, phenomenal card. And Javier has a, probably his best card, the Earth King in hand, but with this mana base, doesn't have the ability to cast it on turn 4 here, so we'll have to wait till next turn. But when you play this many planes, a 10-6 ratio, it's going to happen, but you really do want to maximize your Gather the White Lotus. That card is so incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. I mean, can you imagine that with the enthusiasts down?
Yeah.
Whee!
Yeah, absolutely. Or just the invasion tactics to be able to pump the team with that. I mean, there is a lot of nice things going on in Javier's deck. Shuhei's as well, but I tend to lean a little bit more towards green-white than black-white, personally. But.
So much potential for both players and the setup that they've got going so far. Messenger Hawk up against the Glider Kids. And this Callous Inspector, you know, it's an annoying little 1-drop. Sure, it dings you, but it's so good with these sacrifice synergies. You know, Heibai probably going to give it a munch here, but instead goes for the clue token first and foremost to get the 2 counters on Heibai. Also has the attack ability to do the same thing, and then when it leaves the battlefield, it gets to put those counters on. Hey, maybe that big old birdie sitting over there.
Yeah, no kidding. The fact that it's whenever it leaves instead of dies just makes this card incredible. Usually these kind of effects where you have to sacrifice something to make something bigger is just asking for a 2-for-1, but I really love how they templated this card, so no matter what is going to transfer over its counters.
Yeah, and there's a mix of things. It's like when this dies or is put into exile, and also then when it leaves the battlefield. So you can kind of see, you know, where the designers imagine these cards having a home. You know, I imagine Heibai might be more in the airbending style of deck construction, but certainly fits in well with the sacrifice.
Very true, very true. So a lot of really tough options for Javier here. You have, I mean, I think that's what I would be jamming here too. But also, yeah, Earth Kingdom Jailer to be able to, you know, diminish the power of Heibai. You know, that is a very important thing as well. But I really like getting the threat first and then going here.
Bear is not an ally. Bosco is just a bear, you know. After all.
5/5.
Yeah, still is a rough attack here. If you could get that up to a 5/5 and you could attack and even trade with the Heibai, that would be great. But got to hold it back.
I think
Heibai's
4/4. I think Heibai's going to get jailed pretty soon.
I would think so as well, but even that, you know, if Shuhei does attack here, sacrifices the 1-drop, gets a clue, and, you know, just cranks it up to a 7-power creature, even if you jail it, the 4 counters going on to a Messenger Hawk is devastating. So I think what Javier is really trying to line up is something like, you know, jailer it and then Rocky Rebuke the target in response. That's really the bread and butter, but we are a little short from that. We do need 1 land.
1 more land, you know, getting a green source would be great here for Javier, but any land will do to do exactly what you mentioned there, Corey. In hand for Shuhei, South Pole Voyager. Man, that card would be absolutely sick with Javier's deck.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding. Yeah, both of them definitely recognizing how powerful just white decks in general are here in this limited format, and that is definitely one of the better ones.
We've seen a couple of excellent players posting their tier list, and several of them have white right at the tippy top of the pyramid, so not surprising to see that.
Yeah, Shuhei did post a pyramid of his limited experience where if you can be mono white, he's like, do that.
Do that, yeah. I mean, it was pretty close to Javier being purely mono white based on his picks after finding the Gather the White Lotus, so...
Yeah, a great seat, it seems like, for his spot. I mean, just 2 Earth Kingdom Jailers alone.
Yeah, back-to-back packs. It was just like,
so incredible.
Well, Christmas came early for
no
Javier Dominguez.
Kidding. Yeah, that card is unbelievable. The fact that it's an ally, too, it's like, all right, this is just one of the best uncommons in the set.
So now we're going to see Heibai getting for a big old swing here. Callous Inspector gets munched. It's going to ding Shuhei as well and produce that clue token. So just more fodder for the big old panda.
Yeah, and Javier using his life as a resource here, not trying to do any double blocks and maybe get blown out by a removal spell. And even if you do deal with it, Javier is really trying to set up this Earth Kingdom Jailer and Rocky Rebuke in response to the target. So this is a big draw step here for this game.
We got a clock here now because that airship, give it 3 turns and you're going to have an entire fleet of 8 airships to deal with. So
I've never done it yet. Have you?
I've had it done against me, and then I killed them with an unblockable June shortly thereafter. So I bet they were mad about it. Sorry, opponent.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding.
Yeah, this card is great.
Yeah, if you don't do the thing, or if you do the thing with that card and you don't get to win, that feels brutal.
Yeah.
So Javier did pick up a land. So that play is online.
Sweet. I think we're going to see it. Let's see. Checking out these ships first and foremost.
Yeah. Okay, so there is already a copy.
Because we did the sacrifice with Heibai's attack, so he's got the engine online for sure.
And this can still be crewed, you know?
Yeah.
That makes blockers, it makes your removal really difficult because anytime you were to cast Rocky Rebuke on a creature, well, you crew it up, and even if you were to kill the creature that's, you know, the airship itself, it can just recrew to another airship, so it can be very difficult.
Doing math.
So he's thinking about invasion tactics instead here.
Oh, okay. Let's start with that. Draw some extra cards, huh?
And and that was
That's just going to be it. Nice.
You were going to get a lot of activations from the Earth King as well. So, yeah, impressive stuff there for game number 1.
Yeah, plenty of land getting found in the library there from the Earth King. One of the coolest things about him, I would say, especially if you have a splash, you know, just one random other land in the deck.
Oh, yeah. Great fixing on top of just 4 power or 4 mana for 4 power and a 2/2. The card's incredible. The only disadvantage to the Earth King is there is a lot of airbending, so losing your bear to airbending is less than ideal, but
that's no
still
fun.
far too good to not play, of course.
Oh yeah, and if you can somehow airbend the Earth King, then you know, you just get another bear back. Easy.
Feels like a flavor fail, but you know, still very good combo. I would agree with you.
Let's take a look here at the hands. We got Zhao, Ruthless Admiral, Tolls of War, and Razor Rings in hand for Shuhei. So nice little engine piece there in Tolls of War. And for Javier, we have an Earth Kingdom Jailer, True Ancestry, Raucous Audience, Zhong's Deserters, and Haru Hidden Talent. So still no green though, but Rumble Arena made an appearance.
Yeah, Rumble Arena definitely helps, but that does slow down Javier's curve. But being able to have the Deserters here as a play, even if you don't have a forest on top, plenty fine. And now you have the Earth Jailer as an option, or just start playing some of your 2-drop green cards.
Yeah. Now, just remember, the Jailer doesn't hit anything beneath 3 mana value, so, or should I say 2 mana value or less. So I've got to make sure it's got a target for that.
Yeah, only hitting the large stuff.
Yeah, bigger stuff. Getting in there for 2 with Zhong's Deserters.
And just
Raucous Audience. Nice.
Trying to just get a mana advantage here. That seems great.
Extra green as well, which he's lacking a little bit of. Zhao, Ruthless Admiral, hits the board here. So any sacrifice effect will pump the team. A little bit more work to do for the pump on, you know, the black side of things here for this archetype.
Definitely, but that card really is just a great combo with any kind of clues.
Yeah.
Feels like it should be best in Rakdos, but it does kind of seem like it overperforms in Azorius here. Or Orzhov, excuse me.
It's not a card we see all too often, I would say. You know, these drafts often feel very different to what you know, what you're practicing with on the ladders, you know, on Arena, on MTG Online.
Yeah, most of the time your decks look, you know, pretty weak at the World Championship. Everybody knows what the strong cards are. Everyone knows exactly what the color combinations they want to be in are. And yeah, maybe online not as much, but Shuhei has a nice one in hand here. We do have Day of the Black Sun. There's some good interaction, and even the Messenger Hawk with Firebending 2 to be able to sacrifice it in combat is a great exchange as well, especially because it triggers your powerful enchantment, the Tolls of War as well.
Yeah. If you can just feed that every turn, then you will always have something to sacrifice. Looks like we're going to offer a Allies at Last to get Zhao off the battlefield.
Makes a lot of sense. That card is really, really strong. And man, so is Allies at Last. One of the most powerful removal spells. Anytime you can pay 1 mana for an instant speed removal spell, you got to be feeling really good.
Dale the Black Sun. Dale Black Sun taking care of the board here, though, so all permanents go bye-bye except for Tolls of War. And, you know, that's often what you have to pay when the board just gets wiped.
Yep. And now, not the best follow-up. You definitely don't just want to be jamming out the Earth Kingdom Jailer most of the times, but just being able to restock here, get a little regrowth action, get something back, looks solid.
Yep. True Ancestry getting a clue as well as a critter back from the graveyard here for Javier. Just deciding what it is he wants. And it's going to be Haru.
Yeah, that card, when it gets unchecked, it really can do some serious damage, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And Javier's just got a nice Celestia go wide deck with 2 invasion tactics. You know, if you squint hard enough, it looks like Overrun. But sometimes even better. That effect, when you just have one ally, you play the tactics and just connect once, draw a card, and it replaces itself. That card is perfectly reasonable, even in that aspect.
Yeah.
But we saw what it was last game, where it was just this kind of overrun effect that ends the game out
Oops, you're dead.
immediately. Yeah, exactly.
Who needs combat tricks when I can just play this in my first?
Exactly.
Green source found here now for Javier. Are we going to see Haru hit the board first? Yes, indeed. Now, no targets currently for the Jailer.
No, up to. No, okay.
So getting the earthbending going.
Just playing it.
Yeah, okay. 3 mana, 3/3, still strong. I mean, 3 mana, 3/3 that comes with, you know, an extra 1/1 friend.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Haru.
And I also just love earthbending on Rumble Arena. Being able to get that scry every time, it's really nice. It does add up. In the late game, scry 1 kind of, you know, if you squint hard enough, looks like draw a card.
Okay.
Not buying that one?
No.
Okay,
no.
fair.
The vigilance is nice, though. I like
Yeah.
that. Putting a whole bunch of counters on, having an attacker and a big blocker, that to me seems pretty decent.
I do love the abilities on the land as well, you know, unblockable and stuff like that. You're
Oh,
like,
yeah,
all
the
right,
secret tunnel.
This is weird on a land, and then you get an earthbent, and, you know, after it destroyed me in a match, I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I buy the hype.
Earthbending is pretty sweet. You know, it kind of lessens the risk of putting your lands into battle for you.
Yeah.
You get them back, and if you can trigger it with something like Earthbender Ascension, get all the landfall, ooh,
Yeah.
it's so nice.
It's incredible.
Ooh, South Pole Voyager.
Yep. So here's a nice thing that Shuhei did there. Had the ability to just play pretending Poxbearers there, but instead sacked the clue to get the 1/1 to trigger your powerful 2-drop to be able to draw a card.
Yeah. Sweet.
And just trying to say, you know what, I'm going to use this value I have on the battlefield right now and save my creatures in hand for a little bit later. And now Shuhei has a heck of a turn next turn with that top deck jet.
Absolutely. Earth King hits the board here.
That was a great draw, too.
Yeah. Makes a bear. Hey, Bosco. You know he's just a bear.
Just a bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I feel like they're all 2 creatures, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Saber-tooth moose lion.
Yeah, everyone from the Avatar world, if you see a creature that's just a bear, they freak out. Like, what?
What do you mean?
This isn't a turtle dog? But Javier is definitely setting up this go-wide battlefield, but the thing is Shuhei is doing a fantastic job of controlling the battlefield and really lessening the impact of invasion tactics.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jet now hitting the board, taking care of Bosco, well, the bear in this case. And, yeah, really whittling down Javier's board state.
Yeah, and Shuhei just keeps drawing gas off the top. Water Tribe Captain is amazing. You know, pretending Poxbearers is great. Anything, Shuhei's just making a game plan and executing it perfectly to just trigger South Pole Voyager every single turn.
Yeah.
And when you do that, drawing 2 cards a turn, you're probably going to get it done.
Oh, yeah. I think you're sitting in a pretty good position if you're able to do that. So let's see where Shuhei goes with his next turn. Poxbearers, Razor Rings, Water Tribe Captain, 3 solid cards in hand there for Shuhei. On the other side of things, Airbending Lesson, we like that.
Yep.
That gets another bear for Javier if he wants to. Invasion Tactics, as well as the Water Tribe Captain, which hits the board here.
Now, the one thing, you know, Javier has going on is his creatures are a little bit bigger than Shuhei's, but not by a ton. And with Shuhei drawing this many cards a turn, has that removal spell, you know, hanging out already. This is going to be a very tough game for Javier to win. This Celestia deck just doesn't come from behind as well as it almost plays like a tempo aggro deck.
Yeah.
So when he falls behind, it gets a lot worse. And Shuhei is just drawing nothing but gas off the top.
Good grief.
11:24.
Realm of Ko picked up now 2. Wolfbat, another flyer to add to the skies if he so chooses. Like, that is a lot going on here for the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like Razor Rings. It's so nice when it works.
So good. And Realm of Ko works really, really well with South Pole Voyager. So that pretty much just says that Shuhei is going to have gas in the tank every single turn. So Javier has to find a way to be able to deal with that 2-drop or try to go extremely wide. And, I mean, here's the go wide turn, but how good does this attack even look? We will see.
I mean, yeah, definitely great for going wide.
And it's strong. You know, I mean, this is an attack where Shuhei is not going to want to put a bunch of creatures, you know, in front of these to then trade or anything like that and 2-for-1 himself. But Shuhei is just going to throw away a couple of these creatures, a couple of these pretending poxbearers, and then just have more 1/1s. And kind of go from there. But getting 4 lands out of your decks here is really nice.
Not too bad. Nice. Oh, man. No.
Setting up nicely for...
Lotus.
Yes,
Lotus.
exactly.
Please, deck, be good. It's so satisfying when you can thin your entire deck of all the lands and you're just drawing gas the entire time.
Yeah, I think the Earth King is the card that I have probably... the, like, you know, topper echelon of rares that I've drafted the most. I've had a lot of Earth Kings.
Yeah.
And, you know, whenever I play that card on turn 4,
you win.
I have a pretty high success rate, that's for sure.
This battlefield gummed up quite nicely here. Shuhei has the advantage, though, at this point, as he's got the high life total, he's got the creatures, he's got things in the air, but does he have a way to stop Javier from further developing his board here?
Yeah, and I think all that Shuhei is really thinking about now is how much do I value you drawing 1 card off the tactics, you know, whenever an ally connects. So, you know, we're probably going to see him block the allies, maybe take the non-allies here. When you're at 24 life, your life's a huge resource here.
Oh, this is so cool. Both poxbearers are going to trigger and get more allies, so
sorry.
going to trigger again.
Okay, sorry. So they all die.
Javia's like, nah, let's not double block. I like the single block a little better.
And you take 4. So 20 to 11.
And taking 4, you do get to draw a card.
Yep.
You draw 1 card, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Invasion tactics on the board there.
Okay. So this is dead.
Don't forget your 1/1s.
Clean house.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my. 2 tokens enter, so you draw a card during Javier's turn. No big deal.
Very, very cool.
Yeah.
Southpaw Voyager is so good.
It's
if you
so
see
good.
it, draft it. Pick it up. Do not let it go.
It's in the best color. It's an ally. It's a 2-drop that, you know, most of the time it's a 4-drop, right? Like you want to be playing this and then something, because then if it dies, at least you got the value off of it. But I mean, you see some of these games where it just gets left unchecked. I mean, the game looks comical. Like, you know, Javier's doing stuff for sure and is definitely not completely out of this, but this game has looked kind of over since the first draw off that void.
Yeah.
It's that incredible.
It is an uphill battle. Azula always lies. Is going to take care of Haru. You know, just stopping the increasing amount of creatures being developed on the board here for Javier. So now he needs something to get over the top here, and it starts with gathering the White Lotus.
Yeah.
So if we can gather the White Lotus, I think this game will swing back in the other direction.
Yeah, I think gather the White Lotus, scry into second invasion tactics. That's like some of the
that would be sick.
That's some of the big game stuff that Javier has to do here. There is not like, okay, I'm just gonna draw a saber-toothed moose lion and get out of it. You know, that's not enough.
That'll catch a bird at least.
Yeah, that's fair. But now Shuhei getting aggressive is extremely terrifying for Javier, because Shuhei's deck, out of the 2, definitely feels like more of the control deck. I mean, when you have a sweeper, that's kind of telling as well. But.
So you got 5 mana up.
Looks like only 4.
Just 4?
Yeah, so I blocked here, yeah. block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damage.
Yeah.
So no pump.
One, right? Dos, 4, 5. The 2, right?
2, 3, 9. Yeah, 2.
Yeah, already pumped with the 5 mana there, so.
Ah, yes.
Nope.
Yeah, I think he's got 1 card to. I mean, with the flyer here, this is just going to be GG.
Piandao is nice, but not going to cut it for this game number 2 here between Shuhei Nakamura and Javier Dominguez. So we get treated to a game 3.
Wouldn't have it any other way, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, Javier, it's weird to even say newer on the scene, you know, but compared to Shuhei and how long Shuhei's been around, and how many times when I would go to a limited GP back in the day, you know, I would, of course, maybe limp into day 2, something like that, and Shuhei was top 8ing every single one of these limited Grand Prix. You know, him and Martin Juza stood out to me as the limited just masters on that circuit.
What, 33 Grand Prix top 8s?
Just 33, yeah.
He was our undefeated leader in Edge of Eternity's Pro Tour.
Yep.
So.
Which was awesome to see.
Jeez, yeah. It was sweet. Haru, Hidden Talent, hits the board here first. Let's have a look what's in hand. Ooh, hey, June.
Okay.
Messenger Hawk, Water Trap Captain, Southpaw Voyager. All right. Running
That's
down
a
turn
solid 2-drop. That's a solid 2-drop. And right now, Javier does not have, you know, one of his fight or bite spells to be able to deal with it. So, you know, you can play Zhang's Deserters, and that's okay. Javier kind of has a free attack here if he wants to get in there with this 1/1. I mean, you can, of course, just boost it up first and then get in there for 2, but no way Shuhei is blocking this with the possibility of fancy footwork or any other kind of pump spell.
Yeah.
Or Razor Rings. I mean, I would imagine Shuhei just does not put that 2-drop into combat at all.
No.
If he doesn't have to.
I don't think it's even worth contemplating, to be honest. If Javier was tapped out, then sure, yeah.
He blocked?
Oh. Interesting. I am befuddled.
Wow.
Huh.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
What does that tell you, Corey?
I mean, I never would have blocked for sure. Like, the fancy footwork is an incredible lesson. It didn't get its full value here, but, you know, that is still one of the best creatures, if not the best creature in both of their decks. So I'm very shocked by that.
Okay.
Wow.
You know, sometimes you try and bait out a removal spell for something better coming, but like...
Yeah. I mean, the one thing about that is it would have been a pretty easy bluff from Javier because, I mean, I would have thought the same, like, okay, there's no way Shuhei would ever block. And if Shuhei thinks that too, maybe this is time to call a bluff. But I'm still shocked by that.
Ooh, I see Avatar's Wrath in his hand. That card is sick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one that's brought in from the sideboard, it looks like, here from Shuhei.
Pick a critter, it gets to stay. Your
I mean,
opponents can't cost anything from exile until your next turn.
I mean, it makes perfect sense because it is a card that is so incredibly good against Gather the White Lotus.
Yeah.
Just any kind of go wide, or the Earth King.
Yeah, even.
I mean, I
tokens,
guess they do get the bear back anyways when you recast it, but...
oh, it just slows them down. I mean, at that point, when you're casting it, you figure, okay, cool, I'm going for the kill next turn.
Yeah, so really nice sideboard tech there.
Messenger Hawk, June, Bounty Hunter, Avatar's Wrath in hand for Shuhei. Javier just has the airbending lesson to rely on. So let's see if we can find some more gas.
And just look how much better this turn would have been from Shuhei if we still had the Voyager in play. Going June into Messenger Hawk, draw a card, gain some life. You know, that really would have negated the attack.
The Southpaw Voyager is just triggering off the allies, so...
Oh, yeah, of course, of course.
But, you know, in another instance where there are a bunch of allies and then the Avatar's Wrath, being able to recast those guys and get more value off of it, that would have been sweet.
Yeah.
I am sad it's dead. I like drawing cards.
Yeah, not too much going on for either player at the moment.
Yes.
Nothing too exciting in hand, but Shuhei with the land to be able to sack, get some extra cards.
Yeah, a little bit of dirtle time here.
Yeah, and a little bit of Air Force here. is really nice here from Shuhei as well. So
Yeah.
early advantage to him.
I think that's going to be the key here in this matchup. If Javier can't draw removal for them, these birds are going to just, I would say run away with it, but they're flying. They're going to fly away with this this game here.
Oh, that was a
Ooh,
great
hello.
draw. Just something where you can get,
Boom.
Oh, incredible. Something to be able to draw some cards every turn.
Yeah.
And a huge swing. That might have been Javier's best draw. He does have 2 of them, but still incredibly strong.
Is that 6 coming in?
6 draw card.
Yeah, 6, draw 1. Now that one isn't like the Earth King where, you know, you attack with 2 large creatures, you get to draw 2 cards. Just 1. That card would be bananas. Wow, and looks like he top decked the second one. Oh,
What? No way.
My goodness.
Another pump, draw 2 cards on contact?
Yeah, you know what I was saying, how you only draw 1? Just kidding. When you have 2 of them, you do get to draw 2.
He
so.
drafted 3, didn't he?
I only see 2. I only see
sideboard?
2 in the
He may-
deck.
I think he's got another one in the sideboard.
You know, that would make sense. That would make sense. Playing too many of that card, you know, can be a little bit
Yeah, you
brutal,
don't want
but
that
it
many
really
5-drops, but-
is extremely powerful, as we're seeing on display here.
Yeah. And again, you know, this card is not something you pick super highly in the drafts you play online, but in this instance, with this many allies, it's looking great.
God, I picked that card so highly, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily correct. I'm sure the stats say it's maybe not, you know, the
I
best
like
card,
Team
but I
Avatar
just
more.
love it. Yeah.
I should say, and gang.
There you go.
Sokka's names are just far better, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I mean, this is devastating now. I mean, playing a second tactics, now Shuhei's going to have to really put some blockers in front, and blocking on the turn that you invasion tactics feels extremely bad.
Gonna do it. I like this.
Wow.
Brute force, that's the invasion tactic.
And now, I mean, Shuhei's really got to think about blocking both of the allies, as if one of them connects, you get to draw 2. I mean, you start to fall very far behind here. And the Avatar's Wrath, it says Wrath in the name, but it is not a Wrath.
No.
You know, it is a speed bump.
Yeah.
And, it, you know, it does delay Javier for a turn with, you know, not being able to cast them out of airbending, but not the biggest deal. And this is a huge attack.
7, you go to 4.
Yep.
I will draw 2 cards, and this is 3 damage.
Oof.
Thinking, okay?
Haru gets dead. What does Javier take off the board here? I mean, the flyers are annoying.
Yep.
15-4 will be.
The wolf bat will go bye-bye because it's got the
Finality counter
finality
on it.
counter
Yep.
yeah.
So can only kill 1 creature here, and they're all medium. You know, so it no matter what, this is a pretty good exchange from Shuhei based on this block alone. But the entirety of the combat step is a horrific exchange for him. The back-to-back tactics here was just devastating in a game that really looked in Shuhei's favor.
Is June going? I think that's the right call.
I think so too. June
is
very scary.
a card draw engine. So, bye-bye.
2.
Draws 2. Avatar enthusiasts, a land.
Earth King Jailer and airbending lesson. I mean, this is incredible.
Javier Dominguez looking in a very, very commanding spot here right now in round 2 of World Championship 31. Is he going to be a 3-time world champion?
Man, I would, you know, I already wouldn't want to play against Javier, or either of these players.
Yeah.
I would not want to be playing round 2 in a draft against them. But it seems like playing against Javier Dominguez at the World Championship is one of the most difficult things you can do as a Magic player.
Yeah, it's like, you know when Sozin's Comet comes by and all the firebenders just get supercharged?
Yeah.
That's kind of the World Championship for Javier Dominguez.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, he seems to be super, super close here to picking up another win, remain undefeated. And Corey, we know how important these draft rounds are at the World Championship. There are 2 less rounds of constructed. So if you're going, draft doesn't matter, you are so wrong, friends.
Very
it is
much
so important, even more so here.
Yeah, absolutely. Draft is extra weighted at these tournaments. So, and I mean, we've had the limited set for a decent amount of time. It's not like the
like
fastest.
1 extra week, yeah.
Yeah, like 1 extra week. But I mean, sometimes we've had it for 6 weeks where these formats are very much established.
Yeah.
I think we're in the middle ground here.
Yeah,
you know, like players have figured out some stuff, but figured out that white is the best color. I think that's pretty universally known, but there's still plenty of other variables that these teams are figuring out. So
I mean, Edge of Eternities was like pretty long after the set release that we had the Pro Tour, but I think it was Duskmorn, one of the later sets from end of last year, that it was like immediately into a Pro Tour. So.
Yeah, yeah. So Earth Kingdom Jailer here is looking to exile one of the 3 drops, and Javier is definitely setting up an end step airbender, airbending lesson something, untap, Earth Kingdom Jailer, another thing, get in a good attack. If anything, try to draw 2 cards off one of these allies connecting, and that whole plan looks very solid for Javier right now.
It does indeed. Realm of Ko, making those little unblockable spirits. Unless you are a spirit, it's not going to
Which there are a decent amount of.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like that was just unblockable until I started attacking into some creatures. I'm like, yes, hey, bye. You can
are
block.
A spirit.
Yeah.
All right, so both players slowing things down here as we get into the nitty-gritty of this matchup. Shuhei is sitting at 4. That's not a whole lot of life to work with.
Yeah, not a whole lot at all. And like, yeah, this Avatar's Wrath, it can do some things. It can put some speed bumps, and we'll see if Shuhei wants to do that right now.
I don't know if he's too keen on that idea right now.
Yeah.
Where are the cards?
Wouldn't you like to know, Javier? Just keep playing things. You'll make Shuhei do something eventually.
Yeah. Oh, didn't go for Avatar's Wrath. We could just be all done here. Because, yeah, if you...
Move one, jail another.
Jail another, but then there is the Razor Rings, which should be able to keep Javier alive here. Or, excuse me, keep Shuhei alive here.
Yeah, and also gain some life.
Yeah.
It's true, right?
Yeah, it's a no-run for me.
So,
Okay.
Shuhei definitely not out of it.
I missed the line.
Yet.
My turn. Better late than never.
Deciding what he wants to hit.
Yeah, this record.
Oh!
Ooh, targeting himself.
I love that.
Oh, that is cheeky. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, removing the 2 blockers is lethal in that aspect, but removing 1 blocker and making all your creatures lethal attack is the same way to present a lethal clock. Oh, this is so genius. Because now this Razor Rings is not going to be able to destroy anything because you have the Water Tribe Captain that can pump things as well.
Oh, gross.
So I think Javier just... I guess you do got to pay 3 mana for the Jailer, so probably doesn't have it right now, but is going to make Shuhei's Razor Rings pretty bad.
Yeah.
Like, I think we just go to combat here and have the pump available instead of trying to get rid of a blocker.
Yeah, I like that.
This was an excellent play by Javier Dominguez.
So Shuhei does lose out on extra life points there, courtesy of the Invasion Tactics pump. +2/+2 across the board for these attackers. Blocks are tricky now.
Shuhei just has to block 1 to each. It's almost not tricky at all because what else do you do? The only other thing Shuhei can do is like Razor Rings first, but then Javier just pumps. So that's not great. So we're probably just going to see blocks on everything. Razor Rings plus combat damage from one of these blockers will eliminate 1 creature. But even that is not great. So he is going for the pre-blocks thing to just say, hey, Javier, I want to tap you out. And this could maybe put some alarm bells off for Javier, and looks like he is not going to fall for it.
Okay. So now we move to blocks here. Will Javier take the bait?
Yeah, I gain 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Okay. Yeah, put it back.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep. So that was...
2/2, I'll die.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, that was a 3/3, I guess, not a 4/4. So that was a clean removal.
1 extra life to work with now for Shuhei, sitting at 5. 2 creatures on Shuhei's side and 2 now on Javier's. We do know about the Enthusiasts and the Jailer in hand for Javier.
Now Javier is just thinking, how far should I extend? There's still a true sweeper in the list with Day of the Black Sun. And, you know, this is open deck list as far as, you know, you get to see what's in the main deck. You also get to see what's in the sideboard. So Javier could have that Avatar's Wrath on the brain as well. And yeah, decides to play this very conservatively. And at this moment, you know, maybe not necessarily correct because, well, Shuhei doesn't have the sweeper. But if you do have it, I mean, it is just detrimental. But are spirits good with this gigantic spirit monster here, Ailey?
Well, Heibai does like to nibble on spirits.
Yeah.
That's probably not correct, but they are good sacrifice fodder, and you know, continuing to feed the bear just makes whatever he gives his counters to eventually that much larger. So
yeah, terrifying.
Nice pickup here for Shuhei.
Terrifying creature to play against, and a terrifying creature in the show.
Ooh, yes, very much so. So if he plays that, does he wrath afterwards? Then I wonder to put counters on the bird.
Yeah,
I am wondering if there's any.
I mean, you do get, yeah, I mean, that is interesting. You could get rid of that, or you could keep your 5/5. Either way, eventually, you got to fire off this Avatar's Wrath, but that is kind of the awkwardness of this card.
Yeah.
It plays out a lot better in a more aggressive base deck, and Shuhei's deck is definitely a little bit more on the grindy side. But
yeah, I mean, it needs to benefit. Okay, there we go.
And I cannot cast from exile until.
Right, so he's keeping the creature that he can't get back on the board.
But I cannot cast next turn.
It's a 3/3. It's unblockable. We do have an answer here for Javier, or from Javier, I should say.
This Razor Rings is excellent here.
So this poor little wolf guy is going to meet his end here. Gain 1 for Javier, up to 15.
Yeah, that was excellent.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, we're for sure going to see the Avatar Enthusiast. The Earth Kingdom Jailer doesn't look that strong. You'll probably save that one for one of Shuhei's creatures. But, yeah, I mean, this overall was a great exchange for Shuhei. Shuhei feels like he's kind of back to a head. But, of course, Javier has a lot of amazing top decks.
Yeah.
Gather the White Lotus, once again, seems like the best possible card at this
I haven't
stage.
seen it. It'll be great to see, especially with this Enthusiast on the board. 2 creatures that are airbended currently can't be played until the turn comes back to Javier. That's the clause of Avatar's Wrath. So Realm of Ko, excuse me, able to make some extra creatures. But what else do we have going here for Shuhei? He does have the 2 creatures airbended as well. So let's start there.
Yep, get the clue, be able to sack that.
Oh,
and,
nice. Suki.
Big draw step there as well. So now at this point, Javier is well and truly behind and needs a good draw. He has a lot of them. The Earth King looks awesome. Gather the White Lotus is great. And
Courageous Rescuer is such a sweet card.
Yeah. Or
Pseudo Anthem, you know, just +1 across the board for the team. And Permanent's leaving. She makes things.
Yeah.
Makes more allies.
Very strong card, that's for sure. Very highly statted for just 3 mana. It's an ally.
Adelina at home, as LSV called her.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
She might not be resplendent, but she is courageous.
Yeah, no kidding.
Here comes the Jailer.
I'm thinking.
What's it going to target? 2 juicy options here.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be the Messenger Hawk. I think that's for sure. So it is just Heibai or the powerful 2/4. I mean, the Heibai is going to get large. It's going to get extremely big, especially with the Realm of Ko. I mean, that's a great combo. Realm of Ko is just great with both of the rares here, though. Or excuse me, the uncommon and the rare.
The bear could be rare. He's a good bear.
Yeah, I think I like that. And now we just get to start dumping all the creatures that were hanging out. And just Javier can try to go as wide as possible. So he can cast everything.
Yep. Everything's just 2 mana.
He'll have to play the planes.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I was going to say he's going to have to play the planes in hand if he doesn't, you know, use the white mana to play this healer. I like that. There's no real point in playing the planes from hand yet. Give Shuhei a little bit of a mystery. Yeah.
I mean, anyway, he can play it for just 2 generic mana from exile. So, whoops.
Throwing that dice.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is a big, big critter. 7.
Block with the whole team.
What survives, if anything?
There would be the ally that would live.
Heibai's 5/5 currently?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just the ally would live. I mean, but one thing living where Shuhei gets to then move the counters on it's not nothing, but yeah, then all of a sudden, Shuhei's kind of out of gas as well. So what a swinging game.
Jeez, yeah, this one has been pretty insane. You know, at one point I was like, oh yeah, Javier's got this, but Shuhei kept finding gas and removal and answers here for Javier's threats.
Yeah,
so.
and to even go further back, before the first tactics, I'm like, well, Shuhei's got this. You know?
Yeah.
So it has definitely went back and forth, so.
Pox bearers in hand, it seems like, yeah.
Okay.
Pentapox. That episode was great. Planes and pretending pox bearers.
Nothing too great here. You can activate the rumble.
And that is it. So Shuhei Nakamura couldn't find an answer there. Javier Dominguez picking up the win and remains undefeated. So, hey, Corey.
Yeah.
Do you think Javier is going to go 3-time world champion this week?
I mean, I am not ever going to make a bet against Javier Dominguez at what I think we just have to rename as his tournament, not even the World Championship. If you win it a third time, I think it is just your event. So, yeah, I mean, I put some good odds on him taking down this pod.
Sweet, sweet deck. You know, it doesn't look like one of the strongest lists he could have made, but we could have drafted, but he seems pretty happy with it. And where's our Gather the White Lotus? Maybe we'll see it next round.
Maybe he sided it out. All right, probably not.
I don't think so. All right, well, that, I believe, is going to do it for round number 2, friends. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have round 3, our final draft round for the day.
The Magic Limited Championship is a brand new special event coming in 2027, a competition that brings Limited to the center stage. You can qualify in 2026 at Limited Championship Qualifiers, LTQs for short, held at regional championships, Spotlight Series events at every MagicCon event in 2026 and in MTG Arena through the new in 2026 Arena Limited Championship Tournament structure. Invites are also given to the current world champion, the top 16 drafters in the 2026 play season, and Hall of Fame members can use their one-yearly Pro Tour invite at the 2027 Limited Championship. More details to come on the championship next year, so keep an eye on magic.gg and the Play Magic social channels for the latest news. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 31. What I'm thinking about when I'm not thinking about the 2027 Limited Championship. I am so excited for that, but also excited for this weekend, the culmination of a great season of Magic here in the building. 126 players battling for the title and that trophy. Take a look at that Lotus trophy. It is so beautiful. I will not shut up about it all weekend long. It's just glorious.
If it goes missing, we know where to look.
Yes. It's in my luggage. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the news desk. Riley Knight, you've got an update for us on our draft pods.
Yes, I do. Once again, we're going to go around the traps, Maria, and have a look at how things have shaken out on the feature match, the pods that we've been following so far. Of course, we've brought you all the action from some of our feature matches, but that hasn't painted the full picture here. And on Draft Pod 1, obviously, we open things up by watching Javier Dominguez not only draft, but take down the first two rounds. Derek Davis will be his opponent to determine who 3-0s or trophies, this draft table as we call it. On our second draft pod table, you can see here that Shota Yasuoka and Eli Cassis are 2-0, probably the two higher profile players on this table. So unsurprising to see these two titans of the game getting up for the 3-0 match. And finally on draft pod 3 here on our third feature match table, the reigning Pro Tour champion Michael Plummer is going up against Alex Rohan here to see who will emerge undefeated from this draft pod. Well, three tables packed with talent, as indeed the entire World Championship is, Maria, and only one from each of these tables will emerge unscathed at the end of 3 rounds.
Absolutely. We're about to find out what happens there coming up in just a little bit. But first, let's meet another one of our big testing teams here in the room this weekend. This time, it's Team Handshake Moxfield, captained by Simon Nielsen.
I am here with the captain of Team Handshake Moxfield, Simon Nielsen. Simon, we want to learn more about your team, starting with Alex Riederson.
Oh yeah, Alex just came off a heartbreaking 9th place finish at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, and I qualified him here for Worlds. He's someone who helps us think outside the box and really encourages to keep us healthy. We went climbing earlier this week, actually.
Arne Huschenbeck.
Yeah, Arne is like the German powerhouse. He's like our anchor. Whenever we try to get too cute, Arne has both feet solidly planted in the ground and pulls us back in. He also just spent a month in Bali before the tournament here to store up some heat before the Seattle cold weather.
Charles Wong.
Charles is a Seattle local, so he spent a bunch of time driving us around, grocery shopping, etc. And he's one of our recent additions from this year. We're still not sure if he's colorblind, like judging by the way he drafts, you might think it, but he still beats us with all his 5-color piles, so I don't know.
Eli Cassis.
Eli is the oldest member of the team, and we rely on him for his wisdom and just good advice. He's like super busy with life before we get to the testing house, but then once we meet up, he kicks into different gear and just figures out the format for us.
Johnny Gutman.
Yeah, we just call him Genki. He used to be one of the young players we added during the online era because we saw his potential. Now he's reaching that potential with his top 8 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, and we cannot be more proud of him.
Carl Serup.
Carl's a limited specialist. He's Estonian, but lives in Colombia, where he grinds Magic Online all day. Usually his takes makes us think he's crazy, but he's also usually right, so I don't know what that says about us.
Lyndon Coote.
Lyndon is the Canadian regional champion, and he's one of our newest additions for this tournament specifically. He's young and motivated and a bit of a deck experimentalist. He's the one who got us on the Otters deck that we're playing for this tournament.
Matty Kuzma.
So Matty is one of our stoic Finns. He has taken this year off from work to focus on Magic and travel the world, and this has brought him to the World Championship yet again. He's also an excellent cook, which you got to enjoy in the testing house.
Mikko Iraksinen.
Mikko is one of our newest additions, fresh off his top 8 at Edge of Eternities, and an old friend of Matti. He's a master of discipline and time management. It's impressive how much Magic he gets to play, despite juggling a full-time job and 2 young kids.
Stefan Schütz.
Stefan is from Austria, and he's a feared name in the Magic Online circuit. He might be in contention for the best player in the world without a Pro Tour top 8, but he's never missed a Pro Tour Day 2 in his life.
Zevin Faust.
we just call him Turtle. He's one of the like new young players, and he's like very impressive. After we saw him make top 8 at his first Pro Tour in Aether Drift earlier this year, we knew we had to pick him up. And he's just excitable and incredibly well-spoken whenever you ask him about any game analysis question.
And tell us about you, Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, so I'm Simon. I'm just a regular old dude who plays the Pro Tours and enjoys it. I'm trying to figure out my life after, going professional in Magic Gathering these past few years. And, otherwise I just enjoy doing improv theater and kind of being the leader of Team Handshake unofficially.
That is Team Handshake Moxfield with regular old Simon Nielsen.
I am with two phenomenal players from Team Handshake Moxfield. Simon Nielsen, the 2023 Player of the Year, and the 2022 World's runner-up, Ely Cassis. Quick little check-in on how they're doing in Limited. Simon, 1-1. How are you feeling about your deck and your chances of getting another win?
I'm ecstatic about 1-1. Are you kidding me? 50% win rate? If you saw my drafts online, I had a 25% win rate in this format. So I am happy to get the 1 win and be on the board.
This is a little modest for you. Normally you're blasting off to the top of the standings, which is what Ely is currently doing. 2-0. How are you feeling about your deck and your 100% win rate?
Thank you. I wish I was feeling as good as Simon was, but no, I like my deck. I have rares and I'm just 2 colors. I thought I would go soup before the draft, and I just got some nice rares, and I'm like, just strong 2-color deck.
We've got strong 2-color deck, some modest gentlemen from a very good team. Ely, Simon, good luck.
You can feel the love there on Team Handshake Moxfield. Love these guys. Our eyes on them all weekend long, tracking their progress. Well, something we asked the players before we joined here for this tournament were some words of wisdom that have stuck with them throughout their careers. So let's get into our next batch of words of wisdom. Monty, what do you got for us?
Okay. So, we can sleep after deck listening.
I don't know how wise
Love that one. Love that one.
Okay. I've gone here as well. Good players don't bluff for the sake of it. If it looks like I have something because my play sucks otherwise, then you should assume I have it.
Oh, all right. Well, what about this one, you two? You should assume that you did something wrong in your games.
There's a level of humility to that last one that I really enjoy. And there's something transferable about that as well, right? You take that to your broader life. It's like, I probably could have done better with most things that I tried. I don't know. There's a very harsh sort of self-mastery to that.
I think the sooner players accept that reality, the sooner they will have the level up moment in professional Magic.
Well, how about I assume it every single game because it's true?
That's
You're already on your way.
For some players. Like, I'm right there with you, Maria.
It could just be sloppy play. I don't know. Let's check out our next feature match here. Round number 3 of draft here this morning for the pod. Who will it be? Javier Dominguez up against Derek Davis. 11 top finishes for Javier, 1 for Derek Davis. Let's get to meet Javier Dominguez, your current reigning world champion, 2-time world champion. In fact, can he make it 3 this weekend? Well, he's certainly starting out well enough to do so, Riley.
Yes, indeed, and the numbers speak for themselves. We've already talked about his incredible win rate, particularly in Constructed. Look at that. He leads the field. These are statistics taken from the last 2 or 3 years worth of events since we've come back to Paper Magic in early 2023. And you can see he leads the field in terms of his Constructed win rate. This guy's an absolute powerhouse.
Have to get through Derek Davis to do it, though. Derek Davis, season goal, make it top 8. Hoping to do that here this weekend. Let's check out some of Derek Davis's stats, Brad.
Well, the most impressive thing here is the fact that he has made 10 out of 11 day 2s. He's played in 11 events and he has day 2'd 10 of them. Incredibly consistent performances from this bloke. And the other thing here is some very long win streaks to his name as well. So this guy's a real contender.
All right, talk to me about their decks, though, Monty.
Okay, well, we're going to start with Javier's deck. It's the one that we saw drafted. We've seen it in 2 feature matches now, and we're seeing it in a 3rd because he just can't stop winning. The deck is good. He was happy with it. We were pretty happy with it watching it get drafted out. Big shout out to the 2 copies of Earth Kingdom Jailer that really brought the deck together in Pack 2, I believe. But also just having an incredible rare like the Earth King in your deck does give you that big boon, and we've seen him put it to good use. So this deck is very solid. It has the pieces that you're looking for, and so far it's looked really good for Javier. On the other side, we have Derek Davis's deck, and I'm going to be honest, this deck is kind of meh. There's not that much going on here. The curve is a little awkward. It's a little 3 heavy rather than focusing on 2s and being able to build yourself up for double spells. But the creatures that are there, you have access to removal, you have access to some combat tricks. I do think that Derek probably had a bit of a rough draft and tried to cobble this together. So the fact that he's already gotten a 2-0 out of it, fantastic. If he can get a 3-0 with this deck at the World Championship, I think he would be ecstatic.
I love lost days, though. Come on, 2 coffees to lost days. We had a coverage reporter, Corbin Hostler, chat with Derek Davis before this round, this matchup, and this is what he had to say. I have a mediocre deck and have been fortunate to get wins. About to get crushed in feature match, but I'm happy with where I'm at. I started in white early and thought it would be open, but it sounds like Shuhei moved into white and cut me. I made just enough playable. So he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth here, according to Derek Davis. Let's find out what happens and who takes down this pod. Starting out, World Championship at 3-0 is exactly where they want to be. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. I mean, nothing like setting up the feature match by like, I'm about to get crushed, you guys. Like, I can't win, you know. It's
Set
like,
the expectations low, right?
Yeah,
You're
maybe you'll have a chance.
Yeah.
Although, I will say that after having looked at the list, I kind of see where he's coming from. Not in the crushed sense, but what Monty pointed out, really critical there, Paul. Lots of 3-drops makes it very difficult to like ever get the 2 spell turns going. Kind of a rough curve.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a deck we're looking at which had a weird curve and also no bombs. Now, he does have a good amount of interaction, right? He has a good amount of removal. So, you know, with the right combination of draws, maybe he can get there. But Javier has a similar deck, but just looks much, much stronger. So Derek has a very, very uphill battle to fight here.
That's right. You can see the top finish disparity. Just 10 separates these 2 players. There's Javier as he shuffles up and gets ready to play against Derek. This, of course, is going to decide our pod champion, the 3-0 player from this pod. The players play within pods, so there's only one 3-0 player that emerges from each 8-player pod, and it's critical. We've been talking about this a lot today, Paul, but it's really a big difference. If you're tuning in and you're a regular Pro Tour viewer at the World Championship, we are 1 round fewer on each day 1 and 2, and that means that we've got 4 constructed rounds after this, not 5.
Right.
And that means that the weight that is put on these limited rounds is even heavier than normal.
Yeah, and same thing with the losses, right? If you pick up a loss, you just feel it that much more.
Yeah, you do not have any time at the World Championship to kind of ease in and go, well, I had a rough start, but I might be able to. It's like, no. You need to pick up every win. And whichever one of these players wins this match and comes away with that 3-0 is going to put themselves at a big advantage going into Constructed.
And Javier, wow, that is a nice collection of cards. I do believe there is the Earth King in the hand.
I see it.
With a bunch of interaction as well, and going to attack, try to squeeze one point of damage in, and now Derek has to make the decision. You're representing Razor Rings by making this attack, because you wouldn't make this attack with a Pillar Launch or a Yip Yip, because that would just be a 2-for-1 on yourself. Now Derek goes, do I just want to prevent you from playing your 3-drop and force you to play the Razor Rings? That's what this attack is.
Right, and Derek, you know, because Derek is not going to assume that Javier is bluffing here. It's more, do I want to make that trade or not?
Yep.
The upside for Derek to making the trade is that you eat up the mana of Dominguez this turn.
Right.
The downside, of course, is that you do allow Javier to trade off his kind of just okay removal spell for your pretty decent 3.
Yeah, and you know, this is the thing that I was a little bit concerned about with this matchup going in. Both players have reasonable curves, and what you're going to see a lot of the time is both players just going to play a couple of creatures, gum up the ground, and then at some point Javier's going to draw one of his 2 or 3 extremely powerful bombs, and oftentimes those will be good enough to kind of take over the game.
Yeah, in this case it's going to come down right on turn 4, depending on what Derek does. Yeah, he's going to tap out for Kyoshi Warriors, and that means that we're going to see the Earth King.
Yep.
Of the cards in Javier's deck, that is the best one. That is a certified bomb, and it asks nothing of you. This is the type of card that you read and you're like, what am I
downside?
giving up here? And it's even easy to cast, right? Just 3 and a green. Like if you told me this card cost 2 green, I wouldn't even have flinched at all. And it's one of the reasons why it's able to be in Javier's deck, by the way. For those of you that weren't here with us for the draft, he is trying to lean heavily into white. He has his better cards are white, generally speaking. And he has Gather the Grand Lotus.
The White Lotus?
The White Lotus, thank you, which is the mono-white payoff card. Huh. So he didn't play the Earth King here?
Yeah, I think he's just a little bit concerned about just Derek's battlefield here and wants to leave up Razor Rings and just try to slow down what Derek's trying to do. Probably try to use that Razor Rings on the Water Tribe captain. And then I think he's going to have a lot more breathing room afterwards, and then you can maybe safely deploy the Earth King. So that's what's coming through my mind.
Derek, I mean, knows is a strong word, but Derek will certainly have his eye on the fact that Razor Rings could be in hand here.
Oh, yeah, and now look at this.
Can't he just play around it?
Well, he's playing the Rowdy Snowballers here and tapping the land.
Hit the land.
Hit the land, and now Javier, given that he can't play the Razor Rings, he's probably just going to land cycle the Saber-Tooth Moose Tiger and get that land so that he can, just have access to more mana next turn. Saber-Tooth Moose Lion.
How could you, Paul? How could you disrespect such a majestic beast?
It's large.
It's obviously a Saber-Tooth Moose Lion. I mean, look at it.
If that image was pulled up, I would have gotten it right. Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't really see a lot of lions.
I just saw mostly moose.
It was most moose, yeah.
Moose heavy.
Do you know what creature type it is? It's only 2.
Elk?
Yes.
Cat.
Yes. It's the other way around. It's a cat elk. But
why am I even here?
This is a great play by Derek. I really love locking down that plains. And Paul, look at the hand for Javier. Like, kind of gets awkward for him because he decided to keep the Saber-Tooth Moose Lion in hand. And that means he doesn't have a guaranteed 4th land. Now, he does have 4 mana available.
Remember, the Raucous Audience was 6, so you couldn't actually land cycle that turn. But yes, he does have access to the mana here. Has to run it out. But, I mean, Derek has a really, really good attack here. At least he can attack with the 2 3/3s here if he wants. And if Derek has some other way to, or draws a way to deal with this bear, I mean.
He has 2 copies of Lost Days in his deck.
Yeah, and a 2nd copy of Path to Redemption in the deck as well.
Okay.
There's also Crashing Wave that he's got that he can use to kind of lock down the board.
Finish up the game.
Yeah.
And he hit the Lost Days off the top.
That was a huge
draw. Rip. So he can just snipe the bear.
Yeah.
That's a hard removal spell, and Javier is devastated at this. He grimaced when it came off the top there.
Now he has to decide, do I want to trade the Earth King here for Rowdy Snowballers, or should I just double block the captain here, because that represents a lot of additional damage next turn, given that Derek has access to the 5 mana.
Kind of have to take your medicine here, I think.
Yeah, so then you double block here, you go down to 5.
It's a tough pill to swallow, but you can't let Derek untap with that and then get another good attack the next turn.
Yeah.
And Javier does get all of his mana this turn, so he will have a chance to rebuild.
Yeah, I wonder if Javier should have considered going and fetching that forest here. Not getting it here is making things a little bit awkward here.
Yeah, he had that point where the Snowballers targeted the plains, and he had the 2 mana.
Right.
And he could have cashed it in to turn the Saber-Tooth Moose Lion into a forest, and he chose not to. Now, but if you do look at the board here, I mean, he does have a lot of mana, and if he can survive for a turn or two, the Moose Lion might be a big player.
Oh, yeah, it absolutely could. It's just, what do you do here? I feel like you can play Water Tribe Captain and still keep up Razor Rings, right? And the Water Tribe Captain is a great blocker here, so. Right, if Derek can maybe find another Lost Days or something here.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, he did say he's running hot just to get to this point.
Right.
Oh, there's It'll Quench Ya.
Hey, that could be relevant if he tries to play Master Piandao or the Saber-Tooth Moose Lion.
Exactly. And right now, Derek is in the business of keeping this board state as it sits. It favors him currently.
Yeah, he's like, all right, I'll take this trade. Derek's happy with that trade as well. There is a Razor Rings. Does Javier want to fire it off? Derek did top deck that It'll Quench Ya. It would have been countered.
It would have. And can he keep up It'll Quench Ya?
Yeah,
Yes, he can.
He is. And I mean, this is also why Ichawa seems to do really well. This is a format where you can generate a lot of clues, so it's not suspect when you just pass a 2-mana up with a clue on the battlefield. So if your opponent tries to play around it, you can just crack the clue.
So maybe he goes for Master Piandao now, and he could still have a blocker available.
Oh, and this is going to get countered.
Snap it off, Ichawa. These tempo plays from Derek.
Yeah, and that's just game.
And he's got enough to actually attack for lethal here.
Wow.
Because Javier ended up having to tap some of his potential blockers for mana there.
Yeah, I feel like in that particular game, Javier made a lot of decisions to think about the late game, right? Just like, okay, well, I'm going to save this Razor Rings for something else. I'm not going to land cycle because if the game's going a little bit longer and I draw some lands, I can stabilize with these threats.
He didn't slam the Earth King.
Right, but Derek had some really, really well-timed interactive spells here. The Quench, the Pacifism, the Lost Days, all were super big there.
We see Momo hit the battlefield here. This is not the playful pet. This is the friendly flyer.
The rare one, which I think is the worst one.
It's actually worse than the friendly flyer somehow, at least in this format.
It is rare to have just a ton of flyers in your deck, so that ability just doesn't happen as often as you would think.
Yeah, I think that, during the design phase, they were thinking, hey, we'll make blue-white like the flyer, kind of the classic flyers deck. There's a few cards seeded. Wow, Earth King coming down on 4 this time for Dominguez. No messing around.
Yeah.
But it turns out that it's really heavily towards allies, and the flyers are kind of ancillary.
Wow, Derek has the perfect answer. Airbending Lenson on the 4/4 token.
Jeez, a solid 2-for-1 there for Derek. Gets rid of the token and gets a card out of the deal.
And gets a smack in for 4 here.
Derek, I'm going to get crushed in this feature match, Davis. So far up
And
game.
Javier's flooded. Look at his hand. He's just got a Rocky Rebuke and a 2/2. With 8 lands.
So at best, he can use that to kill Momo right now.
And Derek Davis is running barrels of Blasting Jelly in his 2-color deck. I mean, he wasn't wrong. Like, he has a good amount of filler cards, but he also has good interaction, and he has an okay curve, and it's working out here so far.
You see Javier playing all these planes out of his hand. He's maybe trying to set up.
Wow.
Yeah, might as well.
Right, and the barrel. I wonder if Javier just fires off the Rocky Rebuke, maybe just looking for a bigger creature. Was that a 9th land? No way, right? Oh, a 9th land!
Yeah, he's playing all the planes for Gather the White Lotus,
flooded.
But now he's just going to have to use this to take down. Well, he can take down a 1/1 flyer or 2/2 on the ground.
I feel like you want to take the 2/2 down because that changes the clock, because right now it's a 2-turn clock.
Exactly. 5/5 is 10. Like if he just draws 2 lands, it's over.
And Derek has 2 removal spells. He's got a Lost Days in hand and the Barrel of Blasting Jelly on board.
Are you kidding me right now? Is Derek Davis just going to run through this pod?
I mean, it looks like it here. Javier drew so many lands.
And
is that another one?
No I don't think so. I think it's the fight. Allies at Last? Yeah, Allies at Last. So that actually does buy him some clock here.
Yeah. This would put Javier down to 2. But a creature doesn't save Javier here as he has the Lost Days in hand.
He needs something else. Maybe if he can find... Oh, he's found it. Oh, this is Ancestry. This is one of the best draws probably that he could find.
Possible draw. But it's still not great, right? Like, you use Lost Days on the token, and you have to chump block with the Earth King.
That's right, but still, what a rip for him.
It was
I mean,
huge.
Any single creature, he just loses there.
Right.
So that's better. And he will get to crack the clue, and assuming he's still alive, that's a question. If Derek can get that thing out of the way, it's over. Oh, and he does find Path to Redemption off the top. And Derek Davis, let's just say his magic skill outpaces his prediction skill at this point.
Look, I mean, that is why we play this game, right? I don't care how bad your deck is. You still have to play out the games. You draft a good curve. Your opponents can get flooded. Your opponents can mulligan. Anything can happen. And Derek Davis here with some well-timed removal spells and Javier basically drawing 70% of the lands in his deck in Game 2 allowed Derek Davis to start the World Championship with a 3-0 start.
That coveted 3-0 start, and off of a deck that admittedly is in the 2 best colors, the best color pair, but it was contested in that pod. So it was kind of a medium version of it, and he's somehow able to pilot that thing to the 3-0, including defeating Javier Dominguez there in the final. Really impressive for Derek.
Yeah, wow. I mean, just easily handling the Earth King in both games. Too.
Yeah, well, and 2 of them.
Right.
In
Yes,
the second
you're right.
game. So
yes.
somehow he handled 3 Earth Kings over 2 games and was able to get the win there. So really impressive stuff there from Derek Davis. Any other thoughts on that, Paul?
Well, I mean, even a bad deck that's base blue-white can just get it done. And I think going in, that's what a lot of players were looking to do. You want to be white or blue, preferably both, because I think a lot of people do believe that's the strongest color combination. Even when it's contested, even when things look like it's a train wreck, it's still fine just because white is just so deep, especially at common, where just there's no creature you take in white, you go, oh, yeah, I don't want that in my deck. Okay. Almost every single card that you take is just something that you're happy playing. So you can just always put together something functional that curves out with good interaction. And oftentimes, that's all you need.
All right. Well, we've got more Magic for you here. Another decider coming in, and it is once again. I mean, you know, we have to get used to this because we're at the World Championship, but like Ely Cassis versus Shota Yasuoka in the finals of their pod is what we've got up next. Just another incredible finals here. And again, you know, these are players that you look for to make deep runs at the World Championship, and they know 100%. We also have kind of an interesting dynamic with these two, because these 2 particular players are really particularly known for their constructed prowess. Obviously, they're both totally good limited players too, but it's not their specialty necessarily. And that means if you can get a 3-0 coming out of booster draft, all of a sudden you're in your comfort zone, you know, for the rest of the day.
Yeah, just, I mean, this is just a completely amazing head-to-head here. And by the way, remember what I talked about before, where blue-white's probably the thing you want to be doing? Both of these players drafting blue-white.
Yeah, that's right. All right, let's take a listen from Ely Cassis.
Eli has been the model of consistency on the Pro Tour since the start of 2023, making the cut at every single PT and Worlds, a fact he shares with a few more people on this list we'll get to. His history playing the complex Insidious Roots combo decks in Standard this past year and going deep in multiple events this season signals to me he's someone you always want to look out for as the final rounds of Swiss approach, and if you're lucky, maybe you can figure out what deck he's decided on before lists are locked for the event, because he almost always picks right. With a 36th and a 19th place in Standard this year alone, if Eli's feeling a format, he's always going to be a threat.
Always going to be a threat, Paul.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's an understatement when it comes to a player like Ely Cassis. He's really, you know, he's one of those players that was out in the field, out at the Pro Tours for a number of years, and really seemed to put it all together at some point in his career where all of a sudden he took off like a rocket ship.
He did.
And he's just become one of those top players that nobody wants to face across from the table. His opponent, on the other hand, for Shota, he's always been one of those players. Nobody wants to play against Shota.
Not at all.
He's you know, for somebody who is he's a kind person, he's very intimidating. It's weird.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just been one of the best players in the world for quite some time here, and just always putting together incredible results.
You see a quick action here between the players. Idle Quencha is going to take care of the first threat there from Cassis, and then he's got the Water Tribe captain to come down and start twins, I should say. So 2 of them, 6 power versus nothing on the other side. And the thing to note here, Paul, blue-white mirror match.
Yeah, blue-white mirror match. I mean, it is, you know, the color combination that everybody wants to be in, and with good reason. Those are the deepest colors, especially at common. You don't necessarily need to rely on your rares to kind of take things down, but Ely just beating down here. We're seeing a lot more barrels of Blasting Jelly in 2 colors deck than I would have expected, but we mentioned before, you know, this is the World Championship where you got to just kind of play everything that you get in the draft. You're not going to be tabling compassionate healers or anything along those lines, so you have to make it work.
So far, Ely's doing just that. He's got 6 power versus 0, and it's a pair of cat owls here for Shota. Again, you know, that's in the barrel of Blasting Jelly category. It's just doesn't really vibe with what the color pair's doing. You would think it would, again, going back to what we were talking about before with the the flying sub theme. It just isn't really hit. It's really an allies deck, and the Cat Owl isn't one.
No, it's not. I think part of why Shota's playing it in the deck, outside of the fact that he needs playables, is he is playing Air Nomad Legacy. So if it's, maybe it's the 23rd card and you just kind of find a way to fit a couple of those into your deck.
Really tough spot here for Shota. He actually can't block here because of the potential activated ability. It just becomes a chump block. And that's exactly what happens, by the way. Ely does activate and gets in for 8. Shota's down to 3. This thing's just about done.
Yeah, I mean, Shota just, he's got a thing to play here. But
Pretending Pox Bears.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah, and he just says, I'm going to Jailer, remove your Cat Owl, attack with both, and you are dead. That is a very quick and one-sided game one going to Ely Cassis as he takes one step closer to that 3-0.
Yeah, Shota's deck is really, really well set up to get to the... if you get to the late game, you have to favor his side. He's got 2 copies of Planetarium of Wan Shi Tong in his deck. So all he wants to do is survive and get to that point.
He's doing that.
And he's doing that. The issue is just getting to that point, right? If Ely is on the play and has an aggressive draw, Shota might struggle because he has a lot of expensive cards in his deck.
By the way, this has to be one of the most annoying matchups for Shota to face if that's his game plan.
Right, absolutely. Any
like we've already seen
it'll
clench you.
Yep.
Right? And we saw the Jailer, like that's good here too, like really annoying for him.
Did Ely just draft the same deck as Derek Davis? We saw
the Platypus Bear
Platypus Bear, Barrel of Blasting Jelly, do what you got to do. This is the reason why the bear doesn't seem to do that well. You just can't attack with it most of the time here. Certainly something Shota might be happy playing in his deck, given the power level of the top end of his mana curve. But hey, 4/4 Cat Owl.
Yeah, that is legit good.
Yeah.
Oh, but there's Aang the Airbender. They're not all mediocre cards for these players.
That's
Ely
the flyer
Cassis
you want.
Plays the really, really good one. Airbended out is the Cat Owl. I mean, he'll probably just put that back into play shortly here, but still.
Yes, yeah, Glider Kid. So Glider Kids plus Cat Owl seems like a very, very strong board to have on this board.
4?
Yeah.
Maybe that flying sub theme is a little...
Oh, maybe we were wrong. And Ely just, even with one removal spell, can't attack through with the Aang.
Nope. He's got the Earth Kingdom Protectors there.
Yep.
But
this is
unfortunately for Ely, his creatures aren't big enough to even have that really matter at this point.
Right. And getting a big attack in. What do you have, Ely? I believe I did see Airbender's reversal. So Ely might utilize that to get the Cat Owl off the battlefield.
Destroy target attacking creature. Oh, he maybe is he combat tricking
But that's a 4/4. Does he have a?
Yep.
Wait. Okay.
He must have some way to do an extra damage.
Oh, can he bounce the Air Nomad Legacy with Airbending Lesson?
Yes.
Yes, and then that would kill the Cat Owl.
It would.
But it gives Shota another clue. But I guess that's one way to just kill a flyer.
It solves the short-term problem,
Right.
which is really what was important, so it does make sense for Ely. But it cost him dearly.
Yeah.
He did have to give up a card to do that. He got his card back off of the lesson, so that's not so bad. Also, it does put a lesson in the yard.
Yeah, it absolutely. The bear, maybe with a removal spell on the owl can find a way to attack, but Ely just playing defensively here. But that legacy is going to come back into play the next turn, and Ely's, again, not going to have a great block lined up here.
Yeah, I wonder what his plan is, because you'd normally expect Aang to attack there.
Right.
Given that there's going to be 2 4 toughness attackers in the air and it won't be able to profitably block anyway. But maybe he has a plan.
Yeah, I did see the reversal. I imagine that's going to be used on the Cat Owl. Maybe you just take 3. Yep. And remember, Shota has a card to draw off the clue, and like I mentioned before, if the game goes late, he's also got that Planetarium Wan Shi Tong in hand.
Oh, he has? Okay.
Oh, and that's a Water Tribe Rallier, one of my favorite cards in the set. This thing, it costs 2 mana. You have to kill it. If you don't, it will just completely snowball the game out of control.
And you're going to see that here.
Right.
Yeah, he's got it online already.
Oh, Razor Rings too.
Yeah, this one looks very well in Shota's hands. Both of our games have been lopsided thus far.
Yeah, and the Earth Kingdom Jailer now firing off on the Glider Kiss. So now Coast is a little bit more clear for the Planetarium of Wan Shi Tong.
Yeah, especially if you have the extra land, that's always where it's
right.
nice.
You always want to play it with 7 mana if you can afford to.
Right. The planetarium also disregards normal timing, so you can cast creatures during combat off of it, which is nice. It makes your combat steps for your opponent very annoying.
And if you're Ely, you're going, wait a second, you have 6 mana and you cycle a Rabbit Troop? What's going on over there?
Why?
Why would you do such a thing?
And he'll know shortly.
Yeah. Okay, Momo. Yeah, this is looking really, really tough here for Ely. You need to get off to that fast start. If you get to the late game, Shota just has so much power.
Looks like Shota's content to just continue to set up. He has inevitability.
Right.
He's going to pay the 2 Waterbend to keep the extra card.
You can attack with the flyer, untap it, and still activate the Water Tribe Rallier here.
Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, this one just seems completely out of hand here. I mean, Ely would need some type of sweeper or bomb, and then even then he may not be in good shape.
Yeah.
The planetarium will just dominate the second stage of the game.
Okay, Suki is an okay card.
Solid.
Not sure it's going to be enough here, though.
Doesn't do enough right now.
Kyoshu Warriors.
Yeah.
That's a great one with a Water Tribe Rallier in play.
Perfect.
More permanence in play to Waterbend.
Shota with 5 cards in hand.
I mean, he's never going to run out of action in this game.
Never.
Ely needs some kind of back-breaking bomb here to really come back.
Yeah, we talk about inevitability in games like this, and that is firmly in Shota's hands. In fact, he has 2 card advantage engines going, or potentially going. He has one going now and one that looks like he's going to cast in a second here with the planetarium. No, not even then, not yet.
He's just like, I don't need to cast it yet.
Yeah. And so he's going to take out the Jailer. That'll get him back Glider Kids plus a Scry. The real question at this point is how much more can Ely take? Because that is so much value going to your opponent's side. And the answer is not a lot more. It gets disheartening at some point when your opponent's just getting 2-for-1s all over the place.
Yeah, after about the second or third Water Tribe Rallier activation, you're like, all right.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you said as well, Paul. This very much feels like, even though the colors are the same, it's like the inevitability control side for Shota and the tempo side for Cassis. So we need to see Ely get off to a quick start here if he's going to pick up this
Absolutely.
match. Longer the game goes, the better for Shota, which that's a position he finds himself in often.
Right.
He likes control decks that put himself in that spot, but he's got one here too.
Okay. Let's
Tending Pox Bears on both sides, but you have to like that for Shota just to eat up a bunch of attacks. And
yeah. Just keep your life total high. Get to 6 mana. That's kind of the name of the game here for Shota. And no 3-drop here from Ely.
Yeah, does he have anything?
No. Nothing. Wow.
Cassis does have 1 copy of Idelquentia in his library.
Wandering Musicians, really solid card. One of those cards that actually overperformed. I didn't actually think it would be that strong.
Same.
But because of how good the white aggressive strategies are and the fact that those decks are looking to go wide, it's really hard to kill, and it just allows you to crash in for a ton of damage.
It really does. The fact that it's an ally, easy to cast, and has 5 toughness is just enough.
Just enough.
Yeah. Shota rarely starts to make a play and then changes his mind, but we got one here.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of an awkward hand. He can cast Waterbending Lesson to kind of draw some cards. Of course, that doesn't allow you to add anything to the board, but it looks like he's going for it here. Because the other option is playing a 2-drop, which wouldn't impact the board that much here.
He's just going to discard to it rather than tap out his whole team here. That'll give him the chance to have blocks up.
Yeah, the Otter Penguin there goes to the graveyard.
Yeah, it doesn't fit that well in his list, so
right.
He's probably not too sad to see that one gone.
So Ely would love to just have another strong follow-up here. You do have the option to use the barrel on the Water Tribe Captain to get in a big attack here. You can also just attack with both. But just attacking here, Shota doesn't really have a double block as an option. He could, right? But then, of course, Ely just literally has the barrel in play to kill the 3/3 and then eat the Pox Bearers.
Right, with Shota tapped out, it's just all face up at that point.
Yep.
What is
Suki
Ely's
would be
follow-up?
great.
Suki would be nice.
Okay.
Bending lesson for him, too.
You can tap down to Barrel of Blasting Jelly and the Plains here, so you don't have to discard.
It's just tough. You know, when Shota plays it, you're like, okay, yeah, land drops, things are happening. But when Ely takes his turn off to play it, you're thinking like, oh,
right,
you're falling behind.
Yeah, unless Ely also has some bombs of his own that can allow him to, you know, take over. But
that doesn't seem like his style.
I don't.
There's Momo again.
All right, well, that then gets the crash in for 2 if the Wandering Musicians gets to attack.
Yeah, it's a thing.
A lot of options here now for Shota.
6 cards in hand after the land drop.
See a Sandbender Storm in hand, but no good targets. Fairly weak removal spell. Oftentimes the best cards just don't even have 4 power.
Right. And that's the case here. No targets at all.
Ooh, Glider Kids and keep something on top.
Ooh, that's bad news for Ely.
Yeah.
How many cards? And then Shota says, only 3? Oh, maybe he's going to bottom it after all.
Yeah, I think it might have been a spell. Has Water Tribe Rallier and Air Nomad Legacy as an option this turn.
I saw a Cat Owl hiding in hand for a future turn. He did actually keep that on top.
I wonder if he just wants that to the board. The issue with the Water Tribe Rallier is, of course, Ely can just use the Barrel of Blasting Jelly and get it off the battlefield immediately so that Shota wouldn't be able to get any value. Oftentimes with a card like Water Tribe Rallier, you want to play it when you can at least get 1 activation out of it. You play it turn 2 if you have to, if you have no other 2-drops, but it's the type of card that you kind of want to hold in your hand for a little bit later.
Shota with many great options. I mean, even in the case that he cast it and Ely has to main phase use Barrels of Blasting Jelly, you're like, yeah, sure.
Ely going for a very aggressive line here.
Hang.
Okay. This is a big board.
Earth Kingdom Protectors.
Yep. So this is an attack for 5 getting through. Shota going down to 12, I believe.
This is kind of Ely's big push, right? Like, if Shota can maneuver this turn and the next and keep his life total decent, he probably can try to set himself up for the late game. If Ely can find just enough tempo, you know, get something out of the way, even if it's temporary,
right,
may be able to find a win here.
And that Earth Kingdom Protectors is going to mean that you can still get in with your flyers and still be able to get some extra points of damage if you want. But the Glider Kids will do a good job of kind of preventing some of those attacks because it comes into play as a 3/4, so the Momo can't really get in there. But the Aang could. It would have 4 power.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, Ely does, once again, have the barrel. If you want to get very aggressive, you can just use that on the Glider Kids, right? Get the flyer off the battlefield, allowing you to crash in for 6 in the air with Aang and Momo. And this is one of those moments, like, you have enough cards in your hand. You just want to get permanence in play. If Water Tribe Rallier is your only play, you should probably just play it here. And actually, he has enough to activate it if he wants to. Yeah, his hand is really clunky. Shota's curve is really high. 3 Cat Owls, double Planetarium. I see an Earth Kingdom Soldiers in hand. What are his other options? It's cracking a clue or playing Water Tribe Rallier. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, shields up here for Shota. This is a big turn.
Big turn here for Ely. How much damage can he push through this turn?
If he can't make a meaningful push, he'll probably start to lose control of this game.
Yeah.
We know about the Barrels of Blasting Jelly, so he has 1 expensive removal spell at the ready, and he would even have 2 mana left over.
Yeah, the 5 mana. I think we're killing the flyer here. Yeah, okay. You can... Oh, is he going to just get in with everything? If you attack with the Musicians, that is an attack for 6 in the air. That would push Shota down to 5. You could even save the Wandering Musicians if Shota lines up a double block on the Wandering Musicians, right? Just so that you can get that pump effect again next turn.
Right.
Because that would be a lethal attack, assuming Shota doesn't have a flyer.
Yeah, I think a lot of times we think of these protectors as like a defensive kind of thing, but you can use it as leverage to just enable another attack, particularly with cards like Musician. But I mean, like you mentioned, you said if a flyer got blocked, he could save it and have it again for next turn. Like sometimes that's what its role is just to enable one additional attack step from one of your creatures.
Now Ely has to kind of figure out which creature he wants to kill. Of course, if the game goes longer, Water Tribe Rallier can get you a lot of value. Another thing Ely's considering is, well, if he activates the Water Tribe Rallier a few more times, can he find flyers to block what I have in play as well? What's the likelihood Shota is even going to need, or Shota's even going to be able to activate the Water Tribe Rallier? Excuse me, the 3/3 there, right? And the captain. So those are just kind of the things that he's thinking. How important is a 3/3 in play versus a 2/2? If you kill the 3/3, the next turn you can attack with the 1/1, and it would have 2 power.
And you know, I think that he took that second line that you were exploring there, Paul. He took out the captain.
He didn't activate the Water Tribe Rallier.
No, he should have.
He should have, right?
Yeah, he had land clue, captain Rallier token.
Yeah. Was that a path to redemption? I'm not entirely sure. That would be big, but
yeah, there's so much writing on the musicians at this point, right?
There absolutely is, and now this is even tricky here. Shota did find a path to redemption here. You might want to fire it off on Aang.
Yeah, right? Aang is the best attacker. If you take out the musicians and then just die to Aang, and
you still take 4. And if Ely plays, okay. So now if Ely has a removal spell here, he can close out this game.
He actually would just win, right?
Right, yes. That's 6 damage in the air if you also attack with the musicians.
Does he have some way to get this cat owl out of the way? Oh, and he does.
Yes.
Wow.
Now Shota can only have a Yip Yip, maybe?
Yeah, Yip Yip to get it in the air, and he doesn't have it. Ely Cassis takes down the pod and secures a 3-0 victory going into Constructed, and he had to get through Shota Yasuoka to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, we identified the kind of paths to victory for both decks, and it just kind of played out exactly how you would have expected, right? Games 1 and Game 3, Ely got played to the board. Aang the Last Airbender, we saw how powerful that effect is. And Shota just had a hand with a bunch of great cards. When you get to the late game, it's going to do something. But Ely goes, I don't want to get to the late game.
Yeah, and when you get a second copy of Aang the Last Airbender, that's gnarly.
Absolutely.
Right?
I mean, it was one of the best uncommons in the set. It just does so much. Blink their thing, blink your thing. Whatever you need, Aang's there to kind of help close things out.
That's right, and he ended up even getting to pay a discount. Did you see that? Because of the Momo there. So it was a 3-mana second Aang, and then of course it is a legend, but you just keep the one that you already had, and that cleared the way. So a great victory there as we close out the limited rounds here on day 1 of the World Championship. We're going to come back after this at the news desk, setting up for Constructed. Don't go anywhere.
The Magic Spotlight Series returns in 2026. Coming your way in February is Magic Spotlight Eclipsed on February 6th through 8th in Toronto, Canada. All participants will receive an amazing textless Vendilion Click promo card, with the top 128 competitors earning a foil version. Can't make it to Toronto? The organizer will live stream the event on their channel with a dedicated broadcast team. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 on magic.gg/spotlight. Hello, friends. Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 31, live from Bellevue, Washington, with 126 of the best players in the world battling for their share of a $1 million prize pool. And, of course, the title of World Champion. Welcome back to the news. That's Murray Bartholdi, Monty DeBooty, and Riley Knight hanging out with you. And we are out of draft this morning, but let's get a report, Riley, on how our top tables did.
Well, look, Murray, I think the headline here is it's very, very difficult to get a 3-0 here at a, well, not even a Pro Tour, at the World Championship, of course. The 3-0 at a Pro Tour is one thing. A 3-0 at a World Championship is something altogether. And you can see here, Derek Davis, 3-0. We saw him go up against the defending world champion, Javier Dominguez, winning with his white-blue deck. This is widely considered to be the best colour combination in the format. And, well, with a sample size of 1, it looks like it's been confirmed here in our draft pod number 1. Draft pod number 2, the trophy going to Lee Cassis. This is a bloke with a very long Magic CV. He was the champion of the Neon Dynasty set championship back in the online days, I should say. And Alex Rohan beating Michael Plummer in the final there to take out the trophy in draft pod number 3. Michael Plummer, of course, winning the last PT. But going down to Alex, who is off to a fly here, 3-0. Again, quite an achievement.
Absolutely. At a World Championship, a 3-0 start is so very massive. Speaking of that, let's take a look at our leaderboard now for the first time in the tournament and find out who indeed is starting this tournament out 3-0. All of these players on your screen with that 3-0 record took down their pod. Some big names here. Tony Portalan starting out 3-0. Remember, he's number 4 currently in the Player of the Year race. So that's huge for Tony Portalan. Kenta Harane there, starting out 3-0. Derek Davis as well at a 3-0. Ely Cassis, 3-0. Shori Asoka at 2-1. Taking a look a little further down the standings, Hall of Famer Rick Duke starting out with a perfectly serviceable 2-1 record. Javier Dominguez, your current reigning world champion, starting out this tournament at 2-1. Jean-Manuel Depra, also a former world champ, at 2-1 as we start off the tournament here. We've been meeting some of our bigger teams in the building, and next up is Team Moriyama Japan. Let's find out how they were feeling coming into the tournament this weekend.
I am here with the captain of Team Moriyama Japan, Shuhei Nakamura. We want to learn more about your team, starting with Ken Yukihiro.
Okay.
Yes, so first up we have Yukihiro. Yukihiro, he is the team's Moonmaker and Optimist. He's one of the few people who can dodge Moriyama's pressure, so that's awesome. He's a huge fan of Final Fantasy V. He's also a huge fan of Marvel. He really loves Endgame, and Iron Man is his absolute favorite.
Kenta Harane.
Yes, next we have Harane. He's a pessimist just like me, so we're best friends. The thing that I absolutely love about him is really good at identifying what's weak and what's not working with a deck, and suggesting how we can improve that and make that better. He is an absolutely dedicated cat person, so be very careful. Do not mention cat and dogs around him. He is going to get pissed.
Kenta Masukado.
Next up, we have Mascado. He is the deck building construction specialist. He's definitely the gentle giant on the team, but he's also one of our newest members. He joined in the last year's World Championship. He was afraid of flying, but recently he overcame that when he went. He was like, oh, this is not that bad. I want to keep coming. So he is great. He works great with Moriyama-san, but also he's been baptized by him. We're really hoping he doesn't end up like a Green Mile type situation. So yeah.
Makoto Horiuchi.
So we call him Makohori, that's his nickname. But Makohori is the newest member. He's an awesome rookie that showed up on the scene. So if in the Baby Driver movie, he's definitely the baby character. But he's actually the one who designed the Demir bounce deck. So great deck designer as well. And Moriyama said, you know what? From now on, we're not Team Moriyama. We're going to be Team Horiuchi. So scary and excited for his future.
Tomaki Ogasawara.
So Ogasawara is best friends with Makohori. Actually, myself, Shuhei, I scouted Makohori when he beat me when we were playing like top 8 for the last Pro Tour. But Ogasawara is best friends with Makohori. So I reached out to Ogasawara. I was like, hey, this guy's awesome. I want him on the team. And so the two of them are very close friends. They're working together. So in Goodwill Hunting, Ogasawara is kind of like the Ben Affleck position there. He's very honest, but sometimes a little too honest, so got to be a little bit worried or careful. But yeah, he's the only person in Japan who's secured like top first and second place in a regional, so he's doing great right now.
Masahide Moriyama.
So Moriyama is our team leader. He's great, he's responsible, he's sincere, or at least that's what he's supposed to be, but there's times when his vibes are off and it's just like, oh, something's weird and off with this guy. But in general, he's really awesome and cool. I really wanted to like take the imitation game test, but I'm really worried that if it ends up like Damien and the Omen, my life's in danger. So, you know, probably safe not to do that. But he loves talking about baseball. That's the only time when he seems normal. So talk about baseball, he's an amazing guy.
Toru Inu.
Next, we have Inoue. We call him the potato because his survivor instincts are insane. He's like Matt Damon in The Martian, where it doesn't matter where he is going to find a way to survive and make those potatoes. Except in our last practice draft, he went 0-15. And then in practice yesterday, he went 0-3. So I think we're going to change his name to Mashed Potatoes going forward.
It's true episode.
Yoshihiko Ichawa.
So he is the deck tuner on our team, but he always loses in the most amazing ways. So if you ever hear screams coming across the hallway, it's just like, that's him. He's doing his usual thing. But he is a die-hard dog of fans, particularly Shiba Inu. So be very careful. He can be very John Wick and protective about his dog sometimes.
And you, Shuhei Nakamura.
多分ただのリミテッド好きかな
I'm just a normal guy who loves limited.
And that is Team Moriyama Japan.
I am here with a couple members of Moriyama Japan who have gone 3-0 in the limited portion of the World Championship, and we're going to learn more about those 3-0s in draft, starting with Kenta and the 3-0.
はい、お二人 3-0 の結果おめでとうございます。その結果について少し教えてください。
デッキは白黒のデッキをドラフトしました。練習段階ではあまりプレーできていなかったんですけども、上茶のニールセンが流してくれたカードをしっかりと見て、この流れだったら白黒になりそうかなと思ってやりました。ただ後で聞いたらニールセンも白黒だったらしくて驚いています。
Yeah, so my deck was white-black, and I wasn't able to like prep a ton or play tests for it. But when the draft was going, I saw Nielsen and what cards that was being drafted there. I said, okay, I think I can go white-black there, and a lane was created. But then later, I talked to him, and I found out that he was also doing white-black as well. So it's crazy how it turned out. But you know, all's well that ends well.
And for Masahide and your 3-0.
Masahide さんは
そうですね、自分も、デッキは白黒で、3-0できたんですけど、この世界選手権というすごくハイレベルな舞台で自分が3-0できるとなかなか夢のようなことなので、本当に周平中村の教えに従ったまでで、はい、非常に彼に感謝しています。
Yes, I also played a white and black deck, but you know, it's crazy. Here I am at Worlds playing against the best players in the world, and to be able to go start 3-0 is just absolutely amazing. I'm so excited. Thank you to Shuhei Nakamura and our team leader. So yeah, very, very excited.
Two players very excited to start with the best possible record here. We're getting ready for Constructed in Bellevue.
My new favorite team, Team Moriyama Japan. That was fantastic.
I think we just cancel every single other segment that we've got here at the news desk.
Replay that one over and over. I'm in tears.
Day one.
That was incredible. I want a nickname like Mr. Potato. Will you work on that for me?
I wouldn't give Matt. You're going to get something a lot worse than Martin gets the
That's
job
true.
there.
That's
yeah.
a fair point. Hey, everybody, let's check in with our teams and find out how they all did with draft here this morning. starting out with Cosmos heavy play Riley.
Well, we talked about the fact that getting a 3-0 in draft is very, very difficult at a tournament like this, and no one on Cosmos heavy play managed to. A couple of, well, you can see a fair few 2-1s, 1-1-1 from David Root as well, but I don't know how happy they'll be with that result, so we'll have to catch up with them and see.
As for Handshake Moxfield, 2 3-0s from them. No surprise to see Ely because he's getting it, but really happy to see Charles Wong, Limited Specialist and Seattle Hometown, getting the 3-0s as well.
TCG player here for this team. A lot of huge names, but no 3-0s out of draft. Plenty of 2-1s though.
But we obviously already know about Moriyama Japan, 2 3-0s there, Kenta Harane and Masahiro Moriyama. So these guys have done very, very well indeed, and you can see everyone, picking up at least one win from the Japanese team. So they're off to an absolute flyer.
All right, there is a look at draft here this morning, but now it's time to turn our attention to standard for the rest of the day. It looks to be like a very exciting and new format. What sets are in standard, Monty?
Well, Maria, standard is very diverse right now. We have 13 sets here going all the way back to Wells of Eldraine, leading up to Magic's most recent set, Avatar The Last Airbender. And we have seen Avatar The Last Airbender make an absolute huge impact on this somewhat established format. So as we swap over to the standard metagame, we can take a look at exactly what the impact from Avatar The Last Airbender has been. And this metagame looks fantastic. Izzet Lessons leading the field with 23 count, 18.3%, but Temur Otters and Bant Airbending right there as part of the quote-unquote big 3. It's more like a big 4 with Izzet looting, and you can just see the huge impact from cards like Badger Mole Cub, as well as the entirety of the Lessons package on the standard metagame.
Very cool metagame. Can't wait to see these decks in action. But first, it's time for some words of wisdom. We asked our players what some important things they've heard over the years have been. Monty, what do you got?
Always read the cards, and then read them again. If you start to feel like Magic is a job, take a step back.
Love that.
Now, again, these words of wisdom have been anonymized, but we can kind of figure out who may have written this one based on the fact that we've got a name check for Simon Nielsen, who treats every practice match of Magic like it's the Pro Tour. He tries his hardest to win each and every single match. I learned so much from the opportunity to play him, trying 100% every game, and it's something I try to emulate in my testing.
Oh, excellent words of wisdom there. How about these, though? Give your opponent 2 things to worry about.
That's an absolute blinder. That's very good.
Threatening.
Yes, yeah. The first is your deck. The second is the thing you're going to post on social media about their deck. That's what you got to worry about from me. I am going to trash your deck, Monty. Guaranteed.
Probably deserves it.
Let's turn our attention to our feature match here, coming up in our first round of Standard. On day 1 of competition, 2 players starting out 3-0. Tony Portalan up against Kenta Harane, Temur Otters versus Sultai Reanimator matchup. Take a look at Tony Portalan on your screen there. Season goal, play in all 4 events. Check. He has done that, so congratulations to him. 4th in your Player of the Year race currently.
Some incredible numbers backing up this bloke since we've returned to Paper Magic in the last few years. 2nd in overall win rate. So Tony Portalan has just been winning and winning. You can see in Limited as well, 2nd overall win rate in Limited with 77.8%. Unsurprising to see him do so well in the Limited portion of this tournament so far, given that sort of number.
Up against Kenta Harane, who has also ticked off the season goal very early in the season, requalified for the next event. 2 top finishes to Kenta Harane's name, 5 Grand Prix top 8s, Japan's national champ in 2017.
And look at this, 3 draft trophies as well. I don't think that includes today's as well, so he's picked up a 4th. He'll be very, very happy with that. And a 60% constructed win rate, which is something to keep an eye on as we head into the constructed rounds, Maria. This bloke obviously rock solid numbers backing up his career in Paper Magic.
I want to talk about these deck lists, Monty.
All right, we are into constructed, and we are going to start by taking a look at Tony Portalan's list. Now, Tony did test with Team Sanctum of All, and he has brought the Temur Otters deck. The Sanctum of All actually originated all the way back at last year's World Championship. Now, they have picked up the new edition of Badger Mole Cub, but the core concept of the deck is the same. You are somewhat playing a tempo game plan, but what you're hoping to do is eventually set up your combo. Now, this is a multi-piece combo, so I am going to somewhat quickly go through it. So the goal is to have Enduring Vitality on the battlefield, maybe a Battello Cub, maybe not, to speed things up. And then once you have a Valley Flood Caller, all of your otters, rats, etc. Will be untapped every time you cast a non-creature spell. Now you can use them for mana. So your goal is to have a critical mass of creatures, 6 mana to go through a loop where you get to boomerang basics on a Storm Chaser's Talent, play Storm Chaser's Talent again, untap all your creatures, create mana, level up Storm Chaser's Talent, get boomerang basics back from your graveyard, rinse and repeat. You're drawing a card and generating infinite mana throughout the loop, and then you can kill your opponent with a Song of Tauntauns for a very large number. This deck is very sweet, a little convoluted, but what it does is incredibly cool. On the other side, we have Sultai Reanimator. This is the list that quite a few of the members of Team Moriyama Japan did bring to the tournament, and this deck is very scary. Probably the best Game 1 deck of the field. Now, the goal is to try to get Bringer of the Last Gift onto the battlefield, except for Bringer of the Last Gift to trigger and get that Living Death type effect, it needs to have been cast. Now, that's not easy for an 8-mana card, so the key is Superior Spider-Man. If you cast Superior Spider-Man, you can have it enter as a copy of a creature card in a graveyard, except his name remains Superior Spider-Man. So the goal here is to cast Superior Spider-Man, exile Bringer of the Last Gift, and then you get that Living Death effect, clearing off your opponent's board, returning your fully stocked graveyard. Now the deck has a lot of ways to get cards into the graveyard, like Brood Spinner or Bitter Triumph. It has interaction in the form of Awaken the Honored Dead, and it's really just trying to overwhelm the opponent eventually, either through a Terror of the Peak skill or just a mass board state.
I love this deck, Monty. I'm so biased for this matchup, but what do you think?
Well, I gotta tell you, I talked to Eli Cassis, who's also playing Otters. He said that their worst matchup is Sultai Reanimator. He said that it's pretty close to unwinnable. Their only hope as Otters is for the Reanimator deck to fall to its own inconsistencies. And I would say based on Tony's list, he's probably in about the same position.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. It's time for our first round of Standard. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey.
Thank you so much, Maria. Yes, indeed, it is constructed time. It is Standard. The format has been shaken up. Avatar: The Last Airbender has injected the format with so many new archetypes. Most of them still Izzet-based, Corey, but a variety thereof. So this is going to be a pretty sweet matchup to see how Otters does, in fact, fare against Sultai Reanimator.
Exactly, yeah. A deck that we've been seeing a lot of, Sultai Reanimator, and then kind of the new hotness that got brought back to life here with the newest set. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting match, but I would kind of agree with what Monty was saying. This seems like a very difficult matchup for the Otters.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have a look at all the deck lists beforehand, and we try them out and give them a go. And I asked a couple of the teams about Otters, you know, the teams that were playing them. They're like, oh, yeah, no, we dismissed the Lessons deck because we thought it just wasn't powerful enough.
Yeah.
And then the guys who are playing the Lessons deck did the exact same thing for the Otters. So I'm personally Team Lessons. I think that deck is cracked. But we'll see. Maybe these little Otter friends can pull a fast one here.
I'm totally with you. I'm Team Lessons as well, but this deck is really cool. This is kind of has been my pet deck for a very long time, since it was created almost exactly a year ago by Team Sanctum of All. Yeah. So it's still very powerful. It's got some new toys. Stock Up wasn't around the last time it was played. And then, of course, the very powerful Badger Mole Cub really supercharges this deck. So I'm going to say unwinnable is a bit of a stretch, but it does seem like a bit of a difficult matchup for the Otters, for sure.
Let's see how it goes here. Let's see if Kenta Harane's deck plays nice. Brood Spinner hits the board here. Surveils 2 when it enters. Another way to get some of the big guns into the yard there, looking for things like Arden, Bring of the Lost Gift. If you find a Superior Spider-Man and that goes in the bin, you're not too sad about that, because there are ways to recur those creatures, Overlord of the Belmerk being one of them, and also Awaken the Honored Dead.
Yep, absolutely. And Awaken the Honored Dead, I definitely want to give that card a call out, because It really kind of feels like Fable the Mirror Breaker in this deck.
Yeah.
Whenever all three modes are really strong, like Fable was in a lot of different decks, then you know this saga is incredible. And in this deck, it utilizes all three modes perfectly. And just being able to destroy a non-land permanent, excellent in this metagame where there's a lot of different stuff that's going to be floating around, from the Lessons decks with the Monuments or all kinds of stuff like that.
Tony decides he does not like that little spooter, so he sends it on its way into exile there, allowing this little otter to get in for 2 points of damage. Torch the Tower still remains a incredibly powerful card in Standard.
And now Tony has a nice setup turn. You know, you have 2 stock-ups, and then you have the Rishkar's Bargain stock-up at home, basically. So, I mean, Tony's going to be finding a lot of gas, but it's just a little slow. And with Kenta being able to play this nice setup card, with Awaken the Honor Dead, it's a setup card that finds you what you need, but it also kills something. So being able to clean up the Otter here is really huge, where Tony is just going to be, well, sculpting his hand, doing some nice stuff for the next couple turns, but not affecting the battlefield.
And you think, oh, well, you know, why use a 3-mana removal spell on a little Otter? Well, the first part is not the coolest part about Awaken the Honor Dead. That's just, you know, a little bit of an extra
That's one
cherry
of
on
them,
top.
yeah.
Stock up now, going to dig through a couple of cards here for Tony Portalan. So let's see what he brings to his hand to try and enact his game plan.
Yeah, and Kenta has the ability to mill some cards here and already has Superior Spider-Man in hand, so is ideally looking to put Bringer of the Last Gift into the yard. The one of Terror of the Peaks, not so bad. And then Awaken of the Honor Dead also can return a land to help out a little bit, but still has some work to do to be able to kind of enact the combo of the Sultai Reanimator deck.
Terror of the Peaks, my favorite way to end the game.
Yes, absolutely.
It's so good.
And I mean, it is something that is very important in this list. It gets sided out a decent amount when you don't need to win on the turn. You play up against Simic or Boroid, for instance. You know, just doing the Bringer of the Last Gift thing, bringing back a bunch of creatures, that's going to be enough. But you play up against a deck that has a bunch of sweepers, or maybe the Mirror, where they're going to make you sack your creatures. You want to be able to have the ability to win the game on the spot.
Oblivious Bookworm now. An excellent 2-drop in this deck. Being able to draw your cards and discard them. You're not too fussed about discarding. There's no face-down permanence synergy at all. He is
no
literally just there.
shenanigans.
Yeah, he's just there to loot for you. So drawing, discarding, and off you go to the races.
And 3 toughness is a real thing. You know, not getting
relevant.
Torch the Tower without the bargain, that's a big deal, and it just does some good blocking. So kind of does it all here. And Kenta's deck also is really good at putting, you know, 8 worth of mana value in your yard so you can analyze the pollen to kind of search for anything. So one of the better analyze the pollen decks out in Standard right now for sure.
Pretty darn easy to exile 8 mana values worth of stuff when half your deck, it feels like, is 5+.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Sultai Reanimator deck, this was a deck that we saw even, you know, in the previous Standard here before Avatar with Vivi still hanging around. It was a deck that was still making its mark. You know, maybe wasn't exactly powerful enough as the Cauldron deck was so incredibly diverse and powerful.
Yeah.
But it's a deck that now that you know, those type of things are out of the metagame, it's going to really shine. And, you know, we've talked to a lot of players at the players meeting and stuff, and the Lessons players, the Otters players, they're like, all I got to do is dodge these 6 players. And, you know, that's a very good spot to be if you are one of those 6 players. It seems like this Sultai Reanimator deck, it might not be the new flashy deck, but it seems to be at a really good spot against the top tier of decks. So if you can get yourself with a high win percentage and you start playing against the Lessons and the Otters players, you could find yourself at a very good position in this World Championship.
And there is no lack of Izzet-based decks in this World Championship, that's for sure. So Kenta Harane and a couple members on Team Moriyama Japan bringing what could be, you know, the tournament killer. It could take down all of these different Izzet-based strategies that we're seeing so many of. Enduring Vitality now here for Tony Portalan. Both players kind of off to a slow start, but I would say Kent is off to a better start than Tony is.
Yep, agreed. You know, being able to analyze the pollen, to be able to find this creature, kind of the first piece, that's a very big deal.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of combo decks here this weekend. You know, this Sultai Reanimator deck can kill you in one turn if the graveyard is stocked full with things, and we have the Tear of the Peaks in. Tony Portalan's list as well. The Otters can also kill you in one shot with Song of Totentans. So Who do you think has the easiest time setting up that one-shot kill?
I would say probably Kenta, as you just need to find that one Terror of the Peak. You have lots of ways to tutor for it, put it into your graveyard, and you just mill over a lot of cards in this Sultai Reanimator deck. The Otters deck, as awesome as it is and how much I love it, it does need a lot of things to go right. And I think when Otters is at the best positioned is when Enduring Vitality is not easily removed. You know, so if there's just a lot of ways to just destroy it, sure. But if you have ways to exile it, which the new lessons can do pretty handily, then I think you're in kind of a rough spot from the Otters deck. But once again, it's so very new. It started popping up on online events this last weekend. And then, you know, the teams, of course, they're going to be a little ahead of the curve. They kind of knew about this deck for quite a while.
2 bookworms now. We might not even need Superior Spider-Man or Bringer the Last Gift shenanigans from Kenta Harane, because he's just, you know, getting in there for 2-4 points of damage a turn now going forward, unless Tony has some removal to deal with it. Look at his hand. It's absolutely chock-a-block. Torch the Tower, we got Creatures Aplenty, Analyze the Pollen, Poor Patch Formation 2, if that comes in handy. So, yeah, plenty of options, just a little stuck on mana, ironically.
Yeah, exactly. We've been seeing the combination, you know, we've been talking about the combination of Superior Spider-Man and Bringer of the Last Gift, but one new combo that we, you know, really do not see a lot of so far is Badger Mole Cub and Enduring Vitality. That combination really has supercharged this deck. The fact that all your creatures tap for 2. If you cast the Song of Totentons, all of those rats are going to tap for 2. You can really win the game out of nowhere if you can assemble all those pieces.
Tony going to use Analyze the Pollen to find a 5th land here to keep his game plan going. Doesn't want to get stuck on lands with so much gas in hand and nowhere to go.
Yeah, kind of the thing you do when you don't have a land in hand, but you haven't analyzed the pollen and you have a handful of gas. Just start by essentially casting a free Analyze the Pollen to make sure you hit your land drops.
Followed up with Enduring Vitality. So let's see if Kenta has a way, not right now to deal with it, but in hand there is an Awaken the Honored Dead. So thankfully, though, Enduring Vitality doesn't care too much about being destroyed, as it will come back as an enchantment.
Yeah, Bringer the Last Gift looks like it was just picked up, just drawn from Kenta. That's exactly where you don't want it. You want it to be right on top of your library now when you're about to either cast an Overlord or impending an Overlord.
It's a satisfying snap.
It is, yeah. I love our table mics. It just it helps us out.
Awaken the Honored Dead taking care. Oh, okay. I like that. So getting some value out of the critter that's going to end up dead anyway to get rid of one of these bookworms. So lessening the damage that'll come in, as well as the filtering through of the library for Kenta Harane.
That's a huge deal when it comes to any kind of exile removal being pointed at your Enduring Vitality. That trick is really nice to keep this enchantment around, because that is going to be a huge deal. Even just that enchantment hanging around is very, very important.
Yeah, and tricky to deal with unless Kenta finds another Awaken the Undead, which looks like, I don't know if he still has it in hand. I think that's been played now.
I think so as well. So here is the nice thing here. You're able to flip over the cards. You almost always just put your...
Hello.
Okay.
The last gifts have been brought. Hi, Santa.
Bringer of all the gifts, it would seem. So there is Arden as well. So Arden gets put to the yard. Now, what we're going to kind of see from Kenta here this next turn is you play Superior Spider-Man. You know, it comes into play as a copy of Bringer of the Last Gift. Now, importantly, not that important in this situation now, but it does not target. So let's say there was a Ghost Vacuum, something like that. That does not actually interact with this card, which makes it even more powerful. You need like a Soul Guide Lantern, something like that. So it's going to be a copy of Bringer of the Last Gift. All the creatures on the battlefield are going to go away, and all the creatures from the yard from Kenta are going to come into play. Now, that won't win the game on the or it will win the game on the spot with Terra.
With Terra there, yeah. If Terra could get got, then great, because multiple Bringers are awesome when it comes to targeted removal for them, but they also kill each other, you know.
Yeah.
There's that.
And kind of looking at what we have in hand.
No, excuse me, it's when you cost it, so never mind. They're fine. It's the Harvest of Misery I'm thinking about. That
there you
a bunch
go.
Of stuff,
Yeah. But looking at the hand here from Tony, there is not really anything I see that can interact. And maybe that's, you know, leading me to believe what Ely was saying about this matchup, where it's
that's
basically
rough.
unwinnable.
I mean, yeah, even Mani said it, like, this is probably the best game 1 deck in the field here. And looking at this, like, just look at all the options, all of the gas and power available to Kenta Harane. As soon as he untaps and gets to his first main phase, it's like, whoa, cool, Spear Spider-Man, game's over.
No, it does feel a lot like, you know, maybe God Pharaoh's Gift in Standard, Dredge from Extended or Modern, those kind of things where it's just the removal that people are playing doesn't really target you in any meaningful way. Sure, they could kill your Bookworm, but most of the time it'll get that one activation where you get to put something into the yard. It will do all those kind of things and deal with your small just, you know, nonsense creatures. Yeah. But the gigantic payoff from the Reanimator deck is just so hard to interact with because no one's going to play Graveyard interaction in the main deck anymore.
No. If they expected it to be, you know, as powerful as Vivi was, then perhaps that would be a main deck consideration. But we see now Tony Portalan digging for answers. Stun Trap Trainer hits the board, finds a Bushwhack, and it just kind of feels like he's, I don't know, he's just kind of biding his time here, awaiting this big death blow here from Kenta Harane.
Exactly, and Tony knows about it too. You know, like a lot of this is face up from Kenta. Like, I just returned the Superior Spider-Man. My deck does this one thing, and it does it very well. So, but that's a good point you bring up about Vivi, though. Like, the Superior Spider-Man deck, the Sultai Reanimator deck, maybe wasn't as good back then because, well, Agatha's Soul Cauldron was main deck Graveyard Hate. Yeah. So now that is not really a playable card anymore, a deck like Sultai Reanimator can really shine.
Yeah, they kind of got. They were let loose. They were resuscitated in a sense when Agatha's Soul Cauldron, you know, left Standard.
The only thing Tony can really try to do, I mean, it's not going to work now because the Terror of the Peak will finish this game off straight away, but is to try to hope Terror of the Peak is not in the yard and you do all this graveyard shenanigans, and then Tony can just go, you know, Song of Totentons, Badgermole Cub, and combo off in the same turn, but no creatures in the yard because it does bring them back from every yard.
Yeah.
So here's the thing that you do with this. You get to stack it in such a way that whatever bringer that you choose, you order it where you would exile it, but first it gets brought back from the trigger. So you actually don't have to exile any of the bringers to come in, to just have it come into play. So time to count, and Tony's not going to have enough life. That's
just
for sure.
2 of those bringers is deadness.
Yeah.
Because, 12 life Tony's on. That is...
not close, we'll say.
Impressive one-shot kill there from Kenta Harane. And Tony has to rely on a sideboard here to try and get game number 2 in his favor. What are we looking at for Tony's side of things to try and get a game win here?
3 Soul Guide Lanterns. That is going to be probably the most important card here. There's Torpor Orb, which is okay. You know, it shuts off some of the deck. It doesn't shut off all of it. That's about it. That is really about it. But still, 3 Soul Guide Lantern is gigantic here because there is not really a good plan B from Kenta's deck. I mean, I think here is the plan B. You can take a creature or an artifact, so you want to take it when you see it in the hand immediately, or you can awaken the Honored Dead to destroy a Soul Guide Lantern, which that also feels bad because most of the time they get to sack it and either remove the graveyard or draw a card, but you got to do what you got to do. But meanwhile, this was a 1 mana, let's peek at your hand, and did not actually take anything. Always feels horrendous when you play Duress and you miss, or you play Tactics and you miss.
It's still information.
Yeah.
Information is powerful.
You're a glass half full type person.
Sure
I see.
am.
Okay.
Yeah, it ain't over till it's over. You're like 1,000 life behind, and you got no cards in hand. Concede.
But no land from Tony here, though, is a big deal. I mean, just Storm Chaser's Talent. Taking the damage off the starting town is not the biggest deal, but you absolutely need to be hitting your land drops. So I'm not sure if Tony mulliganed a lot here, but either way, this is
Cycle
not
Harvester
great.
of Misery, killing the little guy off. Him and his buddy, they got a lot of work to do here. 2 unknown cards, not lands, and then for Tony.
One of them is Badgermole Cub, so that is good. Being able to find a land would be great, but with Tony's smirk there, I'm kind of thinking his 79.2 win percentage on day 1 might be a little tarnished here after this match.
Take a knock.
But also, that's maybe one of the most impressive stats I've ever seen.
That's insane.
Jeez. that's up there with the GOATs.
Yeah.
That's an incredible year.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic year. One of our Player of the Year contenders. He's sitting in 4th position currently. Superior Spider-Man's going to bring back Harvester of Misery, or enter as Harvester of Misery, kill off the other little friend. There is a starting town.
Was this
that
turn 1,
that was
2,
not
or
turn 1, 2,
3,
or
though?
3, no.
Yeah, that's...
This was turn 4. It should have entered tapped.
I think that should have entered tap, yeah, absolutely. And I
think the judge has seen it.
Yeah, I think they've got it right here. Maybe?
Yep.
Honestly, I've done that every time. You just think it's first, second, or third land. You know, that's what it feels like it should be. But yeah, so easy mistake to make there.
That's okay.
I feel like we've all done it.
Yeah.
18, 16. 18, 16. Yes.
That's just the extra, like, you know, slap in the face. You've been missing land drops, but you're like, this one, it's only the first 3 turns.
And for 4, Tony goes down to 14. Floodcaller, Badgermole, Rakshasa's Bargain. Song of Totentan, Stuck Up, another Rakshasa's Bargain. So much to do and nothing to do it with.
Yep. Really, really brutal here. Had to have had a mulligan here, or was just really, you know, feeling the top of the deck, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense. And now the Bookworm being able to discard Arden looks great. If you can find another Superior Spider-Man. Arden, just one of the most unbeatable cards from Final Fantasy, that's for sure.
Moly. Just the fact that it gives demons haste as well. Ugh,
lifelink. It does it all. So yeah, if you don't just win the game with the Bringer of the Last Gift, that's a good condolence.
Yeah. You know, having haste is so important. You know, that's why I'm a little bit, you know, iffy and sketchy with a airbending deck. It's like, okay, well, if you have to combo off on your turn, but you don't have haste, how are you winning?
Badgermole Cubs giving your lands, you know,
it's cute.
Counts.
Yeah, it's cute. Like it's...
We're going to see that as well. That deck, you know, if you can't win the same turn, you can put 4 of the blue-white Aang in exile and counter a bunch of spells there. So that's the deck I would have played.
Yeah.
But after seeing all the decks, I probably would have wanted to play this spicy Is It Lesson deck we're going to be seeing a little bit later.
So cool.
Oh, yeah. We're huge fans here in the booth of that deck. That's for sure.
Yeah. And as we kick things off here in Constructed, we will be showing off as many of the archetypes as we can. And then head off with the tournament leaders as it gets closer to the top 8. But there's still a way to go before we do that. Urgent Necropsy now from Kento Harane.
Just a 1-of in the sideboard, but a very effective card, being able to take out an artifact like a Soul Guide Lantern. It just takes care of a lot of different things here.
Very versatile.
Very versatile, yep.
Tony, you have had a rough match here, my friend.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. And just the 2 starting towns being the only lands you've drawn as well. Like, this is pretty brutal. And I'm noticing the only thing we can cast is Song of Totentan's for 1. That's horrific. Or Soul Guide Lantern, exile the 1 meaningful card, sack it to try to hit a land right now. Still a pretty bad play, but yeah. You know it's going to be a starting town, right?
Torch the tower, in fact.
So this is 6 damage coming in already.
That is it. Oh, boy. Rough beats there for Tony Portalan, but Kento Harane is going to be extremely happy to remain undefeated thus far in the tournament. And cool as a cucumber doing so, Corey.
Yep, really unfazed there. Kind of a non-game there with Tony not having a fantastic start at all. But that matchup, I could definitely see how it could be brutal. You know, game 1, not that close. And when Soul Guide Lantern is your only piece of interaction, it's not like it works the entire game. It's not Rest in Peace. It's not Leyline of the Void. You get 1 spot where it's going to protect you from Superior Spider-Man, and then they can rebuild. So, yeah, definitely seems like a brutal one.
It does indeed, and we're going to jump into our next feature match here in round number 4. It's going to be Matt Nass, Proto Champion, up against Chris Battello. We have Is It Lessons, which we're very excited about, versus Jeskai Control. Chris Battello is ride or die on Control, I will tell you. That is how he qualified. He was in the final. I remember this. I think. Were you in the booth for that one?
Yeah, we were at the same
in the finals?
at the same show. I think
we had different booth pairings. Yeah, but
exactly.
Chris Battello brings a deck that is pre-boarded for aggressive decks and still loses to Percy Fang in the finals. But you know what? He loves this archetype, and I don't think anyone really does it better than him. So let's see if Jeskai Control in the hands of Chris Battello can get it done here against Matt Nass.
And Matt Nass is the architect of this particular version of Is It Lessons,
Yeah.
which all 10 players from Team TCG ended up playing. I mean, that is very telling. That is very telling. And when I ran into them in our hotel lobby, they were saying Grand kind of sounds like Regavan if you squint closely. I laughed, thought it was ridiculous, and then started playing with the deck, and I was like, you know what? It is Regavan.
Grand's going to have a little bit of trouble here against this Rest in Peace, though. Chris Battello bringing in from the sideboard. So we are joining in game 2. Matt Nass has won game 1. We imagine Grand didn't Grand things and made everything cheaper. You know, maybe a couple ancestral recalls at home being concocted for Matt Nass, but let's see where he goes.
So here's the thing. Like, of course, Rest in Peace is going to be great against the Lessons deck. It's going to shut off Ancestral Recall at home. The Accumulate Wisdom, you know, that is kind of the most busted thing that the deck's doing. But the sidestep that these players have figured out is Monument to Endurance.
Oh, it's so good.
Monument is the card that does not care about the graveyard. It's probably about to be windmill slammed on this turn. And that with Artist talent and Storm Chaser's talent, you don't need the graveyard anymore, even though, of course, it helps.
Yes, certainly does. But, yeah, like you mentioned, Monument to Endurance is just such a cool card and such a different angle of approach or a different angle of attack for this deck. You can kill your opponent on their upkeep, basically, if you get enough of them down.
Yeah. I'm wondering, so I think, I mean, as far as I can see, we have red and white mana, right? There's no blue mana available. So I think Matt didn't play the Monument there to play around like No More Lies or something, but I don't think it's castable. So I think I would have jammed Monument.
We got Sun Below Verge.
Right, the 2 Verges, it's just red and white if you don't have the... okay,
Mountain.
I wouldn't say he realized it now, but now he's like, okay.
Always check what basics are out, friends.
I'll discard this.
Because it's River Pyre, so that makes red, and then Sun Billow makes white.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so red and white is Boris Lands currently.
So most of the time, as far as my limited experience where I played 5 matches with this deck, won 5 of them very easily, by the way. But you just always just pick that draw a card moment right away. Just keep stocking up your hand. And whenever you're doing the mode of take 3, your opponent is dead.
Yep. No. Okay, Spell Pierce. Keeping Grand alive. You better respect your elders there, Chris Battello. These scallywags trying to take me out. I'm going to take you down, Mr. Battello.
16.
Is that how Grand sounds?
In my mind, yes.
Okay.
Not what she sounds like in the show at all.
Sure.
Ooh, nice. Artist talent now, too. This is Grand backup, right?
Yes.
Oh, gross. Draw. Yeah?
You know, Matt is just having
more. Oh, the more he can do in a turn, the happier he is.
So I feel like Matt won his Pro Tour, won with Domain. Of course, we saw his expression at the end after he won. He was, you know, so excited.
Exhausted.
But I feel like that wasn't him. That wasn't Matt. You know, that's not the kind of deck that he normally likes.
No.
This, on the other hand.
Yeah.
This is the type of deck that is exactly a Matt Nass deck.
Fidgeting with artifacts.
Game actions.
Game actions, yeah.
Yeah.
You know his middle name is Game Actions, right?
I believe it is. He played and popularized a deck that everyone loved called KCI.
Uh-huh, yes. Tell me how much everyone loved it.
People loved it. Matt Nass especially loved it.
Oh, yes. Too much, though, because it kind of... How many top 8s did he make with it?
I don't know, but it was a lot.
Ridiculous amount.
He was dominating the Grand Prix circuit.
Chris is doing his best to keep this board at bay.
I think he has Spider Sense here to return Grand.
Do it.
Pick up Grand.
Yeah! Go get Granny. Don't leave her at the shops too long there, Matt.
Discard land. Draw.
And then he gets to do Monument things again. Ah, I love this deck. It's so fun.
I'm at 13.
13, excuse me. Yeah, I'll just take you to 10 then.
Ready?
Probably just kill you next turn.
And probably just kill you next turn.
Yeah, get bolted.
Wow. I mean, we only saw the one game here.
Yeah.
But, you know, this deck does seem extremely well positioned against control decks. But I talked to Matt, I talked to Partardee before, and they're like, I want to avoid these 6 Reanimator decks. So You know, that's a storyline that's going to be building, you know, across this tournament.
Talent.
Oh my goodness.
I have to cast 3 spells.
And here, let's show 3 spells, shall we?
So I'll cast these 3 spells.
Yeah.
Cast them each for 1 mana, and I can make a
Pew, pew, pew.
You got me.
Yeah, that is it. So if you don't have your graveyard artist talent on, the level 2 will give you things for 1 mana less. So that is just an impressive way to dispatch of your opponent there. If all of Matt's games go like that, he's going to be in the top 8, easy peasy.
I mean, when you start with when you start with Grand on turn number 1, you know, that's kind of how these games can get out of control. So, yeah, Grand and company looks quite good.
Ragagran?
We'll go with that.
Granavan?
I'll leave you to those nicknames, yeah.
I'm not good at naming things, but I am going to tell you what the next feature match is. So we're going to jump into Carat versus Yuki Ichawa. They are sitting here at 1-1 as we join them. Golgari Ouroboros versus Is It Looting? So let's see who takes this one down. So Golgari Ouroboros. Why this over the Simic one?
Yeah, you know, I mean, we'll definitely find out. The Golgari is not necessarily a version of this that we see. You know, everybody that has been playing on the arena ladder has played against Simic plenty of times, but this deck does get to utilize Lively Dirge, Overlord of the Belmerk, Deep Cavern backed, and there's also one code, the Face Stealer in there.
Ooh.
If you can ever the Face Steal on Ouroboros, it's going to be 6 power, so it's going to put 6 power on everything.
Gross.
I don't know how often that happens, but it is truly incredible.
Maybe we'll get it as a treat today.
Yeah.
Who knows?
And I mean, there is 4 Nature's Rhythm in this list for Carat as well, so you can find these one of. Yeah, 4 seems like a lot to me.
Yeah.
Looking at this deck, my first initial reaction is, okay, cool, this is a different take on it. But my initial reaction is the deck is a little clunky. But hey, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if you can tutor out the card you're missing in your game-winning combo, then sure.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of, you know, has to be one-offs. I mean, Damage Control Crew he's playing in this, and we see an Ouroboros attempt to be cast, and Yuki Ichawa says, get out. And that's what it does. So just attacking here now with this Mana Dork Spider Manifestation.
A card that we also do not see very often, but hey, there's a lot of 4-drops that can untap it. If you have Badgermole Cub in play, you're adding 2 mana each time you can untap it. It kind of turbocharges your creatures out a bit, and that makes sense. Maybe, you know, Carl and company thought the same. Hey, our deck is a little clunky. We need some cards like this that can crank out multiple spells at once.
Yuki Ichawa gets Storm Chaser's Talent down on the board. A little Otter to come with it. 4 mana now. We're going to Overlord and untap it. So paying full cost for it. So it is a big creature on the board. What do we want to bring back? It's going to be our Plant Worm friend.
And you do get to untap this off the Impending, off the Spider Manifestation. It's kind of the classic up the beanstalk style of interaction.
True, pretty sweet. Discounts don't matter when it comes to check the mana value of the spell itself. So,
and Yuki's deck, there's going to be 3 different Izzet decks that we're going to be seeing, you know, all day. They're all very different. I would say this is the closest to what the Izzet decks look like with Vivi still hanging around, of course, without the combo and stuff like that. But it plays Duelist of the Mind, Fear of Missing Out, Quantum Riddler, even some Tiger Seals as your threats. It is trying to, you know, kind of have Duelist of the Mind be the Prof's Eidetic Memory, FOMO kind of do exactly what it did in the previous Izzet configurations, and then you play Boomerang Basics and Storm Chaser's Talent to get that value going. But much different than the other 2 versions of Izzet that we'll be seeing.
Yeah. So we've got the Looting, we've got Lessons, we've got the Prowess one as well. So plenty of Izzet archetypes here this weekend. Carat trying to deal with this Looting version here right now. Can't keep anything to stick on the board here, so Yuki's doing a great job of clearing the battlefield.
And just like the previous versions of Izzet, the warping the Quantum Riddler when you only have 1 card in hand, still very good.
Oh, yes. We like extra cards.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But Ouroboros here is really nice, getting that to stick. Not the easiest card for Yuki's deck to deal with, besides bouncing, and there is a decent amount of that. But and now we can level up now and into the Flood Mob back. So a solid play, takes up the whole turn. But if Carl's whole turn is just replaying Ouroboros, then it's still a nice little time walk.
Yeah, I mean, Yuki's deck is pretty much doing what it wants to. You know, get that little chip damage in there while he can, while keeping the board clear, and for keeping his opponent on the back foot here. So let's see where Carl wants to go with this turn.
And Carl Serap, of course, no stranger to success at the World Championship level. Made it to the top 4 the year Nathan Stoyer won, not too many years ago.
It feels like many years ago.
It does, right?
That was, jeez, yeah. That was your first event, wasn't it?
That was our first event together, yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. Tough to forget that one, I guess, from my perspective. I guess not yours, but...
Sorry. I don't remember anything. Here comes the Overlord of the Belmerk once again. Let's see what is chucked in the yard. We value that Deep Cavern Bat, says Carl Serap. He wants to take a look in Yuki's hand and slow him down a little bit if he can.
Yeah, Deep Cavern Bat, a card that is not really played as much as we kind of thought. The one big storyline, I think, when we were looking over deck list as a team here is, where's Kaido? You know, where is Dimir?
Where's Dimir midrange?
Dimir just really got no toys in the last, couple sets, so it ended up being just not that strong of a choice anymore, even though after the bans, after Avatar came out, everyone kind of thought it's Kaido's world now.
Yeah,
and
a lot of people thought that.
Not played out that way at all.
But like you mentioned, the testing teams, they're ahead of the curve. So they found Izzet lessons and went, holy crap, this deck is busted.
Yeah, we will definitely see how it does. But on paper, it seems awesome. And if you just watched what Matt Nass just did, you got to think, hey, this is a pretty incredible deck.
Badgermole Cub getting returned from the graveyard there off of the attack.
Okay.
Shoot the Sheriff takes care of the Quantum Riddler, so no concern there for Overlord of the Belmerk's safety. I don't think it has to worry about safety at all with that lovely face, but
Very lovely.
Badgermole Cub, yay, gets to sit.
Badgermole Cub, definitely looked at as the best. Wow, just 4 lands in hand from Yuki. That is not great.
Good grief.
But Badgermole Cub definitely looked at largely as the best card in Avatar. But wow.
By a long shot, yeah. That was rough. So many lands in hand there for Yuki Ichikawa. Just flooded. He was doing an excellent job of keeping Carl at bay, but then lands just... They were too eager to get to the top of the library there.
Had to be doing more looting, I guess, with this Izzet looting deck. But hey, that's why we play the game. Sometimes you just don't draw exactly what you want. A little unfortunate there for Yuki for sure, even though he drew a ton of cards and it looked like he was in a winning position there early on.
Yeah, it did. But kudos to Carl Serap. He picks up another win here, and we'll look to continue that. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be with Maria and company at the news desk.
While our 2025 MagicCon season has come to an end, it's time to get ready for the next semester. Join us at MagicCon Las Vegas on May 1st through the 3rd to gather with some of the brightest mages of the multiverse. Early bird badges for MagicCon Las Vegas are now on sale. Some badge levels have already sold out, so jump to the head of the class and go to mcvegas.mtgfestivals.com to learn more about the show and get your badge today. Early bird pricing will be available until 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Monday, December 8th, or while supplies last. These are meaty. I'm glad you're having me pre-record them. Hey friends, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 31 live from Bellevue, Washington. 126 of the best players in the world now just getting the first glimpses of if their standard deck choice for the weekend was the right one or not, with one round of standard under our belts here on day one of competition. Welcome back to the news. That's Marie Berthaldi. We've got Monty Debuti, we've got Riley Knight, and we've got a look at our leaderboard here after 4 rounds of play. Let's find out where things sit here in the building. What players have set themselves up for a good championship here at World Championship 31. Take a look at our 4-0s all the way down to 7th place. Derek Davis kicking things off with a 4-0. Kenta Harane on that sweet Reanimator deck with a 4-0. Eli Cassis starting things out with a 4-0 as well. Has come in second at a World Championship. Maybe wants to come in first on this one. Javier Dominguez, somebody who knows about coming in first at World Championships. So nice he's done it twice, sitting at 3-1 after 4 rounds of play. More standings here as we go to page 2. Riley.
Yes, indeed, and you can see that there are still some very big names. JED at 3-1, another former world champion. Michael Plummer, the reigning Pro Tour champion. But I want to highlight the fact that a full 60% of Australian players in attendance have a 3-1 record or better. So
well done.
We've come all the way over here. We've fought through the jet lag, flown across the Pacific, and we're not here to make.
You know how Canadians are doing?
No, I don't. Honestly, that's not my job.
I think it's worse.
We need to look into that for us, Monty.
Yeah, I'll get right on it.
Okay, thank you. Well, something else Monty has been looking into is opening hands. We're taking a look at some of the most popular decks here in the room and talking about how do you play them when you actually sit down, what hands you want to keep, what do you want to throw back, and what are we starting with, Monty?
All right, so we're going to start by taking a look at the most played deck in the room. Specifically, it is going to be Is It Lessons and Matt Nass's build of Is It Lessons that all of Team TCG Player has brought. So this deck is very much a almost control deck that is playing its early games, trading resources and trying to set up, and then once you reach that lesson overload, you have access to cards like Ancestral Recall in Accumulated Wisdom. So this deck can be extremely powerful. Now, I talked to Matt at the player party, and I went through some situations with him to get a feel about what some opening hands may look like and what he's doing with them. So the first opening hand here is going to be a very, very solid opening hand that we're going to be looking at. So Artist Talent, Monument to Endurance. This is the 2-card combo that you're really hoping to get online and start taking advantage of all of these lessons that you have. And then 2 pieces of removal with all of the green decks running around in the field is really important to have access to at least 1, ideally 2 pieces of removal here, as well as 2 lands. This feels like a slam dunk keep from Matt, right? But what if we changed the hand up by 1 card? What if we take 1 talent, Artist Talent, and swap it over to another Storm Chaser's Talent? Now things get really questionable. Storm Chaser's Talent plus Monument to Endurance really aren't putting up that good of a combination of things, so this hand feels a little clunky. Now, if you're against a green deck, you're still keeping it, but unlike the previous hand where you're keeping it everywhere, if you're against another blue-red deck, for example, this hand gets a lot closer into mulligan territory. Now, I have one more hand that we're going to look at, and this is perhaps the most interesting one, because this hand is just Storm Chaser's Talent, Boomerang Basics, and 5 lands.
What more do you need, Monty?
Well, that was my question. I asked Matt, is this hand really a keep? And he's like, yeah, I think you should be keeping this. It doesn't feel the most intuitive, but Storm Chaser's Talent and Boomerang Basics is so powerful that this alone can be enough to keep the hand and then start going off from there. And he said, yeah, I think this is a keep. And That's one of the maybe unintuitive hands that you might encounter playing this Isn't Lessons deck, but certainly the power level is there.
Wow, incredible stuff. 2 powerhouse cards for sure here this weekend. We've been meeting some of the big teams here in the room. Up next, Team TCG player, captained by Reed Duke.
I am here with the team captain of TCG player Reed Duke. Reed, tell us about your team, starting with Edgar Maguiesh.
Well, a common scene at the testing house, you'll walk into a room and Edgar will be there just staring intently at his deck. It could be on Magic Arena, Magic Online, laid out in paper cards, but just staring, not speaking, not moving, and you'll be left to wonder what's going on in his mind.
Gabriel Nassif.
Gabriel Nassif is absolutely one of the best players to ever play the game. In my opinion, he's the very best deck builder, which makes him a very valuable and dangerous teammate.
Manoa.
Manoa is the regional champion this year. He won with Boros Energy right at the start of the season, so he knew for a year he was going to be qualified for Worlds, and he's been looking forward to it ever since.
Matt Costa.
Matt Costa, while maybe not a household name, is extremely experienced and talented player. What makes Matt so deadly is his gameplay, his ability to navigate a complicated situation and steal a win out of nowhere.
Matt Nass.
Matt Nass could very well be our MVP for this tournament, or maybe even for the whole year. He won the Pro Tour earlier, and he is a phenomenal deck builder, especially for a new open format like the World Championships is this time around.
Matt Wright.
Matt Wright is the youngest player on the team. He is a workhorse in terms of playing tons of Magic across both standard and limited, and he's, bringing a new perspective to the team that has proven to be super, super valuable.
Nam Dang.
Nam Dang is also a new addition to Team TCG player this year. Nam brings a really intense desire to learn about all formats, and having his new perspective is really great for avoiding stale thinking or us old timers getting too set in our ways.
Sam Partardee.
Sam Partardee, underrated as one of the most skilled and experienced players on our team. He's our limited specialist, so he runs our booster draft boot camp every time, and his constructed chops are second to none as well.
Seth Manfield.
Seth Manfield, another one of the best players to ever play the game. What's really interesting about Seth is he has his own unique vision. So you'll be watching him play, and the people watching might have no idea what's going on in the game, but you can be guaranteed that Seth always has a vision, and he always knows how to make himself the winner when the dust settles.
And tell us about you, Reed Duke.
Well, what you might not know about me is I was the runner-up at the World Championships way back in 2013. So I'm back. Every time I get to play, I treat it like it could be my last chance. And here, I've got my eyes on the trophy.
Well, we're thrilled you're here. That's Team TCG player.
The constructed rounds are underway here at the World Championship, and we want to talk to some Blue-Red Lessons players from Team TCG. Pro Tour Ether Drift champion Matt Nass, Pro Tour Phyrexia champion Reed Duke. Now, Matt, I've been told you're the one that kind of concocted this little brew.
Yeah, so Sam Partardee mentioned that Accumulated Wisdom was amazing in draft, just draw 3 Ancestral Recall of sorts. And so I'm like, okay, let's try it in Constructed. And for Pro Tour Chicago, I had tried an Artist Talent Monument deck with a bunch of spells like Opt, Sleight of Hand, and it wasn't quite good enough, but it felt close.
Okay.
And it felt like the Lessons package just fit perfectly with that. And I played a bit against Gabriel Nassif, and it was looking pretty good, but he's like, let's streamline it. You have all this weird stuff like Sokka that's not really just on the all Lessons all the time plan. So we switched around some cards, moved it to that, and then the list we had maybe 2 weeks ago is honestly pretty close to what we're playing today. We got there pretty quick and just got to tune the sideboard, tune the list, and I think it's in a great spot.
Matt thinks it's in a great spot. Reed, do you agree?
I agree. I mean, Matt is awesome, an awesome player, an awesome teammate, really has like an irreplaceable skill set. deck building in Magic is hard enough when you have an anchor, like a starting point. But for this, it's like brand new set just came out, totally wide open format. So to be able to come up with a completely original deck that we believe and hope is maybe a little bit ahead of the field is just a huge achievement. And me and the rest of the team really appreciate it.
They're being modest. They're very happy. You can see Reed's big smile. They might have the deck of the tournament. It's certainly the most played one. We'll see how it does here in Seattle.
There's a look at Team TCG player. Did they break it? We will certainly find out here this weekend. Let's take a look at some more words of wisdom our players say have impacted their Magic journey. Monty, what have you got for us this time?
All right, hear me out.
Okay.
Pay attention to what lands your opponents play.
I agree. Good wisdom.
I'm glad you agree.
Mine equally bite-sized here, Maria. Don't always trust the stats.
I love that. Truer words. Here's mine. Constantly have a set of questions you are looking to answer. And as you get answers to those questions, re-update the questions you're seeking the answers
I really like that.
for.
I really like that's just good life advice. That's not just wisdom when it comes to Magic. That's just good advice overall.
Yeah.
So what questions are you looking for the answers for now, Riley?
Who's playing next? Have we got any info on that?
You know what we do,
Oh,
actually,
fantastic.
Riley.
Here we go.
do actually very well.
I'll
Let's
have to
take
update
a
my
look
questions.
at our next feature match here coming up for round number 5. Standard is on the table. We have Joseph Sanfeliu up against Jennifer Rose Holloway. Jeskai Artifacts up against another flavor of Jeskai in that of Jeskai Control. Take a look at Joseph there on your screen from Spain. Started playing in 2017. No top finishes yet, but had a top 8 at the Legacy European Championship in Lille in 2023. Won 11-5 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities.
Now, what's really good about this bloke, as you can see, 100% day 2 conversion rate. He's made day 2 on all 7 of the events that he's played, and he's got the 11th best constructed win rate. So
Nice.
This is someone to keep an eye on. He clearly knows his way around 60-card decks.
Up against Jennifer Rose Holloway. Pro Tour Edge of Eternities was her first Pro Tour. Started playing in 2011 from Australia, Riley.
Yeah. And look, I'm so pleased to see Jennifer Rose Holloway in the feature match area. We had a really special moment. She's from Melbourne, my hometown, and we were down the Coburg Town Hall, down Wurundjeri Woiwurrung country, where she won the RC there. Only dropped 1 match across the entire tournament on Demir. She's been picked up by Team Sanctum. We asked all the players for the most memorable moment of their season so far. Hers was, quote, almost dropping the RC trophy when Riley and I passed it to me at the tournament. So nice to be featured in that moment for her, but no, it was a huge and a very special moment. The Australian Magic community ably represented by Jennifer Rose, and hopefully she can get the job done in this. Not that, there's
no bias
whatsoever from this area at all.
We haven't already heard
the
it
real
from you
winner at
this
the end of
round.
the day is Magic the Gathering, but hopefully also Jennifer.
Talk to me about these decks, Monty.
Okay, so we're going to start with Joseph's deck, and both of these decks are super cool, super sweet, and decks that we don't see at the top of the metagame. Very lower numbers represented, but Joseph's deck is an artifact-based deck. Now, the core of this deck is using a card like Repurposing Bay as a toolkit sort of enabler, being able to search out artifacts from your deck, almost like, for us old heads, a birthing pod-esque effect. Now you combine this with a card like United Battlefront, being able to look at more cards and find these powerful artifacts, but the card that brings the whole deck together is Simulacrum Synthesizer. This is what allows you to really start going off, creating these large construct tokens, and then as you're doing that, you're able to give haste to your team with a card like Fire Crystal and end the game out of nowhere. The key power of this deck is not just the sheer amount of pressure it's able to put out, it's also its mass removal suite, being able to be very strong against the green decks. Unfortunately, on the other side, no green to be found. Jennifer Rose has also brought a Jeskai deck. This is Jeskai Control. Now, same idea of trying to be good against the green decks, but Jennifer Rose's version is very much a proactive version of Jeskai Control. One of the cards that she has brought is Gwen Stacy in 3 copies. This plays beautifully with the key card in the deck, Shiko Paragon of the Way. Shiko is a very strong threat, but the big thing that it does for your deck is it allows you to rebuy these powerful cheap cards that you have access to, and when you combine it with a modal double face card like Gwen Stacy, you can cast the back side of it for free, which is really cool. One card I want to draw attention to in this deck is the 2 main deck copies of Ultima in this deck. Jennifer Rose is one of only 2 people playing main deck Ultima in control, and this card is devastating against the Jeskai Artifacts deck. That's one to keep your eyes on.
All right, so there's a look at our players and our decks. We know where Riley's heart and head is at for this matchup. What do you think, Bonnie?
I'm going to back Australia. I don't know the Australian anthem, so Australia.
Very good. Yeah. It's an improvement
something
on
like
ours,
that,
for
right?
Sure. For sure.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for round number 5. Ailey and Corey are back in the booth. Take it away, you two. We
Monty,
nailed it, right?
You just made all the Canadians very mad, I'd just like to say. And we're a polite nation.
And rumor has it wasn't Jennifer almost dropping that trophy.
It was
Riley's
Riley.
poor handoff, so we apologize, but that was all Mr. Knight on that one.
Yeah.
What a change that makes. Me getting blamed by the rest of the coverage team. Yes. Set your watch to it.
But thank you all. We are very excited to get into this matchup. Pretty sweet deck lists.
Yes.
And it's going to be a real tough one here for Joseph Sanfeliu playing artifacts against a deck that just wants to kill you and kills all your artifacts extremely well.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about the Artifacts deck, though, is it looks like it's kind of a slow, grindy deck, but it is Jeskai for a reason, and only for the one card. It's the Fire Crystal, which you can really win the game out of nowhere.
Yep.
A couple of repurposing bays, a couple simulacrum synthesizers. You make 2 8/8 haste robots, and they can really get the job done pretty quickly.
They sure can. I have been squished by many a construct.
Yes.
Playing up against this list on the ladder, and very excited to see this take on it
It's
in
a good
action.
deck,
And also super keen to see Jennifer Rose Holloway's concoction alongside Casey Miller. They created this deck. It's a Jeskai control deck in inverted commas, but it's actually Jeskai burn. They say that it's usually correct to just lightning helix the face. So chances are we're going to see plenty of damage being sent upstairs against Joseph Sanfeliu, and this deck has been affectionately dubbed the Gen Casey's.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the cool things that you can do is there's Gwen Stacy here, there's Shiko, Paragon of the Way. You can cast the backside of it when you have it in the graveyard. So, kind of the thing that we see from Fetch Quest when it gets airbent, the same kind of thing happens with this powerful Spider-Man card.
Yeah.
So not an interaction we've seen a lot of or any of so far.
Yeah, this is a sweet deck. And, you mentioned Gwen Stacy. You can get the backside of that. I assume then Aang Swift Savior, similar thing. You can just get Aang and La on the backside of that. And, just go ham. Let's see how fast this deck can go as we get Authority of Consoles and Clarifier Bricks down here for Joseph. Here we see the first of our Lightning Helixes.
And the old school art, I can respect it. That's nice.
Yeah, that is cool art indeed. That Kev
Very
Walker,
fitting.
right? I think it's Kev Walker.
I'm not 100% sure, but all I know is that card was printed, I think we were talking in our meeting 17 years ago.
Yeah, 19 years ago, I think.
19 years ago with the popular Craig Jones moment that I think we can all remember. Exactly, there you go.
What's on top of the deck?
It's iconic, that's for sure.
Yeah. Alrighty. Stock up now. Filling Jennifer Rose Holloway's hand. Shiko, Paragon of the Way, Lightning Helix, Get Lost, and Ultima. Ooh. That card is Bad News Bears for one Joseph Sanfeliu on the other side of the battlefield. With Multiversal Passage, Pinnacle Starcage, Hide on the Ceiling, and a couple lands in hand.
And being able to have that one of Hide on the Ceiling, sure, if you lose your stuff to Ultima, that is a nice card that's going to be able to bring them back. So kind of the counterplay to Ultima, but the one thing that Joseph needs right now is something to actually present some pressure. So United Battlefront, the collected company essentially for artifacts, that's going to be the biggest top deck if we can get there. But just a phenomenal play here, a card that I lose to in Limited all the time.
Yep.
The Legend of Karuk is extremely powerful.
This card is sweet, and I think it's of the legends from the Avatar set. This one is the most played in the constructed decks. Just being able to make a bunch of creatures and then potentially take an extra turn once this card flips. Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, some of the Otters players are playing one main, one side as well, so it is making an appearance You know, some of the other legends have made appearances in Modern, those kind of things. But yeah, you're right. In Standard, this seems like the most dominant one by far.
As things stand now, bunch of non-creature permanents on the board here for Joseph. Gets Multiversal Passage down.
And no play there, which is very disappointing. Just had a Pinnacle Star Cage, but not the ideal thing to be casting here.
Yeah, no, especially when it hit most of your stuff.
Yeah. You can stack it in such a way that, you know, it would exile and then you get the construct, I believe. But still, all it would be is 3-mana construct up against whatever Jennifer could have, Ultima being one of the most important things.
Yeah.
Top, bottom.
Thundering Falls, Gwen Stacy in hand. Another stock up.
Trigger.
Here comes Miss Stacy.
And I think Jennifer and the rest of her teammates were saying just 100% on the amount of times people pick up Gwen Stacy to read.
Yeah, yeah. Don't blame him. This is probably one of the only decks in the field being played. And Authority of Consoles should have that enter tapped and Joseph gain life.
Yeah, and hey, it's a powerful card. 2 mana, being able to essentially draw a card, some extra steps to be able to do it, and then transforming. It does get to be a very real card on the back. I mean, a 4/4 Flying Vigilance Haste. We'll flip that one around and kind of show what this deck can really do. You know, if you get this into the graveyard, you know, whenever you play a land from exile or cast a spell from exile, put a 1/1 counter on it, and then remove 2 counters from Ghost Spider, exile the top card of your library. You may play that this turn, so a really powerful card.
Here comes Pinnacle Star Cage, now targeting Gwen Stacy to prevent her from getting exiled, so that will die. Gee, I wonder if a certain Shiko would like to pick that up.
What gave you that idea?
I don't know. Maybe it's text.
Aiming your own removal at it? Yeah, that would make sense.
Gain 3 life, give a Shiko a target. Seems good.
Now, Joseph does get to, you know, put one of his own artifacts underneath the cage, so that if you do lose all your artifacts to Ultima, something like that, at least you get something back. Not the biggest deal, of course.
I do like the variant Boros munitions, using the Star Cage as well to just like pull in all your stuff and then break the cage and just, it's just fire.
Yeah, that is
so
a spicy
sweet.
one. Standard is just incredible right now. I mean, whenever you can have a metagame where the top deck is 18%, you know, that's kind of what we saw at the most recent R season Modern. That was about the metagame. Those tournaments look great. Standard's in an awesome position after the bannies, after the newest set. So an incredibly fun set to play.
Here comes Shiko, hits the board. Now, these creatures should be tapped, right?
Yes, Authority should tap all of these things.
And be gaining Joseph life.
Yes.
You can cast it behind? Yeah.
And he's just checking that you can cast the backside.
Yep.
And then I can choose to cast it, and so I can cast either side.
Yep, kind of similar to Fetch Quest. Yeah.
Pretty busted.
But hey, judges are your friend. Remember, in this interaction, if I was playing against Jennifer at this Pro Tour and I just saw this interaction, which I would have for sure not tested against.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd be asking a judge no matter what, even though it does make sense that this would work. Judges are your friend. Always ask them any questions.
It doesn't hurt to double check.
But now this should be tapped, so...
Yeah.
15. Go.
So we'll see if we're getting this adjusted here.
Nope.
Okay. Meticulous archive drawn here. Now, the penny will drop here eventually, friends, and the judges will take a look at the board state as it is and realize that, oopsie, Authority of Consoles is on the board. There should be a bunch of life gain. That creature shouldn't have been able to attack, so we do manage to get past all of that, because no one wants to watch a 10-minute judge call, let's be honest. And we will be then rewinding to the point that Shiko hit the battlefield and Gwen Stacy was cast. So just bear with us as these players get through to that point that I've just mentioned.
This one.
This is all an illusion. It's an alternate reality.
There you go, there you go.
Okay. Did that one come right?
A different Spider-Verse, if you will?
Sure, yeah.
Now, this is a nice combo here, being able to sack a 3-drop. You get back your 2-drop, and then you can go get anything +1 if you want. So, I mean, Fire Crystal is an option. Plethora of different things that you can get.
It's always fun to wait and see. Like, okay, when did they realize?
Yeah. Looks like we have the white Auracite pulled to the front, being able to exile something when it comes into play. Premium common
Sweet
removal from
limited
Final
card,
Fantasy.
yes.
Yeah.
We'll say, you see it, you grab it. That Ultima looming in the hand of Jennifer Rose Holloway. Now it looks like the judges have then realized.
Oh, yeah, actually, all of the
Things should answer tapped.
Yeah, so
should have gained a bunch of life and not
thinking
taken
real
the
quick
damage
about a
there.
rewind here.
Yeah, and nice to always have, you know, we have so many of the best judges to ever do it. Always watching, they're watching monitors for the matches, there's judges standing over, so incredible stuff to have them be able to stop that. Now we have rewinded to the point to then make everything right.
You did it wrong.
Huh? Oh, sorry.
And here we go. We're going to get back.
So sorry about that, everyone, but thank you so much for understanding.
It's all good. Mistakes happen. Judges are your friends.
Oh, wait. No, this is exact for this, no? Okay, it's
nope, we're good. Yeah, we're good.
All back on track here now. Nice deep breath.
Looks like Aang, Swift Savior, was pulled out here from Jennifer. A powerful card. You know, it is just a solid creature in this deck. It's not really doing any kind of combos like we're going to be seeing in some of the banned airbending decks as well, which I believe was our third most popular deck.
Yeah.
An incredible card, though. Aang Swift Savior.
It's nutty.
Reminds me of the blue-white flash style standard decks here
Yeah.
back in the day. And yeah, just an incredible card.
Super cool moment in the series as well.
22.
If you haven't watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, go do yourselves a favor. And
Oh,
watch
it's
it.
awesome.
It's so good.
Yeah, I hadn't watched it until the
Me
set
neither.
came out, and now I'm completely hooked. My 2-year-old daughter is also hooked. She cannot get enough, so it's been our bonding time. Well, and then I also get to see the cards within the scenes, which is very, very fun as well. So yeah, if you haven't seen it, go ahead. It's
kind of like that Leonardo DiCaprio meme where he sits up on the couch and points at the ceiling. I knew that one.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Oh boy. So, car instructs now getting created here for Joseph. So this is his attack force. He's going to be looking to try and get multiple of these critters down on the board. Let's see where he goes after this. Got Meticulous Archive, Planes, and Hide on the Ceiling. So not the best follow-up here.
Yeah, but definitely kind of trying to do the same thing that we did before the rewind. What do you want to sack with the repurposing bay? Do you want to go get, you know, the same kind of card that we pulled forward before? Do you want to get something different? Fire Crystal is one of the more common things that you get.
That'll get you dead in no time.
Go to 17.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, no,
go.
Easy to read.
You can play.
So just the attack in there. No other shenanigans afoot. Now we're going to see Get Lost take care of Authority of Consuls so that Jennifer Rose's creatures can enter untapped.
Yep, still will gain a life because the ability goes on the stack there.
We get losting the authority?
Yeah.
Yes.
It enters on. It's on
it's
cost.
straight at caster.
And yeah, you're gonna go ahead.
Judges are like, all right, we're getting all this right here. We're gonna make sure. But yeah, it looks like we
It's a world championship. You want to make sure it's all good.
Didn't even activate repurposing bay though. That's very telling here. Didn't actually want to do anything with the repurposing bay, and it's sorcery only. So it's not like you're getting this value later.
Yeah, he's holding on to that Hide on the Ceiling. He's going to make sure if there is any big kaboom in his future that he can at least save some of his stuff.
Yep, absolutely.
Now, that's interesting because anything with end step in the card or an end step effect Ultima basically says, no thank you. So is this correct where he would hide on the ceiling in response to Ultima, but he wouldn't get his stuff back until his end step?
At the beginning of the next end step, yeah. If you never go to the end step, you'd still get it back at your next end step would be my understanding.
Yeah, so his
But
turn
I
would be the
can't
next
say I've ever, dealt with that interaction yet in Standard. That's not the most common one.
Yeah, I have had Ultima kill all my stuff, and I didn't get any of my air-bended lands back, and I was mad about it, so...
Yeah, or your earth-bended land, that's for sure.
Sorry, earth-bended, yeah. There's a lot of bending going on here.
I mean, the worst happened to me in Modern. Someone ticked up to Fairy 3 and ultimated me in my upkeep, and I didn't get to even draw a card. That was the most disgusting ultimate moment that I've had.
3 fairy.
Yeah, very fair. Very cool.
Unfairy, more like it. Aang, Swift Savior now on the board, alongside all these little buddies.
I really like Jennifer's play here, though, just saying, you know what, if you're not going to be overextending with Repurposing Bay, you're clearly leaving something up if you're not going to use that 2 mana to, well, repurpose the mana to do something bigger, then, well, I'm just going to kill you. You know, I mean, this deck does seem like it is a lot more aggressive than the control would allude to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this deck is really cool. All right, now we're looking to repurpose one of our 3 drops. Now you can get rid of a map and then go get a 1-drop as well if there's any of those in the deck, but it doesn't look like it.
Where are these little spirits coming from?
From the flip side of the legend, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And I then search for the...
The card is so amazing and limited. It makes a lot of sense that it's going to be very powerful in Standard. And Jennifer making a statement there. I mean, playing 4 of this card. I need to see the Waterbend 20, though.
I would love that, too.
I would love to see that. Because if you can Waterbend 20 once to take an extra turn, you're probably taking the remainder of the turns, right? Wouldn't that make sense?
Yes, it would. That is indeed how math works.
It might as well say Waterbend 20 win the game, because you'll be winning the game over the course of some turns.
Yeah.
Trigger.
Ooh, Thousand Moon Smithy. I like this card a lot. Super cool. Rare from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Makes yourself a gnome soldier, basically a construct.
Yeah, you get a construct from the synthesizer. Get the gnome as well.
And then it flips, and if you use that mana it turns into a land, and then if you flip it and use it to cast an artifact, it does one other thing. Let's find out, because I haven't flipped this very much, and it often doesn't get flipped.
Yeah, and it's not even really stock in all these artifact lists, you know? We do see the Fire Crystal.
You get more gnomes.
There we go. That's almost the top end is the Fire Crystal. So, like, even here, you sacrifice a 3-drop, you get Fire Crystal. Your construct now has haste. You get to attack with it immediately. I mean, I feel like anyone who's played against this deck loses whenever they see that Fire Crystal, you know, a large percentage of the time.
Yes, indeed. So now, these friends that Avatar Karuk makes, can they block? I don't believe they can.
Yeah, I believe it's the same templating as the spirits.
Yeah, the same spirit, yeah.
Yeah, can't be blocked by anything but spirits.
You can never be sure with these tokens. Sometimes they can block, sometimes they can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking at you, fairy rogues. Sheesh, this board state. Imagine jumping in now and just being like, what is going on?
Yeah, no kidding. So, I mean, it's getting to the territory with Joseph being still at 18 at such a comfortable life total that, you know, it feels like Ultima is going to have to come down at some point.
Nice clean sweep.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not that clean with hide on the ceiling. You know, it is exactly the opposite of clean here.
True. Are there any counter spells for Jennifer? Let's see. Any instance?
Oh, yeah, I said, but I didn't.
No More Lies, 3 of those.
Yeah.
One in hand currently.
And No More Lies is at a phenomenal place right now in the metagame. Just being able to have something that exiles can be a big deal.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Here is the, all right, we need to figure out how this interaction works if we want to do the hide on the ceiling thing. Joseph's kind of thinking about it, and it's just like, yep.
Okay.
Not worth it.
Everything dies.
Wow.
All artifacts, all creatures. Turn is ended.
And that was gigantic, but I believe that was a united front off the top, which had to have been the best draw.
Oh.
Right. If anything's going to catch you back up, it's going to be Collected Company for artifacts
Yeah.
here.
Better collect.
I see Repurposing Bay.
7 cards.
Repurposing Bay and the synthesizer is like the dream.
Yeah, chef's kiss.
Yeah, that's kind of where you want to start. Now, you don't really want to have to sack your synthesizer right away, so you'd love to have some other artifact chaff hanging around. The Relic, you know, maybe our best limited card from Edge of Eternity.
Yeah.
Best limited common. That's perfect. Being able to sack that to Repurposing Bay later is excellent. Stacking the triggers so that you can draw a card and get the scry first. And wow, that was a second united battlefront that we can also cast, I believe.
Oh, if we shock that land in, yes.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't want to do that, I guess.
Is he just holding up height on the ceiling?
I guess, but if you didn't want to do it last turn, you know, what's the real reason to hold it up again? But
I don't know. Go ask him.
Okay, I will. I'll be right back.
Yeah, knowing that there are 3 No More Lies in Jennifer Rose's deck, it's a little spooky. But here comes Shiko, Paragon of the Way.
I would have played it for sure, but you know, that's why I'm sitting in the booth with you and not down here at the World Championship here.
Target Gwen, cast Ghost Spider.
Here comes Gwen, cost the Ghost. In for, what's she, 4 power?
Yep, 4 power, haste.
Ouch.
And now you think, like, wow, you know, if Joseph had maybe some more artifacts in play, had some constructs that could present some pressure, maybe you'd be feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, because what clean way does he have to answer these 2 big creatures on board?
You know, the one thing he can just proactively hide on the ceiling here.
Yeah.
Can just go end of second main, hide on the ceiling. Your
Gwen and
own
the Shiko,
2,
or
or your own 2 artifacts,
fair.
right? Yeah, I guess it does hit either things.
Yeah, you can either move
It is a
stuff
very
out the way
versatile
or-
card.
It's
That's for sure.
sweet, yeah. Flying Vigi Haste.
And looks like we're going to be going for another United Battlefront.
I totally misread this card at the beginning of Tarkir Dragonstorm. Oh.
Split up looks a lot better.
Hell yeah. Things die. Woo! Nice.
That was a great top deck. And now I definitely don't want to play Battlefront in the face of a No More Lies with 2 lands left up. You feel really bad if you get that countered.
Yeah, no. Let's just hang on to that for a sec, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're going to be nice and defensive about it last turn, makes a lot of sense to be defensive now.
Both players sitting at a 3-1 record. Super respectable. Looking to improve their records to 4-1. Now let's see how Jennifer Rose can rebuild here. Aang's Iceberg, excellent piece of removal. Day of Judgment.
Like an animate mirror.
Sweeper. Oh, here he comes. The land.
Getting busy, trying to end this game. You know, I mean, you can Aang's Iceberg.
Yeah, I would say no.
Oh, missed the map there.
Second main phase.
Oh yeah, there's a map created off of that as well. When attacks, make map.
I will hide on ceiling, targeting those.
So that is nice. When the relic
okay.
leaves, you do get to draw a card, and then when it comes back, you get to draw a card.
Yeah. Now let's see if Jennifer wants to respond to this. Sure does. Aang's Iceberg says, no thanks, you do not get to hide that. Taking the synthesizer.
So even just the relic going away, coming back, that is still strong, but losing your synthesizer here is very brutal.
Yeah.
But now, No More Lies is no longer available. To be fair,
No more
you
No
know,
More Lies.
Yeah, Joseph does still just have the ability to just play the United Front and leave up enough mana where it's not going to be a big deal anyways.
Yep. Oh my gosh, all these multiversal passages. Hey deck, these lands hurt.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. A very phenomenal land. The mana base in Standard is not perfect, so playing these and having to pick which which land you want to have right away is not the best.
Just wait till Lore wins.
Yeah.
Oh, can't wait. Those shocks are beautiful.
I believe what? We get steam vents in
We get all
that
the
one,
rest.
right? All the
Yeah.
rest, yeah.
Finish the cycle.
I will put one coin.
Okay, that's kind of the dream. Repurposing Bay and the synthesizer here, so. Now you can sack away the synthesizer, get the fire crystal and attack. Not that impactful of a play right now, so probably not anything we're going to be seeing, but we do have clay fire bricks. You can play that.
Yeah.
Sacrifice that and go get 3 drops. 3 drops here are excellent. Go get another Simulacrum synthesizer is probably what initially jumps off the page to me. Everything else looks like it's removal, so it's either that
Perilous
or
Snare would be sweet to get the other synthesizer back.
yeah, and I suppose that does boost your power a little bit. It starts your engines.
Hey, this is an Ether Drift.
Yeah. You could get another repurposing bay and then sack the repurposing bay and get fire crystal. That's kind of how I always am just like, oh, how did I lose out of nowhere? And it's usually with repurposing bay into repurposing bay.
Yeah, big, hasty idiots.
I don't think he has played a land. So, I mean, yeah, so this is what one thing you can do. Sack the 2-drop with repurposing bay. Get repurposing bay.
Yeah.
Sack repurposing bay to fire crystal. You'll get 2 constructs, and you'll be able to attack with 3 constructs.
Sacrifice.
I played a land out of the bin. I definitely would
Sacrifice.
Krishna. Yeah, that's fine.
So I could have the win here, yeah?
Oh, let's see. So, I mean, if we're not going for repurposing bay, then for sure not. If you were to get another bay, you'd get a construct. Then fire crystals would get another construct. That would be 3.
I think he's going to get the snare here, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's 15 damage. So if it's not lethal, you know, not really a point to do that quite yet.
Yes, this was yes.
Mhm.
Triggers try to make one construct.
Nice.
Yeah, give another one, please.
I love these games where people are like, you know, exchanging control of artifacts and enchantments.
Try to. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so far we might be getting to the point where Jennifer very much needs the other case Ultima. Like 1 day of judgment here is great. It's gonna buy some time, but it's not the catch-all be-all.
It's. Oh wait, there is speed in this. Ah, perilous snare.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Think I was making that up?
No.
It is very much not relevant most of the time.
No, it doesn't.
That's
It
for
just,
sure.
yeah, it lets you put a counter on things.
Yeah, I would never. I've never
Just
seen
real
Perilous
quick.
Snare in this deck actually put a counter on something, but you never know.
Put this one here. And on.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Because you
It
different arms, so we
won't
can-
matter, it won't
Yep.
matter. Yeah, just make sure.
Yeah.
I get velocity.
They're just making sure, be like, all right, we got to get everything right now. We don't want another long judge call.
Doing some math
I
here.
made all the triggers, right? I did had critters or no?
We did the construct.
I did any critters? I had all of them sicked?
Yes.
All of them are summoning sick, yes.
You can play. Yep.
You can play. I like that.
All right, is it Ultima? Is it something big? That
Goodbye,
is strong.
critters. I don't know if it's enough, though.
Doesn't feel like it.
Tap lands to go.
Just repurposing bay, sacrificing even one of the synthesizers is not amazing. Oh, that was another repurposing bay. That's got to be.
Oh.
Because that makes 2 constructs. You use one of the repurposing bays to sack and get fire crystal, and we should be all done here. 20 damage kind of coming in.
20 seems like a sufficient amount to
It'll
get things
probably
dead.
be more than 20.
Well, he's mathing.
Yep. And it is sacrifice another artifact, so I think Joseph is just looking like, okay, can I use both repurposing bays?
Yeah.
If you want to sack one of them, and kind of no. Unless you sack either a synthesizer or the perilous snare, and if you sack either one of them, you lose a synthesizer. So I think this is the correct way to do it. Get fire crystal, that's going to put 2 more constructs into play. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 4.
28.
36, right?
36.
All right.
There you go.
All right, impressive.
There we go. Jeez, that was a lengthy game 1 there.
That was, and I mean, there was a spot where it looked like Jennifer was going to win pretty handedly with the kind of more aggressive start, but had to use the Ultima, and then Joseph top decking the United Battlefront was just gigantic. That just shows how incredibly powerful and different the games look when you play United Battlefront on 4 or really at all.
Yeah, that card is insanely good. It's better than Collected Company.
Yeah.
Just saying. Sure, it's not instant speed or whatever, but it's pretty damn good.
You take that back.
What?
Better than Collected Company?
Anyone who
How
plays Collected
dare
Company hates Collected Company.
Hey,
okay?
I like rearranging the bottom 6 cards of my library just as much as the next person.
Oh boy, looks like we're gonna have a voice of victory off. What is this?
Nobody will be playing things on each other's turn.
Yeah.
This is going to be a sorcery speed game.
Yep. Nope. Until Ang shows up.
Yeah.
He's like, get out of here.
Airbending that. Airbending a 2-drop always feels extra good.
So in for 3.
And
Makes
no third land here from Joseph. Okay, Druid there, which is gigantic. And look at the respect that we have from the Jeskai Artifact side, leaving in split up. Most of the time you play against something that feels very control-ish, you're like, well, I do not want to have any sweepers in my deck. And that just shows, well, Jennifer's deck is very dynamic. It's attacking from a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
Sure, it plays counterspells. Sure, it plays, wrath effects and stuff, but it can also just kill you, so.
Here comes Legend of Karuk. Scry 2, draw twice, and then flip-de-flop, and make yourself a little Spirit Factory.
What a cool card.
Block one of the little idiots that get made off of Voice of Victory. Man, Jennifer is putting foot here.
Okay, split up, to be able to deal with the 2 creatures is decent. And,
I would think so.
And honestly, drawing the Fountain Port is probably even better. Just making sure to hit the land drops. Joseph just, kept a 2-lander, drew 2 off the top. That is going to be gigantic.
Scry 2. Draw. The Gwen on top there. Top. All right. So I got Gwen in hand now. Oh, Shiko time.
Okay, Shiko bringing back Aang is excellent.
Yeah.
Voice of Victory once again. Air bended.
And now this game's looking really tough here from Joseph to be able to come back. The one thing the Jeskai Artifacts deck does is does not play defense very well. It has the split ups. It has the Perilous Snares as kind of the only pieces of interaction, some seam rips in the board. But outside of that, it wants to be the proactive deck. It wants to be the deck being answered, not trying to answer your opponent's things.
It wants to be the beatdown.
Yes.
Repurposing Bay and Voice of Victory back once again from its little holiday into exile.
So solid setup turn, being able to find something nice and really get it going next turn. But the flip side of this powerful card is looking so nice.
I want to see an extra turn. Let's Waterbend 20, come on.
I bet Joseph doesn't want to see that.
No, certainly not.
10?
10, jeez. Woo! Angry Flyers are angry. Down to 1 goes Joseph, and Jennifer is just like, right, let's get this over with. Lightning Helix, go.
Yeah, and now Split Up doesn't really do anything. And wow, we just truly saw Jennifer's Jeskai mid-range deck, I feel like. Control with a draw like this doesn't really give the deck justice. But, having a deck that can do multiple things.
Yeah, sweet.
The words of wisdom we were hearing at the booth, present to your opponent with 2 problems.
Yeah.
And this is kind of exactly what Jennifer is doing. I count
4 problems.
Thank you, Haley. Forget what I was saying. That was too good. Okay, there is Split Up, though.
Yeah, but what does it do? It does nothing. What are you supposed to do against this other flyer that's tapped?
Yeah, and that's the thing. You could deal with 3 cards, but the Aang will finish it off. What a game.
Woof. Yowza. All right. Let's see what we got now.
Ooh, looks like a mold to 5 here down below and a mold to 6 for Jennifer.
Meticulous Archive. Trying to smooth out the draw here for Joseph a little bit.
And looks like just 3 lands, the Voice of Victory, and then Dauntless Scrapbot.
I haven't seen that guy.
Yeah, no kidding. That's a little bit of a blast from a limited format.
I seem to be doing that
in the
lately.
sideboard. Get some landers.
We like landers.
Yeah, I mean, hey, exiling the graveyard when Gwen Stacy keeps coming back and just destroying you, like, I guess do what you got to do. This is a card that is definitely much more for the Reanimator shells.
Yeah.
Or maybe the Lessons deck. It's going to be a nice one-of that you can search up, but...
Neat. All right.
That hang out of there.
Doing his job. Good job. Little bot.
Okay, but Joseph does have United Battlefront, so finding land 4 off the top would be huge, and... Jennifer missing a land drop there, not having a land in hand, but hitting the passage there is gigantic. Wow, Gwen Stacy does it all.
Sure does. Finds your lands. Becomes a terrible threat.
I guess we didn't have our landers brought over from the last Pro Tour.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, not a lot of landers in Standard right now.
A couple of tokens being missed, but
there we go.
Hopefully nothing too impactful on the game.
Okay, now I'd be almost afraid to do that from Joseph's side. Like putting Gwen Stacy into the yard has felt terrifying.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, no immediate threat of Shiko hitting the board.
Yeah. But Enduring Curiosity in hand as well, plus 3 2-mana pieces of interaction. So a lot of nice things that Jennifer can do here.
Lightning Helix takes care of the Voice of Victory, so opening up instant speed play once again on Joseph's turn.
And that just very much represents, hey, I have no more lies, and this Lantern's going to get sacrificed to get a land, and then you just want to think, I want to jam United Battlefront, but if it gets countered, it is devastating. So and we know Jennifer doesn't have it, representing more creature removal. So I wouldn't be shocked if Joseph just goes, all right, Voice of Victory first, takes the turn off to then set up an uncounterable United Battlefront. And, I mean, it would be much better if Joseph knew to just jam the Battlefront now. But, I mean, I'd play the Voice of Victory. I don't want to get my best card, No More Lies, when I can play around it, especially on camera.
Well, we do have the luxury of having perfect information. And, you know, like you said, Joseph is going to respect the counterspell because...
Maybe.
Well, all right.
We'll see.
Let's see. Is he just going to go for it?
Yeah, that's the play I would do as well.
He's respectful. Lightning Helix, in response, is going to take 3 points off of his face before the Voice Victor resolves.
I'd be terrified if I was Joseph there and be like, you didn't want to save that Helix to kill my Voice of Victory during your turn?
Yeah,
like,
that just means there's more.
Just very much a sign of strength.
All right, Land Curiosity. Big old kitty just going to hang out there.
A powerful card.
Now it's time.
Very powerful card, but a card that we have really not seen too much. I mean, this was the Dimir card.
Yeah. This was the card draw engine alongside Kaito.
Exactly.
And only 2 players this weekend playing Dimir midrange. And that tells
you got to keep an eye on them. Yeah.
Yeah. Do wonder how they're doing.
So now, I mean, this is also the rough part of United Battlefront. Like, Joseph does have good plays outside of the Battlefront, but if you hit, you know, some really nice hits off the Battlefront, you'd of course rather do that, but you can miss in some ways. 7 cards is a lot, so it's tough to really brick.
Yeah.
There's a synthesizer I saw, so no matter what, you got your best card.
It's not that tough to brick. There's Clayfire bricks on the deck.
Bravo. Bravo. I believe we did hit it here, and I think probably going for it.
Yeah.
It's either that or the Relic, but yeah, I think we're getting the bricks going here.
The only time you're happy to brick is when you hit a card that has it in the name. All right. Bricks, gain some life, go find a planes.
And normally you do want the Relic. It's just a better card. But when you're hoping to draw a land, might as well guarantee it and go from there. Because now, next turn, Joseph has the ability to play Repurposing Bay and sacrifice the bricks to be able to find a 3-drop. Perilous Snare for Enduring Curiosity is pretty solid.
No Shiko in hand right now for Jennifer Rose.
It's on top.
Stock up and get lost.
Looks like another United Battlefront. And then was a land. So no matter what, now Joseph is just going to start jamming. You know, it is time. Also, you have Voice of Victory in play.
Whee! Kitty cat.
But yeah, now as it stands, Jennifer does have the ability to either play stock up and start getting some extra cards, or could have get lost on the Voice of Victory and then have Aang available to then prevent the Battlefront a little bit.
You lied to me. It wasn't on top. I was hoping to see the dragon. Man.
Sorry, I was trying to set up our own Lightning Helix moment here, trying to be iconic, but I failed.
It's okay. I forgive you this time.
That was the dragon, though. We did put Chico into the hand now, so that's ready to go for next turn.
Aang's Iceberg takes care of the synthesizer, so that's one part of the problem solved. I bet Jennifer would love to find an Ultima.
Yeah, Ultima seems like the best case scenario, but Curiosity wouldn't come back. That's too bad.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah.
Now, same choice. You can go United Battlefront, or you can Repurposing Bay to get a specific thing. And the Repurposing Bay doesn't look horrific right now, as you can deal with Curiosity or Aang's Iceberg.
Joseph doing some quick math. Repurposing Bay hits the board. We're going to sacrifice clay-fired bricks. Here comes the snare.
Okay.
Grabs the catch.
Now Ultima looks amazing. You are right.
Yeah, now it's no problem at all whatsoever. Let's see if Jennifer Rose can find it.
But, I mean, Chico into Gwen.
It's pretty good.
Does look pretty strong right now. And drew a land so you can get lost as well. I mean, this combination has looked awesome. So it's trying to get lost there. The snare, I believe, was the thing, but that is not possible. But, I mean, get lost on the snare, bring back Gwen Stacy, and attack, draw a card is excellent.
Yep. Now don't blow up the board.
Now this feels like we do probably have to go with the United Battlefront to be able to hit something nice.
Yeah.
One card.
Especially because we drew land 6, where you can United Battlefront and activate Repurposing Bay. This could be a gigantic turn here from Joseph, but...
Yeah, he's got to be wary of his life total, too, because those two creatures... You know, 2 attacks and he's dead.
Yeah, so you really want to, like, United Battlefront, hit a Cryogen Relic as well as a Synthesizer, maybe. Sacrifice the Relic, get another Perilous Snare for one of these 4-power dragons, but...
Let's see what he finds.
But I got to remember back to when Jennifer very aggressively put Lightning Helix out there. And if I'm Joseph, I'm just thinking, well, maybe she has more.
Yeah.
You know, she's probably has an aggressive hand if she did that. And, I mean, Aang is a pretty solid follow-up here.
It's a Cryogen Relic and the clay-fired bricks found. Pat the life total a little bit. Goes to find the planes. And
then
now shenanigans.
From Relic.
Yep, and then sacrifice the Relic almost assuredly.
Yeah, draw another card, go find a 3-drop.
And now there's one Perilous Snare in hand.
No. Land.
I think we already played a land, right? Played the Verge.
Did we?
Yeah, because I remember we had to hit a 6 land to do so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I guess
7,
I could be wrong, but... It's not going to be relevant for this turn, but of course, you know.
Yeah, we still want to keep the game state as it...
It's a token.
Oh, it's a token, okay. Yeah.
As it should be.
Okay.
I will pass.
Okay. Let's see, is there a big follow-up here?
Yes, 9.
Down to 9. Voice of Victory is pretty solid.
Having Aang as backup as well. Being able to send back any expensive spell. Oh, and this Voice of Victory hits the board once again. Plenty of action in hand here for Joseph. Lots of answers. And the Synthesizer in hand. Seems like he's holding on to that for dear life.
Yeah, I think just drew it at least this last turn, but yeah, that's usually that's usually what you want to start with. Yeah, and I mean with
nice,
8 lands in play, being able to play a 2-drop and multiple 3-drops is a big deal here. Yeah. Aang to be able to exile something. Oh, okay.
Nice. Get in Shiko to be able to get something back from the yard.
But Gwen Stacy is gone, so it's just getting back stock up or lightning helix. I mean,
Yeah,
getting back
Lightning
stock up.
Helix is just getting back. Those are pretty good targets nonetheless.
I mean, that's really all this Jeskai control deck used to be, you know, before this innovation.
How much damage is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? If the creature gets out the way as well.
I see 8 as far as the helix because Shiko can't attack.
Yeah,
but
it's 8.
You can also airbend Aang as well. Aang has broken out of the iceberg.
It's all Katara's fault, you know.
Oh, spoilers.
It's the first episode.
Yeah, and this extra land, if that was the case that we did play one, this is a bit of a impactful
oopsie.
Maybe oopsie daisy here as we use that extra land.
Did he draw a land? Because he would have played it on this turn then, right?
Yeah, he played a land this turn, so
okay.
I could be wrong though, so I'm not 100%. But we'll see if it matters. I mean, there's no flying blockers right now. Lightning helix off the top. Okay, so that's 6 damage.
Isn't it?
Is that lethal?
2 blockers on the floor.
Yeah, but there's 2 blockers, but there's 4 attackers. Ailey, you missed your it's lightning helix moment.
It's fine.
It's fine. But I mean, yeah, if you cast Shiko, helix from hand, attack with 4 creatures.
4 creatures.
There is just 2 blockers, right?
Yeah, 1 will get through on the ground. Yes, 3,
so
6,
2
9.
will get through on the ground.
Yep. That's it. I believe. We believe.
Yeah, because 1 will get through on the ground and Aang, so I think it's exactly 9.
Yeah, unless we're missing another blocker hiding out somewhere, but I don't know.
And I'm sure Jennifer doing the math as well, like make sure nothing is being missed here.
Yes.
And that's what I'm counting. Which, I mean, just an iconic top deck here. If we do end up taking this down.
Shiko.
Oh, no.
Go face. Go face. Go face. Yeah. Yeah. We don't have the mana for it now. To cast the other helix.
You can still cast it off the verges, right?
Thundering Falls? Oh, wait, never mind.
Yeah, I think that's the red-white bird there off the Thundering Falls and stuff, yeah.
I'm like, but Shiko is 5 mana. No, it was airbent.
It was bent, yeah.
So many zones.
I think this is Jennifer just being like, all right, make sure.
Make sure. Double check.
We got this.
Here come the friends. Block them. Take 3.
Oh, baby. The ultimate helix at 3.
Boom. And that is it. Jennifer Rose Holloway picking up a victory in what was an incredibly grindy matchup here against Joseph Senfeliu. Just got burned, baby. Woo!
Awesome. I mean, what? Craig Jones did it 17 years ago. Jennifer just did it now. I mean, an iconic card, iconic moment, and an incredibly cool deck from Jennifer here. I am so excited to see more Gwen Stacy's flipped up on the backside and attacking. Really cool stuff. Really innovative.
Love to see it. Yeah, we love to see the Brewers come to the biggest stage of them all with decks that people just don't know how to answer. I mean, how many people tested against Gwen Stacy? Let's see if they can go 3 for 3, 4 for 4 with people going, what does this card do?
Yeah, and I mean, that is a real thing when you come to this type of tournament. If you play against, you know, these Jeskai artifact decks, people have played against that before. You know how to play against that. You play against this version of Jeskai control from Jennifer here, people have not played against it because, well, it's brand new. So you gain a lot of equity in that aspect for sure, especially when everyone has to read Gwen Stacy. It's not a card we saw a lot of here in Standard.
Yeah, but sweet interaction there with those cards.
Really cool.
Looking forward to seeing how well this deck does here on day 1 of the World Championship. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back at the news desk with Marie and friends after this.
The Magic Spotlight Series returns in 2026. Coming your way in March is Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, March 6th through 8th in Richmond, Virginia. Participants and top 128 competitors will receive promo cards, but we can't tell you what the card is quite yet. Can't make it to Richmond? The organizer will live stream the event on their channel with a dedicated broadcast team. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 on magic.gg/spotlight. It's World Championship 31 live here from Bellevue, Washington. A $1 million prize pool, 100 grand goes to the first place competitor, and one fish thrown at their face as well.
I never get sick of watching that bit. That's my favorite part of the whole B-roll, because the guy totally catches it so smooth.
I know, it's very cool, and we're going to see it on Sunday. Now that I've said it, it has to happen. That's the rules. Take a look at the leaderboard here after 5 rounds of play and find out where we're at. Check it out. We've got 4 players left undefeated here in the building. Derek Davis, Charles Wong, Kenta Harane, and Masataka Hori all sitting at 5-0. Derek Davis only missed one day 2 in the last 11 premier events. Charles Wong, a Seattle native known as a limited master. Kenta Harane, Japan's national champion in 2017. And Hori, 2 regional championship top 8s to his name as well. We've got a lot of good players on 4-1 as well. Matt Nass currently sitting at 4-1. Ely Cassis 4-1. Michael Plummer, reigning PT champ at 4-1. Sam Partardee 4-1. Jean-Emmanuel Depra, former world champ, also sitting at 4-1. Let's take a look at some more standings, Riley.
Yes, indeed. The 4-1s continue. You can see Arno Huschenbetz. There's Shuhei Nakamura as well, rounding out the 4-1s, as well as, once again, the Australians doing pretty well all the way down to Tom Bott, who won a regional championship in Sydney earlier this year. But down into the 3-2s, we can see Javier Dominguez, the defending champion. Now, obviously still well and truly in the conversation, but after his terrific start to the day, you can imagine the Spaniard wouldn't be too happy to be sitting on 3-2. But, of course, lots of Magic still left to play today, Maria.
Absolutely. There's a look at our standings after 5 rounds of play. Jennifer Rose Holloway, very happy after her big win last round with a very cool deck. Talked to Riley after her win.
I'm here with Jennifer Rose Holloway after a marathon victory there. Well, tell you what, mate, you had to work for that one.
Yeah, I definitely threw away the first game a little bit, doing a few different rough things and but first game's really hard. But once you can board in I think it's 9 creatures, it gets a lot easier. You just go kill. Just turn things sideways.
Now, the last time we were having a chat like this was at a regional championship in Melbourne, our hometown, of course, where you were victorious. How much has stuff changed for you coming to the World Championship, getting on Team Sanctum, of course? Talk to us about that experience.
Oh, it's been surreal. That was my first RC. So going from, it was my hobby that I did when I was stressed with my uni. I'd play Arena too much, to flying to America, joining Sanctum, which are just the most wonderful team. I've learned so much, learning how to do a cold draft, learning how to play limited more. I feel like a completely different person in 6 months. I mean, I'm 4-1. Am I 4-1?
You're 4-1 at Worlds.
4-1 at Worlds. Oh, I'm day 2. Nice.
Look at this. The real-time realization that your campaign at the World Championship is off to an absolute flyer. This is what I was going to ask. How are you feeling about the rest of the weekend now that you're off to such a positive start?
I'm still just mad I didn't trophy the draft. I got so limited. I had such a good deck, so I just told my friends I want to win 2 games, so 2 matches, so I can come back and trophy tomorrow. So I don't mind too much whatever happens. I just want to have fun. I'm not expecting much.
Well, we'll see how we go tomorrow. Jennifer Rose, you're doing a fantastic job representing the Australian, New Zealand region. Hope to be talking to you again here in the feature match again soon.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks.
I love seeing that joy, knowing you've made day 2 live during an interview. Just excellent stuff. Well, Mani, you've been talking to us about some of the most popular decks here in the field and opening hands, what you want to keep against various other decks. What are we talking about this time?
Okay, so this time we are going to focus on the Bant Airbending combo deck of sorts. I had a chance to talk with Javier Dominguez at the player party, talked him through the scenarios, and took a look at his deck. Now, this deck is sort of a mid-range green deck, but it does have the combo finish of being able to set up the almost loop with Duck Hourlock in play, which allows you to cast airbend spells for free alongside an Aang Swift Savior, and Appa Steadfast Guardian. This essentially creates an infinite loop where you can continue to airbend Aang, then use Aang to airbend Appa. Appa airbends any number of permanents that you get to go off. So that's the core idea behind the deck. There is a lot going on. And I asked Javier, well, what's a typical average good hand that you're looking for? And that's the first hand we're looking at. Now, this hand is a copy of Gene Pollinator, but this can be any one-drop mana creature like a Llanowar Elf. Then Doc Hourlock, that is the key piece that makes everything happen. And then the 2 combo pieces, Aang, Swift Savior, Appa, Steadfast Guardian, plus 3 lands. It can be any lands, but these are good. They give you your mana. The big thing Javier said is, this is the Splinter Twin no protection hand. All this hand has is the combo and the ability to cast it, and if my opponent has any piece of disruption, we're going back to the drawing board, but the hand is still a keep. Now, on the other hand, let's take a look at the Dream. You're still starting off with a Gene Pollinator, but you're ramping things up a bit. You have a copy of Badgermaul Cub, you have a copy of Bramble Familiar, as well as that Doc Hourlock and Aang Swift Savior, only 2 lands here. The big thing this hand allows you to do is cast Bramble Familiar, then airbend it with Aang, and once you airbend Bramble Familiar, you can cast the Sorcery Adventure side of things from the Exile Zone. But without Doc Hourlock, that's free, and then you start going off. So this hand, incredibly powerful, a keep, the Dream. This is the type of hand you're looking for nice, easy victories. And then we have things getting a little trickier. Now, this is the type of hand that, on the surface level, doesn't look very impressive. You have Aang and Appa, but you don't have the Doc Hourlock to have the combo. You have no acceleration whatsoever. But this hand is actually surprisingly still a keep. It gives you enough interaction where you don't really want to be mulliganing. Using Aang to buy yourself some time is going to go a long way. And then if you can get to Appa, or if you can get some help off the top of your deck, you'll still be able to have a game plan. So even though this hand looks awkward, according to Javier, it's a keep.
Wow, super interesting stuff. If you're looking to play any of these decks, make sure you check out these segments from Mani. Very, very valuable stuff. Cedric Phillips with us here this weekend has been around talking to all the players in between matches, and he's checking in on a lot of our teams. Last round, he checked in with Team Worldly Council. Let's find out what they had to say.
It is time to check in with a couple members of Team Worldly Council to see how limited and constructed preparation went for the World Championship. Alex, tell me about getting ready for Limited and your 3-0 performance.
So our Limited prep was like really chill. I only did about seven drafts in the house and then only a couple online, but on the plane I had Wi-Fi, so 10 hours of just going through 17 lands for the hidden gems. I filtered by like average taken at the inverse, so you can see the worst cards and the performance, and so you learn how to draft the worst cards. And then in the house it worked. I 3-0'd like 3 drafts out of 7, and I was doing well in the house until the last day. And then I drafted Sultai Pile twice yesterday, drafted this morning, and had a great deck overall. And overall, we don't think it's that important to play a ton of Limited. It's more just learn how the games play out and focus a lot on discussioning, positioning, and picks like that.
Well, it absolutely worked for you with the 3-0. Now, Derek, constructed, I know you're happy. Tell me about the team's prep and then what you're playing.
I'm playing Is It Lessons. I felt like with the prep, we had Bant pretty early, and I felt really comfortable with that, and then discovered this Is It Lessons deck. And so because I knew I could fall back on Bant pretty easily, I worked on the Lessons deck up through the team house and pretty quickly realized that it was busted once we got into the team house and just refined it and got it to a good list.
So Derek's happy with constructed. Alex?
Yeah, I'm surprised I've won a match today, to be honest. I was the only person on Otters. I think everyone kind of realized the deck felt pretty powerful, but the Lessons matchup I think is really rough. And I just didn't expect people to play it. And I was the only person on the team really on Otters. Albert was on it, but he was busy with work, so I didn't have a very good list. So it's not looking good, but we'll try, and at least I get to draft again tomorrow. So,
well, draft is what he's looking forward to. Constructed is what Derek is looking forward to, and we are looking forward to watching more of Team Worldly Council.
Well, coming into the weekend, we asked the players here in the tournament for some words of wisdom that have impacted them over their Magic career. It's time for our next batch. What have you got for us this time, Monty?
Okay. Focus on asking questions rather than teaching lessons.
Maybe not for this weekend.
Not my role, certainly.
Lessons, important. What about you, Riley?
All right, let's get into this one here. You can't have it both ways.
Ooh, all right. I've heard that one before. All right, some more words of wisdom. Here's mine. Play the deck that you think should be banned. It narrows down what you should play and the struggle to find a deck. I mean, I'm laughing, but quite honestly, it's like whatever's the most broken deck, go for it.
Yours is very actionable. Mine, you can't have it both ways. There's a lot of room to debate what that means. I feel like we're going to get more bogged down into what that wisdom is. Yeah, rather than like focusing on winning games of Magic. I quite like yours.
And teaching lessons this weekend, Monty. We're all about that. Do you like that deck?
I do like the lessons deck.
There you go.
Look, it might be applicable to a few of those words of wisdom is all I'm going to say.
Okay, all right. Let's check in with our next feature match here. Coming up for round number 6 into the standard rounds here on day 1 of competition. Some heavy hitters in the feature match area. World champ in 2023, Jean-Emmanuel Depra sitting at 4-1 up against Sam Partardee, also at 4-1. Is it looting versus is it lessons? There's a look at Jean-Emmanuel Depra from France, your 2023 world champ, like I said. He was top 10 in the Player of the Year race in the last 2 seasons as well.
I mean, if we have a look at the numbers here, these are the stats from the tournaments that we've had over the last couple of years. He's got a top 5 constructed win rates, but his limited win rate is not great. He's not even in the top 50 of limit. This has been an area he's highlighted that he wants to improve, but pretty strongly carried by how good he is in 65 formats.
Up against Sam Partardee, who's been playing the game for a long time. Started playing in 1995, 6 top finishes to his name, including the winner of the Strixhaven Championship, 15 Grand Prix top 8s and 2 wins.
And another thing that jumps out at me here is just that consistency. He's played in 11 events. He's dayed to 10 of them, as well as 2 top 8 finishes. Just a terrific conversion rate, 10 from 11, as well as 4 draft trophies as well at a 65% limited win rate. So really, really rock solid stuff, as you'd expect from someone like Sam Partardee.
And we've got 2 Is It decks here in the feature match area, Monty, but they do not do the same thing.
No, very different flavors of Is It, neither of which we've focused on so far this weekend. We are going to start with the Is It looting build that Jean-Emmanuel Depra has brought. Now, this build of Is It is very aggressive. You see 4 copies of Nathan Stoyer's World Championship card, Duelist of the Mind there. Not a card that we were really thinking to expect too much of, but this card is incredibly powerful in this deck alongside 4 copies of Fear of Missing Out. And to up the aggression, you even see 2 copies of Tiger Seal. Now, the rest of the deck is very much focused on playing like a tempo deck. Storm Chaser's Talent plus Boomerang basics build the core of these Is It strategies that we're seeing this weekend, but there is so much interaction backing up this aggression that allows you to really bury your opponent before they're able to put together their game plan. Now, on the other side, we have Sam Pardee's build of Is It Lessons. This is the Team TCG player deck, and this is the deck that I'm the most terrified of. The combination of Storm Chaser's Talent plus Boomerang basics is there, but it's highlighted by Artist Talent, Gran, and Monument of Endurance. These 3 cards really give this deck a new level of engine. Now, as far as the blue-red decks go, this deck is a bit more of a control deck. It's trying to use the early turns to set up, get lessons in the graveyard, and then turn your accumulated wisdom into Ancestral Recall, turn your combustion technique into just 2 mana or 1 mana, remove any creature from the battlefield. So that's what the deck is trying to do, but that requires time, and that's where the speed of the Is It looting deck might come into play.
Ooh, very interesting stuff. The same colors, but proof the decks can do something entirely different from each other. Well, you might be familiar with the documentary that Hungry on Plane made that highlighted some of the top players coming to the tournament this weekend. Here's what he had to say about JED.
JED is one of the more recent world champions who's had a decent but not standout Pro Tour season, and will be looking to bring the trophy back from one part of Europe to another. He's also had his world champion preview card shown off already, and it looks unbelievably good. While Lawn Eclipsed is a little ways off now, Formidable Speaker is quite the addition to the new wave player spotlight cards, and I'm sure Jean-Emmanuel is going to see a lot of play once he hits the game officially. To his credit though, he is number 2 in the Pro Tour field for constructed win rate since 2023, which is pretty darn good.
There is a look at JED. Well, it's time for round number 6. We're going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yes, thank you, Maria. We've got JED and Sam Partardee down in the feature match area. And of course, we're already into the rounds where it's starting to matter for top 8. Now, most of that happens tomorrow.
Of course.
But this is where you get to tomorrow and you look back and you go, is there a way I could have won one more round? Is there anything I could have done? Because you just don't have that much wiggle room here.
There absolutely isn't. Every single match completely matters. So this is a big match here. You want to kind of end day 1 strong. This is the second to last round. Both players with an incredible record at 4-1, but 6-1 sounds amazing. But of course, that all starts with this round here.
Paul, I got a chance to watch you test the list that Sam Partardee is playing right now. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Look, like, what is going on?
Yeah, we had a couple of rounds off. Corey and Ailey were covering the last 2 rounds, and we got a chance to play with this deck, and wow, this deck was super duper impressive. And I asked a few players who were playing Is It Less. It's not just Team TCG player. Some other teams are also on the deck, and they're just like, look, we get to play with Ancestral Recall. We get to play with a card that lets us draw 3 cards. That is just something that you don't see in Standard, and to have the ability to do something like that is just so powerful, and it just feels like you're playing a different format when you're playing this deck.
It really does. It does make me wonder, do you have a sense for, since there is some overlap, certainly in colors, but even some cards here between these 2 versions of Is It decks, looting versus lessons, what would lean you one direction or the other?
Yeah, I mean, as kind of Monty highlighted earlier, the Is It looting deck is going to be playing the role of the more aggressive deck here, because if the game goes long, then the Is It lessons deck just kind of completely takes over. Once it kind of gets its 1-2 punch, the combo of the Artist Talent plus Monument, you basically just can't beat that, right? Once you kind of get that going, there's not that many ways for JED to actually disrupt that. And wow, Sam actually getting this going already here, turn 2 and turn 3. And I mean, now the pressure's on. Sam Partardee has the ability to just kind of go through his entire deck, draw a ton of cards here. What can JED do to try to slow this down?
That's an Into the Flood Maw.
Yeah. There's a couple of Into the Flood Maws and 1 copy of a Braid as ways to at least try to slow down what Sam's trying to do. But remember, JD also has to put a lot of pressure. Now, Into the Flood Maw does trigger Duelist of the Mind. You get to commit a crime, you get to loot, try to find some good stuff here. It looks like he's choosing to discard the Winter Night Stories, which of course also turns on the Tiger Seal.
Hey, this is a good attack.
Decent attack here. Sam goes down to 14. Now, Sam would like to find some way to deal with the Duelist of the Mind. That's the much more threatening card. And he does. He has the answer there in the Iroh's Demonstration in hand. And you have that fish token to at least chump block the Tiger Seal if you want to just soak up some damage, right?
You see the Quantum Riddler. That was warped, so it is now exiled, but we could see it again a little bit later in the game, perhaps.
Yes.
Partardee, land number 4 hits. He still has Artist Talent on the battlefield to go with the fish token. He's actually going to go ahead and level up here, too.
Okay, so 1 mana. I think he's just going to go ahead and kill Duelist of the Mind with the Demonstration.
So it's cheapened.
Right.
And he's going to discard.
Yeah,
Firebending Lesson.
Yeah, Firebending Lesson is actually quite bad in this matchup because most of the creatures in the Is It looting deck has 3 toughness.
Oh.
And so Firebending Lesson, you're kind of playing it there to make sure you have a lot of clean answers to, the Simic Ouroboros deck. However, here, you're going to have to kick it to actually be able to kill a lot of the creatures in JED's deck outside of, Storm Chaser's Talent token. But, you know, leveling up the artist talent is huge. We've seen cost reduction effects. You know, you have the 4 copies of the Grand, but with also the artist talent, you know, JD has already cast 1 copy of Into the Floodmaw, only has 1 other copy to actually use to kind of bounce that artist talent. Of course, you also have 4 copies of Storm Chaser's talent, but that's really expensive to actually get back the bounce spell. Oh, but he actually does have it here.
Okay.
Wow, okay. That is a big, big tempo play here. You know, Sam Partardee invested 5 mana to play artist talent and level it up here.
Right, he got 1 of that mana back off of the Iros demonstration, but that's a long way to go. Interesting. Jean-Emmanuel perhaps staking his claim. Can he out-tempo Sam Partardee?
Yeah.
And we've seen, I mean, I watched you get to the late game with this deck, and it is absurd what you can do. By the way, he did just so.
Oh, yeah. He's just like, look, my late game is way better than whatever you're trying to do. I just want to keep my life total high. You know, the Izzet Looting deck does have the ability to kind of kill your opponents out of nowhere with all the cards you can draw of Duelist of the Mind. You have cards like Frostcliff Siege, which combos well with a warped Quantum Riddler, which can also get in for a bunch of damage. So Sam just recognizing that, you know, soaking up damage now is much more important because the Tiger Seal, if JED manages to find something like a Frostcliff Siege, all of a sudden chump blocking is a much worse proposition because you just get to trample over for a lot more damage.
Right, and what is the fish going to do otherwise?
Right.
Its job is to, well, in this case, it's kind of poetic. The seal ate the fish. Like, it's all coming
Flavor
up
win.
correctly. Yeah. All right, what does Sam have here? He has Boomerang Basics.
Yeah, look at this, using resources here just to keep his life total afloat. And remember, he just fired off Accumulate Wisdom there to draw 3 cards. So it's like, look, if I'm just drawing 3 cards every turn, I can just fire off a Boomerang Basics here just to make sure, you know, we keep that Duelist of the Mind in check.
Yeah, in a control deck, you have to be so careful about how you allocate your resources. But when they start cascading in a deck like this, which plays more like a combo deck, you can just burn cards, you know, for temporary effect and oftentimes keep up.
Yeah, so JD has a really interesting choice here. He can either choose to just play the Quantum Riddler out of his hand, draw 2 cards. All of a sudden, you have a nice 4/6 flyer in play. Or you can go Duelist of the Mind and warp the Quantum Riddler, untap the seal, and get some damage in. I suppose you would be untapping the seal regardless.
Both of our players are sitting with a 4-1 record, by the way, which indicates a solid start at the minimum in Limited.
Yeah, when I was speaking to members of the team about this deck, even Sam, who typically takes, he's not one to have any crazy hot takes. He keeps it very real in terms of expectations and kind of what, you know, going into this event. I talked to Sam Partardee and Matt Ness, and when I asked him about this deck, I was like, how do you feel? What do you think? And Matt Ness just looked at me straight in the face and said, you know, I legitimately think we broke it. I think this deck is broken. And they don't say it they don't say stuff like that very often.
The players of that caliber don't talk like that. They're not hyperbolic about stuff. You know, I was hanging out with Gabriel Nassif, and we were around some non-Magic players, and they heard that he was playing in the World Championship. They asked him, you know, do you think you're going to win? You know, and these are like sports fans that you're supposed to be like, yeah, I got this. And he was like, probably not. You know, he's like, that's not really how the math works, you know, but I'm going to try.
Right, so JED does have Fear of Missing Out with 3 cards in hand, but that still works. If you play Fear of Missing Out and discard that island out of your hand, you would be drawing 2 cards with that Quantum Riddler on the battlefield. Big turn here for JED.
He's mathing it up.
As you can see, he does have Delirium active, which does matter with Fear of Missing Out. I imagine you play Fear of Missing Out here.
Okay.
Pitch the island, draw 2 cards. Torch the Tower, probably not going to be doing too much here. Oh, and of course, there's Winter Night Stories as well. So drawing a ton of cards here.
Jeez, I guess Jean-Emmanuel can actually keep up on this whole card draw thing too.
Yeah, Sam just needs to try his best to keep the board as clear as possible. Because JD is going to be able to get in for 3. And does Sam even have a way to kill any of these 3 toughness creatures? All I see is a firebending lesson here.
What's our delirium status at?
I have 4 types.
Status active.
Got it.
Yes. Okay.
Did it take a point of damage? Oh, it must have been blocked by the fish or something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, big turn here for Sam. Something like a Grand would have been a fantastic draw here just because he does have enough lessons in the graveyard here to just kind of deploy out the hand. Right now, you see a pair of Monument to Endurances, and he'd love to have it in play, but it might just be a little bit clunky right now.
Yeah, this is the slower version of Grand.
Sam digging through the deck, actually pitching one of these Monuments. Just need the one, really.
Yeah.
Would love a Combustion Technique. Maybe even a Boomerang Basics. 2 mana. Okay. Okay. And this is...
Well, this is a lot of blockers once again.
Yeah, more blockers. And
Sam's still at 14.
Right, right. And remember, those talents do have the ability to get something back from the graveyard here, so you can either target the Boomerang Basics, or you could just get Accumulate Wisdom, right, and have that be a way to just kind of reload. Yeah, I think if possible, Sam really does want to find kind of a window to be able to level up the Artist talent again if possible, knowing that JED only has now Storm Chaser's talent as a way to actually cast into the Flawed Maw, as I believe he's run the 2 copies that he has in his main deck.
Play Duelist.
Okay.
See Duelist of the Mind back on the battlefield for Jean Emmanuel.
Yeah, and I see a Torch to Tower, so you could fire that off, target a token, loot off of the Duelist of the Mind. Right, so if you're missing out, we'll be able to get 2 attacks in, and Sam's taking both.
That Duelist of the Mind, of course, is Nathan Stoyer's card for winning this event a few years ago.
Yeah.
We got a chance to look at Jean Emmanuel's card right before this.
Yeah, JD's card looks really fun. I don't know where it would go.
I think it's good.
But playing it turn 2 off of a Llanowar Elf seems pretty fun. Yeah.
For who?
Presumably JED.
Yeah, definitely JED.
Oh, so JED drew, I think, a card that's probably very important in this matchup, Frostcliff Siege, right?
Oh, yes.
This makes it so you can't really chump block anymore with those otter tokens. All of a sudden, you have this threat of just dying at any point with this in play. Presumably, he named Teamer off of Frostcliff Siege.
He's just
he hasn't
played
cast it yet.
Played the FOMO for now, but we will see it.
Yeah. All right, so big turn here for Sam.
Yeah, it feels like John Emmanuel's done a really good job of keeping the pressure up. Every time it goes back to Sam, it's like, okay, we'll deal with all of this. When does the dam break here for Sam Partardee and he gets the engine going?
Right.
You have 1 star.
Because we just haven't seen that part.
Yeah, the mana is a little bit awkward here. If Sam chooses to level up the Artist talent, he can't play Monument plus Combustion Technique this turn. Alternatively, he can just play Monument to Endurance and then cast Combustion Technique, possibly wanting to target the Duelist of the Mind that can get in for a bunch of damage. Or you can just pass and kind of see what develops. But, you know, at the same time, JED is representing potentially just a completely lethal attack next turn. I mean, you can even cast Pyroclasm, right? Get that otter out of the way, and then just play the Frostcliff Siege, and that's a lethal attack. Pyroclasm main deck, mostly a nod to the existence of all the various Badgermole Cub decks, right? All those decks play tons of mana creatures, and the Pyroclasm is super effective at dealing with Badgermole Cub.
He's going to decide to go with the Monument here.
Right, okay, so digging. Firebending lesson not very good on this board.
Yeah, you were right. It's not very good in the matchup, is it?
Yeah.
3 toughness everywhere.
Yep, and keeping up.
Has Combustion Technique. So he has to kill one of these fear of missing outs,
right? Because that represents 2 attacks coming in. And if you're JED, I mean, seems like Frostcliff Siege attack certainly makes a lot of sense here. Alternatively, you could just go land Quantum Riddler and try to develop your board, but I feel like JD only has a couple turns left here before Sam starts turning it around with his 1-2 punch. And JD running the numbers here. Frostcliff Siege, of course, also gives an additional point of power to all your creatures. So we're looking at 2 3/3s and a 2/3 Duelist of the Mind if the Frostcliff Siege resolves and names Teamer here. And then I think JD is also mindful of the fact that, okay, Sam, you have 2 mana up. I'm going to assume you have a combustion technique and see if I still have a lethal attack through a combustion technique here. Looks like might lead things off with a Pyroclasm.
And that'll just kill the Otter, right?
That would kill the Otter. Sam could try to fire off a combustion technique, rummage off of the Monument to Endurance, make a treasure, and see if you can find a 1-mana spell to cast.
Yeah, well, I
there's
guess,
not a bunch, though.
Well, now a firebending technique all of a sudden actually kills stuff, right?
Right.
But I think he's discarded 3 of those already. Yeah, there's 3.
Yeah, there's 3 firebending lessons in the grave.
Firebending lessons is what I meant.
So it's going to be pretty. So I think Sam's running the numbers. Like, there's no instant for 1 mana that I can probably find.
There's
from
like,
this
I guess,
spot.
1 left.
Yeah.
If he runs all 4 of the lesson, yeah, he does.
All right. So if you kill one of the fear of missing outs, the most amount of damage that would come in would be 8, right? Because fear of missing out. Oh no, you get an extra combat.
Yeah, that resolves.
Now Sam has to decide, okay, what am I going to do with this removal spell here? And off the Monument as well.
Yeah, he is more or less forced to work with imperfect information here, given the Monument.
This has 2 power, correct?
Yes.
He was asking.
Yeah, fear of missing out makes the most sense, right? It just deals the most damage.
Discard.
So 5 damage comes in.
And he couldn't quite find it. Yeah, only killing that 1 FOMO is not enough. And that is game number 1 going to Jean Emmanuel Depra.
And you see kind of trying both of those into the Flood Moss to really slow Sam down was so big there.
Big. Here's Grand to start things off for Sam Partardee. Much better. You didn't have that last time. Does it survive?
I do see a Torch Tower. Probably just going to be looking to fire this off here.
Torch Grand. Both players on 7 this time, by the way. Last game they were both on 6. Kind of interesting. There's Torch, the Tower. That's going to exile Grand.
Keep a good Grand down.
Sam said it.
And choosing not to bounce the Grand here just to get an extra lesson and draw a card here.
Try to keep it down.
Well, that's one way to do it, I guess.
Yeah, Grand unlikely to attack.
At least this turn.
Right.
Tiger Seal gives you that 1-turn window before it starts punishing you. Hey, this is much better for Partardee, though.
Right, of course, Grand plus
Monument.
Grand plus Monument is a nice little combo here. And, you know, with the Tiger Seals, they hit pretty hard, but it kind of forces you to make sure you continue casting ways to draw cards. If JED does have the Abrade here, could actually just use that to get the Monument off the battlefield, still keep up Spell Pierce. Wouldn't be able to untap the Tiger Seal, so you would leave yourself vulnerable to 1 attack from the Grand. Ooh, are we drawing cards? Okay. Taking the aggressive approach here. Remember, the Monument and this is kind of, but the first time I played this deck and I lost is when all I drew were Monuments and no ways to discard cards. That can, of course, happen. Now, there is a Grand in play, but, you know, the way that this deck completely goes off is when you can find the Artist Talent to go with the Monument. So 6 damage coming in. Sam is at 12.
Yeah, that's it's a very big chunk.
How aggressive do you get here? Do you just bounce both of the Tiger Seals?
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
And then that gets Gran attacking
Yeah.
as well.
Loot, draw another card off the monument. Sam playing his own tempo strategy here.
Remember, these players are both 4-1. A win here would put you to halfway to the guaranteed top 8 mark.
Right.
And that's still with another round to go. So I mentioned it at the onset of this match, but every single match carries big weight here with one fewer round per day on day 1 and 2.
So this is big. This card is the Boomerang Basics. This now puts a 3rd lesson into the graveyard. Artist Talent actually only costs 1 mana, right? Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, so, and then has a Storm Chaser's Talent. Could play it, but choosing not to because he wants to wait to draw a card and then get a rummage effect for the Monument to Endurance. So now Sam just completely turned everything around. He has his entire engine ready to go, but we know JED does have a copy of a Braid here. That's probably going to be pointed at the Monument to Endurance.
What would let's say the Endurance Monument stayed there. What would Sam need to do to now get this? Everything, the plate is set. What does he need to do to get it going?
I mean, at this point, well, the thing is, any spell that you cast, any non-creature spell that you cast, allows you to rummage off the Artist Talent, which then allows you to draw a card off the Monument. So that just kind of feeds off of itself.
So it's just anything.
Just basically anything. Of course, the dream is drawing an Accumulate Wisdom, right? Then all of a sudden, you're never going to run out of action. But yeah, at this point, Sam just needs any spell, and he already has one in hand.
Yeah, we were kind of hyping up the Accumulated Wisdom because, like, in a situation like this, that card is actually Ancestral Recall. Like, it's blue, draw 3. It's crazy.
And now that the Monument's down, I mean, you're filtering through your cards. Ooh,
Quantum Riddler? I guess it's not it's a creature, but
there are 3 copies of this card in the sideboard for matchups like this where things get a little bit grindier. Your opponents have, answers to what you're trying to do here. So this is big.
You may resolve the trigger.
Yeah, draw 2, Quantum Riddler in play here. So Sam.
So he drew 2 off of it and then got to do it again?
And then drew 2 more cards, yes.
Spell Pierce targeting Storm Chaser's Talent? Yes.
He's got him down to just 1 mana, and John Emmanuel must just be looking for anything. Jeez.
Oh my gosh! Drawing 2 more. How many cards has that Riddler drawn, Sam?
6.
3 bonus cards, right?
Yes.
Wow, what a turn!
What a turn for Sam!
Can he draw more?
He can keep up a null.
Oh, you can play.
He has Storm
Oh no, he has
Chasers?
3 cards in hand, so it's not quite.
But he played a land, right? Oh, he has 3 on 3 beyond that. Okay.
Yeah, a null and Artist. Oh no, he still draw 2. Oh my!
That's 8 cards now. What in the world?
Wow.
He's finally out of mana, though,
He's
right?
like,
There's
you know
no
what?
treasures.
All right, I'm done. Your turn.
3 cards. Yeah.
And when you see turns like this, you just like with what these Izzet decks are capable of. Like I mentioned this before to you. It's just it doesn't feel like Standard. It just feels like you're playing a more powerful brand of Magic when you see these decks go off.
It really does. Yeah, it reminds you of formats with a bigger card pool. I mean, Standard has a big card pool these days. 3-ish years worth. I mean, that's a lot.
And I mean, just Avatar: The Last Airbender is one of the strongest Standard set releases that we've seen in quite some time, and you are really seeing the impact of the cards. So many decks just completely built around some of the engines that we see.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the cards on the battlefield here. In fact, right now you can even see them Gran there. And the Tiger Seal too.
Ooh, a little sideboard card here from JED, Ghost Vacuum, as a way to try and slow things down. Now, right now, Sam has probably too many things in the graveyard, but it also, if you have one in play, it does prevent you from actually getting a spell back with Storm Chaser's Talent, for example.
And ideally, he would chip away at the lessons until that is no longer a thing.
Yeah, actually, there's 4 lessons currently. So you know the key number is 3, and with 1 activation from the Ghost Vacuum, JD wouldn't be able to stop Sam from, let's say casting an Accumulate Wisdom or something.
Right, but now we're going to see that number explode because we've got Combustion Technique,
and we have a
Abandoned Attachments, Gran. We are in turbo mode here for Sam Partardee.
Yeah, and this is where you get to really see the power of artist talent here. You get to just churn through your entire deck with an active Grand. Everything basically costs 1 mana, and you just get to kind of, look, just basically do everything. Oh, and there's the monument.
Paul.
Yeah?
Does it resolve?
There isn't a null in JD's hand. I imagine
the answer is no.
That's what you're trying to do here. Oh, letting the looting resolve first. Sure.
Keep that information.
Okay, that's
to himself.
2 monuments down. But remember, Sam does have access to 3 Riddlers after the sideboard. You're not only relying on the monuments after sideboard anymore.
As like a win condition.
Right.
One of the modes on monument is do 3 damage to your opponent.
Right, because when you're at this point, you're also just kind of churning through your entire deck.
Yeah.
You just kill all your opponent's resources. You can win with Storm Chaser's talent. You can win with Otter tokens. You can kind of pick and choose how you win. You don't have to win with the Monument of Endurance.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
And Sam has two ways to kill both creatures in play here, if he wants. Iroh's demonstration, probably want to just fire that one off.
Deal 4 to that.
And that's another lesson in the graveyard, as we mentioned.
Choosing not to rummage because he likes all the removal and just killing everything. That one gets exiled.
Yeah, that's exiled, and it's 2 more lessons. So yeah, he's not going to be able to outpace it, JED.
Right.
3 or 4 spells. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, I cast
Monument plus 3 1 mana thing.
Yeah.
So I take 5.
Sorry, it was 4 spells.
4 spells.
Right.
6.
1, 2, 3, 4 spells. Yeah.
Yeah, so I take 6. Down to 11. Yeah.
Your turn.
So they have Jean Emmanuel at 11, but looks like we have him at 13.
Oh yeah, this is just because the shield.
Exile.
There we go. Yeah,
Which is relevant with Ghost Vacuum in play because JED can start targeting creatures, and then once you get to 6 mana, you can crack the Ghost Vacuum and make a bunch of 1/1 flyers.
Right.
But JD on the back foot here. I mean, Sam has all the advantages here. Now, Quantum Riddler is a nice place to start. I mean, it all comes back to that one huge turn.
It did.
Where Sam Partardee basically drew 4 extra cards off of the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, and that was one where that's the turn he couldn't find in game 1. Right. He kept having the setup, but he was knocked off balance just enough by Jean Emmanuel each time. And JD was able to get over the finish line. But in this game, Sam Partardee got to untap with most of that combo in place, and now we've seen the result so far.
And now, I mean, you want to be the role of the aggressor if you are on the is it looting side of things. And so this looks like a much more difficult hill for JD to overcome. Sam going a little fist pump probably. He's like, oh, I got to untap.
Yes.
Everything is ready to go. Everything's cheaper. I have a talent to play 2 creatures. All you have is an Otter token. Sam has to be loving his spot here.
Combat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Continuing to take. Just wants an accumulate wisdom, right? At this point, destroying that feels like it just breaks the door wide open.
Yeah, where have those things been?
Oh, just running out Quantum Riddler as well. I mean, that's...
Does he just get 1 card off of it? Feels like a crime.
Unfortunate.
Feels like a
5 mana, 4/6 flyer still replaces itself.
Bounce it in response to the draw card.
Yeah, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, well, he had 2 cards anyways. So
but either way, the Quantum Ruler is going to get put back into the hand with Into the Flood Maw there.
Yeah, I mean, if you bounce end of turn, it's possible Sam draws Island Spell Pierce or something, and you don't want that to happen. So.
End of turn, I exile.
Sam's going to go down to 7.
Take my turn?
Yep.
Yeah, he does have access to the combustion technique if he's concerned about some kind of crazy kill involving Frostcliff Siege plus Quantum Riddler.
Otter,
or something along those lines.
So he'll keep that option. JED is chewing away at the graveyard with the vacuum, but
he
probably won't be able to get him down to, I mean, unless something dramatically changes in this game, we won't be able to get him to below 3.
Yeah, he did draw Fear of Missing Out, which is a nice card to play when you have no cards in hand, because it'll just give you a free card here. The other option is just casting that Quantum Riddler that's warped. That would draw you 2 cards. But you can't imagine that, like, Sam went untapped land, untapped mountain go. It's like a face-up combustion technique. So if you just go
and he
for...
paid 2 life
right,
for that, yeah.
So if you just cast the Quantum Riddler, I mean, I'm assuming there's enough lessons in the graveyard here where that would be a lethal combustion technique, even through the Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah, there's at least 4. I see 5.
I see 2 abandoned. Yeah, and yeah, so he's not going for it. Yeah, and if Sam just fires off a combustion technique here, I suppose he doesn't have a prowess creature in play, so it's not like he can get in for a lot of damage next turn.
I do, yeah.
All right, so probably just getting something back with Storm Chaser's talent here. There's Into the Floodmaw.
I level up talent.
Okay.
Get back.
Okay.
Into the Floodmaw.
There it is, into the Floodmaw back, but he's tapped out, passes the turn. And once again, Sam Party's in that position where he wants to be.
Right.
He finds an island off the top of the library.
Just can draw so many cards here. You can go Island, Quantum Riddler, trigger on the stack. Oh, okay, or just cast it, sure.
Yes.
He's just going to take his card straight up.
Yeah. Storm Chaser's Talent.
Right.
Rummage, draw 2 cards. Still have access to that combustion technique if you want.
Wow.
Oh, found an Accumulate Wisdom.
Accumulate Wisdom.
Yeah.
And that is also subject to cheapening.
Yeah, just a mountain of resources that JD needs to fight through here. Just don't see him coming back here, even with that Into the Floodmaw. I mean, what can you even find?
And once again, Sam Party's just going to pass the turn back. He can afford to be patient here.
Yeah. All he, like, at this point, I think Sam's thinking, look, if I can just survive one more turn, I am good here.
GG.
Yeah.
So he will keep his combustion technique, or if he really wanted the Accumulate Wisdom open.
Yeah.
But you kind of assume that he'll use the technique this turn.
Right. Yeah, you just don't want to keep yourself susceptible to a Spell Pierce or something at this point, right? Once you untap, you can just pay 1 blue. It's literally Ancestral Recall, right? With the Grand in play.
It is. It's so wild. I would not have predicted seeing that power level in Standard this weekend.
It's amazing. And here it is, Combustion Technique.
Targeting it, and I have a Harvest Trigger. Discard that, draw 2.
Wow. 2 mana, kill a creature, draw 2 cards. What do you think about that one?
I think I would repeat that process until my opponent conceded, and I think that's what Sam's going to do here too. Again, both of these players are 4-1.
Yeah.
So near the top of the standings, you know, a good chunk of the way through day 1.
So this is a 2-2.
Currently a 2-2, yeah.
Sam is tapped out, but he's got a 4-6. So you could bounce the 4-6, I suppose.
Sure.
He could into the Floodmaw it.
Yeah. It's just not enough here.
Right. He's just going to have to pass the turn back. I mean,
you
got to be careful bouncing Riddlers. Like, that can open up a very bad end game for you if you don't kill your opponent right then and there.
At this point, there
it is.
There it is.
Yes. Discard, draw 2.
Wild.
Gosh.
Sorry. I thought you said yes.
Yeah, I said yes.
He just wants to make sure that he can't take him off of lesson.
Yeah, there's just too many.
But there's too many. He even discarded a Boomerang Basic, so
if Sam can find something like a Monument here, not that he needs it, but that would just ensure that the game gets closed out even quicker.
There's another Accumulate
Wisdom. Oh, man.
These all cost 1 mana.
Yeah, you can just...
I mean, it is the question, though, the thing that you just brought up, Paul, which is like, well, how does this end?
Right.
And you were saying he can kind of pick and choose how he wants, and it looks like Jean-Emmanuel Depra agrees with him. So that is Sam Partardee taking down game number 2 and forcing a game 3 decider.
JED is on the play here. Wants to be the aggressor. Sam on a
Sam's
roll
on
again.
6.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly kind of how you want to start things here.
Yeah, you said John Emmanuel wants to be the aggressor. And it looks like Sam Partardee does not want that to happen.
Right.
Use Torch the Tower on the Otter.
Now, noting Torch the Tower, not a lesson, so wouldn't count to that accumulate wisdom that Sam has in hand. They play basically Torch the Tower as 1 mana removal spell number 5 out of the sideboard.
Ah, okay. You see opposing Storm Chaser's talent here.
Yeah, and JD actually has several ways to counter this if he wants. Going with the Annul and not the Spell Pierce. Okay.
Yeah, that Spell Pierce tends to get worse over time, but it's a little more flexible.
I mean, but Sam's this the backup plan, right? Just, hey, like, you want to deal with everything? I can just try to win with Quantum Riddler as well.
I'll take 2 for red. 18.
Probably just
it's a mountain.
Quantum Riddler is my guess.
Water Riddler. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, just draw 1 card. All right.
Not above it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Do what you got to do.
I'll be back later.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible Sam might do the same thing here.
You're right.
Yeah, and if he finds a tap land, he would probably just run that out here. And yeah, both players doing the same thing.
What does that say to you if you're in John Emmanuel's seat and you see Sam do that? Is it just he had nothing else to do?
Well, not only that, I mean, Sam could be playing around Spell Pierce, right? If he had a monument, maybe you just do the Riddler instead just because you know it can't get countered.
He noticed John Emmanuel kind of pause about that counter spell and maybe, you know, respects the Spell Pierce enough to say, I can just not have to deal with it this turn.
Now, noting this combustion technique will not actually kill the Tiger Seal. Right now, there are no lessons in the graveyard.
It's interesting when you play a long game like game 2. At some point, I'm just like, yeah, it does 8. You know.
Oh, see, this is where Ghost Vacuum is actually relevant here, right? So because now that it's in play with nothing in the graveyard, Sam's gonna kind of have to play the game as if none of the lessons matter cards will actually get to what you need. So this is actually pretty heads-up play. Now Sam's going, well, I'm not going to ever draw 3 cards off of this Accumulate Wisdom. I'm going to cast this in response. After it resolves, then I will cast Combustion Technique to try to kill this Tiger Seal, because Combustion Technique also becomes a pretty terrible card once the Ghost Vacuum is online.
So right now, Ghost Vacuum's on the stack.
It is currently on the stack.
So it can't be activated at this point.
This might be Spell Pierced if JD thinks that's all he has going on here. He does have a Braid for the Monument as well if Sam chooses to slam that next turn.
That's a big fight. Can that seal go the distance? It can get in for a heck of a lot of damage if left unchecked.
JD going, do
I
care?
Go for it.
Yeah,
here,
he does. Very aggressive line.
It's also tough because it kind of felt like Sam was aware of Spell Pierce, and you did have this window to do something reasonable with it.
But otherwise, that Combustion Technique won't do anything. It actually would not have the ability to kill the seal. So you just kind of go for it, and now at least you don't have to play around the Spell Pierce, right? So.
Okay, abandoned attachments now for Partardee. This is more friendly templated version of the cards that we've seen before. Sometimes they force you to discard as part of the cost.
Yeah, if it gets countered, you don't have to discard, which is very, very good about this card. So JD responding here. And if Sam actually draws Accumulate Wisdom now, could fire it off because he did get 3. Okay.
He's going to take this window.
There are 4 lessons in the graveyard now, so Accumulate Wisdom off the top would still be good enough here. And JD with
vacuum's going to be too slow again.
Yeah, and JD with a very reactive hand here. Look at his hand. Annul, Abrade into the Floodmaw. 0 pressure here.
See, the problem with this is he's been able to keep Sam Pardee's board state more or less locked down.
Yeah.
No pressure, though.
And it's Quantum Riddler time here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess John Emmanuel has a similar plan coming up at some point. But
Plan B.
Feels like he's all in on this vacuum right now.
Needs to find mana source number 5 here to play the Quantum Riddler of his own. And we'll note, you know, we saw with Fear missing up, but Abandoned Attachments, really, really nice card draw effect with something like a Quantum Riddler. See, this is kind of a short-term thing here, but JD going for into the Floodmaw on Quantum Riddler, like a temporary solution.
Yikes.
Yeah.
It's a very temporary solution for opponent who's on 20.
Right.
And right now, no attackers for Jean-Emmanuel. He has no way to get anything through.
Yeah, finds another Riddler here.
Where's this land drop for Jean-Emmanuel?
Can't find land number 5. Ooh, but that is a really, really great draw, actually.
What did he
One
hit?
of the best. Get out. So that is, in essence, scatter variant. You can counter creature spell, so that can actually counter Quantum Riddler.
That was a heck of a draw, because he's about to nab one here.
But Sam has Spell Pierce.
Oh, Pierce, you back.
Wait, do you draw 2 cards now? No, he had 2.
He still had two left, yeah. He would have. He was close.
Wow, that was a huge, huge turn there for Sam Partardee. Big, big board. Lots to answer. JD super behind now.
How about a land for JD
Really
so he
needs a
can
land.
start casting these Riddlers? He's now got 2 warped. Oh, he doesn't hit again.
Oh, he just has a Storm Chaser's talent. That is not good enough here.
Yep.
And you see, this Ghost Vacuum looks like it's kind of annoying, but it's not the end all be all. This is not. This is not a reanimator deck, right? You can just cast Accumulate Wisdom and just anticipate. That's still a totally fine effect. Oh, and this is going to draw Sam 3 cards with that Quantum Riddler in play.
Take out a Combustion Technique with the Vacuum.
No, it's okay.
Resolves?
Yeah.
Discard, draw 3?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Guess he just decided to let it go.
Build your own Ancestral.
Yeah.
Discard 1, draw 3 with Quantum Riddler in play. And now, I mean, Sam just seems to have a mountain of card advantage. There's also that land. That lets you loot too, right? So if you go down to 1 card and then you activate the Agnakilla, you get to draw 2 cards.
It's going to be extremely difficult for Jean-Emmanuel to overcome this level of card advantage. He, you called it, Paul. He just had a very reactive draw. He's brought in some stuff from the sideboard to help shore up the matchup, but it feels like that's kind of all he's drawn. Like his hand is right now is Annul Abrade.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of playing the role of the control player against a deck that probably has a better late game, so it's kind of tough. And that's just kind of how the draw shook out. Like, I imagine JED took a lot of spot removal out that wasn't particularly good in the matchup and replaced it with counter magic, and then he just didn't draw enough threats here. Now, noting that this isn't looting version that JD's team's playing is a little bit lighter on win conditions. It actually only plays 2 copies of Tiger Seal when most decks play 4. Some decks even play Marauding Mako. So a little bit lighter, playing a slightly more controlling role.
Well, let's see how he handles the late game, because we have arrived.
Yeah, there's
a couple of threats finally, an Otter and a Fear of Missing Out.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just not that exciting.
He's also just behind on board. I mean, that Quantum Riddler's smashed. Here's land number 5 finally.
Yeah.
But it's tapped.
Sam just continuing to filter out. He can go upkeep Combustion Technique so that when you draw for turn, you draw 2 cards off the Quantum. Oh, excuse me, he has an Iroh's Demonstration as well. Never mind. He just has too many cards.
Well, and a pesky land. You just can't get them out of your hand quickly enough.
All right, and has the mana to probably tick this up too at this point.
The Artist Talent?
Yeah. But choosing not to go for it here.
Target that one with the loot trigger on this.
Ooh, no.
I'll just loot.
Was thinking about getting fancy with the land there. Now you can play another Artist Talent, rummage again, draw 2 cards. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Yeah, so he should have leveled up if you heard him.
Yep, he said that was a mistake.
So it lost out on 1 mana there, but I don't know that it matters.
And Quantum Riddler is doing the thing right now.
Absolutely, it is. Sam's at 20 life, by the way.
Yeah, he could just take it.
And that was actually a big, that was a relevant misstep, because Sam actually has a Quantum Riddler that he could have warped in this turn. Had he leveled up the Artist Talent rather.
Yep.
And there it is. The 5th mana finally allows Jean-Emmanuel to cast a Quantum Riddler off of Warp.
It just feels like it's too little, too late. Yeah, at this point.
And still more defensive cards too. The Spell Pierce into the Flood Maw. Winter Night Stories.
And
looks like a control deck.
Yeah, I mean, the Ghost Vacuum has exiled, what, 6 lessons?
And Sam's just kind of shrugging it off.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, here's the monument. All he needs to do is do this twice, or I guess once, bounce it twice.
Monument.
Yeah, can do it on his turn and then also on JD's turn.
Just any instant.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sam Partardee looks like he's got this thing locked up.
Discard draw 2.
Remember,
oh, that's a
one of the
Quantum
modes.
Riddler.
Oh, did you discard draw 2?
Oh, sorry, you're right. It's not a. Yeah, my bad.
That's not a spell.
Right.
But he's you know, he's got the abandoned attachments as well here.
Loot. Yes.
Loot, and then on JD's upkeep, you can just cast abandoned attachments, triggers off the talent, and then the monument goes off.
Yeah, remember the monument has the ability to deal 3.
And he found Combustion Technique, which you can just actually use to kill the Riddler. Presumably, he has enough lessons in the graveyard.
Oh, I was I was going to I'll deal you 3.
So how, like...
It doesn't matter. I'm going to kill you with these 2 anyway. I'm just going to cast...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's going to do it. Sam Partardee got a little shaky there on the last stages, but that often happens when a player says, okay, I have all these things, I have this in the bag. It's just a matter of kind of cleanly finishing the job.
Yeah, I mean, there were just, literally Sam can just cast any of those cards in his hand kind of at random, and it didn't matter.
Right.
So, and Sam kind of knew that he had the win. He's just, a little bit at the end, he's like, oh, you know, Quantum Riddler, oh wait, no, that's not a spell. It doesn't matter. He got it done, and you got to kind of just see how impressive this deck is and how good that plan B of boarding in the Quantum Riddlers is, particularly in this deck with all the different rummaging effects. It's so much
You're
better.
always on 1 or 0.
Yeah,
and then you're back
specifically with Quantum Riddler, rummaging effects are actually better than looting effects because you go down to 1 card very often.
Really impressive stuff, and it's kind of starting to feel like we're going to see a lot more of that deck over the course of the weekend. That's going to do it for this round in the booth. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll be back at the news desk setting up for the next round of action. Don't go anywhere.
The Magic Limited Championship is a brand new special event coming in 2027, a competition that brings Limited to the center stage. You can qualify in 2026 at Limited Championship Qualifiers, LTQs for short, held at regional championships, Spotlight Series events, at every MagicCon event in 2026, and in MTG Arena through the new in 2026 Arena Limited Championship Tournament structure. Invites are also given to the current world champion, the top 16 drafters in the 2026 play season, and Hall of Fame members can use their one yearly Pro Tour invite at the 2027 Limited Championship. More details to come on the championship next year, so keep an eye on magic.gg and the Play Magic social channels for the latest news. As evening falls here in Bellevue, Washington, we have one round left to play on day one of competition here at World Championship 31. Very exciting stuff here as it comes down to the wire after 6 rounds of competition. Welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi, Mani Devuti, and Riley Knight hanging out with you here. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at. A couple of players very happy indeed to still be undefeated here in the building. Those players are none other than Derek Davis and Charles Wong, both sitting at 6-0. Only one of them will remain undefeated, of course, after this final round. A lot of people hot on their heels, though, at 5-1, including Kenta Harane and that sweet Reanimator deck. Tony Portalan, who's at the tops of the Player of the Year race. Ray Zhang, also sitting at 5-1. Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer, at 5-1. Sam Partardee just saw him win their last round, currently sitting at 5-1 as well. Riley.
Yeah, we can have a squeeze at our 4-2 players as well, because there are plenty of names that people will recognise. Javier Dominguez picked up a win in the last round, moves to 4-2. Ili Cassis also at 4-2. Jean-Emmanuel Depra going down to 4-2. Anna Huschenbed, Marcio Carvalho, lots and lots of names. Good to see the Aussies still in the conversation as well. Sean Henry, another bloke who's in the conversation potentially for the Player of the Year, as we will come to in due course.
Well, as I said, Sam Partardee, one of our players, currently sitting at 5-1. Probably feeling pretty great, especially with his choice of standard deck. When we asked how a Team TCG player felt about it, they said they, quote, Eldrazi Winter broke it. Let's hear from Sam right now.
I'm here with Sam Partardee, fresh off a victory here in our feature match area. Sam, we were talking off camera just before, you saying you're very, very happy with your deck.
Yeah, I love this constructed deck. You get to do crazy powerful things. You get to play with Ancestral Recall, and Quantum Riddler ain't bad either.
So with the World Championship being the pinnacle of Magic competition that it is, you've been around the traps, you've won a fair few things over the years. What does Worlds mean to you, and how are you feeling at this point in the tournament?
Worlds is the best title, obviously. Like, you tell someone who doesn't know Magic, I'm the world champion, they know what it means, and also you get the awesome, you get your image on a card. That's so cool. So it's the biggest tournament for me. I want to win more than anything.
And you've come sort of close-ish in the past. You've been right up in the conversation in previous. I mean, JED gave you the business a couple of times in the past. How are you feeling about, are you already thinking about tomorrow, even maybe Sunday?
I mean, I try to take it one match at a time. You got to get the next win in front of you. I got one more round today, and then hopefully not that many tomorrow, because they kick you out of the tournament if you do well enough. So that's my hope. So
you're hoping to play just enough Magic to get you across the line. Sam Partardee, congratulations on the win. Hope to talk to you again very soon.
Thank you. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Sam Partardee sitting at 5-1 with that Is It Lessons deck. We're going to take a look at another deck here, Teamer Otters in the hands of Ili Cassis, Mani.
Yeah, so as we've been doing throughout the day, we've been looking at some opening hands from the top decks in the field. And for Ili's deck, the Teamer Otters deck, this deck is fascinating to me because it's taken a shell that we were familiar with, which is using Enduring Vitality alongside Valley Floodcaller and Song of Totentans to create a bit of a infinite mana combo that you really fuel using Stormchaser's talent. Now the deck has gotten a big level up in Badger Mole Cub, but even more important than that, I would say, in Boomerang Basics. So the deck really feels like it had a level up moment here with the Avatar of the Last Airbender set. And I talked to Ili at the players party and I went through some opening hands. So the very first one, this is a bit of a median hand for the deck. This is, you have your combo pieces in Enduring Vitality and Valley Floodcaller. You have a Bushwhack to get a third land, Torch the Tower, and Roaring Furnace as some interaction. This hand isn't exciting, it's not bad, but it's a keep because you have interaction and you have a game plan that you can envision going forward. A nice solid keep. Then I asked Ely, what's the absolute best hand you can imagine? And it wasn't what I expected. It wasn't even what he expected. I don't think it's what anyone expected, because this hand is just, I don't need to combo at all. I'm just going to tempo prowess you out of the game using Storm Chaser's talent and Boomerang basics. So in the best case scenario that you can imagine from the deck doesn't even need to go anywhere near its combo route. It's just Storm Chaser's talent, Boomerang basics, over and over, bury you in prowess orders. So really cool stuff. And then I asked Ely, okay, so what kind of hand are you mulliganing then? And it's actually a hand like this, which is on a surface level doesn't look too bad. 3 lands, a 4th if you consider Bushwhack. You have your 2 combo pieces in Valley Flood Color and Enduring Vitality, and you have some card draw and stock up. The issue is, it's just too slow. You can't be holding 2 combo pieces that aren't doing anything to affect the board in real time, 0 interaction, and your only bit of hand fixing is a 3-mana spell. So even though on a surface level this hand looks perfectly serviceable, there's just not enough going on to justify keeping it, and this is the type of hand that you should be looking to mulligan if you're taking this Otters deck into battle.
Thank you so much, Monty. Really valuable stuff there if you're looking to play this Teamer Otters deck, which is indeed sweet. Taking a look at the room here as the players playing in the final round of the tournament. Speaking of Ely Cassis on Team Handshake Moxfield, Cedric Phillips has been hanging out with the players, catching up with some of our teams. Let's hear from him and Ely right now.
Time to check in with a couple members from Team Handshake Moxfield, Ely Cassis and Charles Wong, who are both having very nice starts to the World Championship. Now, Ely, for Constructed, you are doing a little Teamer Otters action.
That's right, Teamer Otters. We're playing some talent, some Boomerang basics, Song of Totentans. It's a lot of fun.
How you doing with it so far?
1 and 2, not great, but I played a lot of mirrors, so everybody else thinks it's fun too, at least.
Well, Charles, you're doing much better than 1 and 2. You are 3-0 in Constructed so far with...
Golgari Ouroboros. It's a really cool deck. We get to play 10 Ouroboros, between 4 in the main deck and 6 tutors. You also get to play a lot of cool silver bullets like Ko, Black Cat, and you really get to leverage Badger Mole Cub a lot. That's a super powerful magic card, and it's an awesome deck.
It is probably the best reason to be playing green here this weekend, and I know a lot of people are leveraging it, but so far you are doing it the best. Handshake Moxfield, 2 members off to a wonderful start here in Seattle.
We also want to do a check-in on our Player of the Year race. Of course, World Championship 31, the last opportunity to earn points for the players. How are we looking, Riley?
Well, things are looking very, very interesting indeed. The headline here is that Tony Portalan is now the front-runner for the Player of the Year. Now, with Ian Robb and Luchin Yu only picking up 1 match. You can see them down there, 1 and 5, 1 and 4, only 1 game victory. It is as simple as they're out. They're just not in the race.
What a shake-up.
For the Player of the Year anymore. Considering that they were amongst the Tier 1 competitors here coming into the weekend, Maria, having the field winnowed away with those 2 not in conversation anymore. But one person who still is Ken Yukihira at 3 and 3. He will be playing a very, very important game of Magic as he hopes to pick up that 4th win so he can come back in on day 2. But at the moment, it's all eyes on Tony Portalan, already eyeing off a position in that top 8, considering he's put on such a good performance today. And if one of these front runners makes it to the top 8, you'd think they're in really, really good shape for the Player of the Year. We move down to the second tier of players when we're talking about who's in the conversation here. Michael Palmer, Matthew Nass, Sean Henry, James Dimitrov, Reed Duke as well, someone to keep an eye on at 3 and 3. Now, they're going to need Tony Portalan, who is clearly ahead of them, to fall out of the race completely, either today, tomorrow, pick up a fair few losses here, which is not something that Tony has been doing a lot of recently, can I tell you. So a bit of an uphill battle for our second-string players. So I shouldn't say that they're not second-string players in the sense that they're not very good for Magic the Gathering. Very, very good, but their Player of the Year points
lower down to start off.
Certainly outstripped well and truly by Tony Portalan, who is miles ahead at this stage. So if things keep going well for the Croatian, he'll be in prime position heading into today and indeed potentially tomorrow and Sunday for our Player of the Year race. A lot of Magic left to play, but right now looking very good for Portalan, who has been winning like there is no tomorrow.
Wow, incredible stuff happening in our Player of the Year race already so early in the tournament. Well, we asked all of our players for some words of wisdom that have helped them along their Magic career. It's time for our next batch. What do you got this time, Monty?
Okay. you can get funny while testing for an important tournament. It's actually one of the most important things. Don't stress yourself out and just keep your mind fresh.
Nice. I like that. What do you got, Riley?
Keep your mind fresh. Well, I've got quite a long one here. Play simple. Most of the time we trick ourselves into thinking we can have more control over our results by playing a more complicated deck or using a more complicated line of play. But the truth is, the more complicated, the more mistakes we make ourselves. Headline, keep it simple, right?
Yep.
Good advice.
I love that. All right, and here's my final one to round out our package here. Not making mistakes isn't the mark of a good player. Learning from them
I
is.
love that. I've been really drawn to the words of wisdom that have been applicable to life in general.
Mistakes.
I quite seriously have learned so many pieces of life advice from playing this game, stuff that I've taken from Magic to the real. I've had a lot more success in the real world than I have with Magic. That's why I'm sitting here and not out there. But it's really it's amazing to see some of these lessons that people are imparting that have relevance outside the game.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So much that we can bring from Magic into our everyday lives as well. Let's check out our feature match round at number 7, the final round of day 1 of competition. It's our 2 undefeated players, the only 2 left in the tournament. Derek Davis up against Charles Wong, both sitting at 6-0. Is It Lessons up against Golgari Ouroboros. What a mouthful that deck name is. Take a look at Derek Davis here. Started playing the game in 2015. Only has missed 1 day 2 in the past 11 events. Was in the top 32 players at the last World Championship.
Really, really convincing performance from him today. He is 12-2 in games. Hasn't lost a match, of course. We've already said that. Played against Bant, then Is It, then Sultai. And you can see that it's been pretty clear-cut, particularly in Limited. Didn't drop a single game, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 in Limited. Derek Davis on fire, and he'll be hoping to continue this trend into round number 7.
Well, he'll have to get through hometown hero Charles Wong. Started playing in 2001, 2 Grand Prix top 8s, both in Seattle. So Charles Wong knows how to win in his hometown.
Yes, and that's reflected in the performance he's put on today. The home ground advantage clearly coming together for this fella. Played against Simic, Timo, and then Timo again. 2 Timo Otters games on the trot there, and won both of them very handily. A slightly less impressive game score at 12-4. He has had to scrap for some of those wins, a lot of 2-1s early on, but seems to have settled in and will be a formidable opponent for Derek Davis. Maria, only one of these players will emerge unscathed.
Absolutely correct. Well, Monty, talk to me about these deck lists. Who has the upper hand?
Okay, we're going to start by taking a look at Derek Davis's list of Is It Lessons. So this is a bit different of a list than what we've seen Team TCG player bring. The core of the deck, of course, is still there, but artist talent as well as Monument of Ignorance, nowhere to be seen in Derek's list. This deck is even more controlling, featuring copies of Idelquentia and 2 copies of Eddie Merc Crab are actually going to be the headliner win conditions for this list from Derek.
Winning with the crab!
Winning
Giant
with
enemy
the crab. Now, these extra controlling elements are actually going to come up pretty big in the matchup, as Golgari Ouroboros is one of the most aggressive decks in the field. So for Derek, he's already going to be the controlling role, and his build of the deck will help. Taking a look at Charles Wong's list of Golgari Ouroboros, this is the first time we're seeing Ouroboros in the feature match area this weekend. Now, this deck has, of course, the green mana creature package that we've seen so much of already in Gene Pollinator, Lattimore Elves, and the Badger Mole Cub. But all of this is leading you to the headliner namesake card of the deck, Ouroboros. You're trying to power this out. You're trying to get his power up. And this deck has multiple ways to find that Ouroboros using cards like Nature's Rhythm as well. Once it's on the battlefield, you can do some very cool things for growing it and growing the rest of your team. And one of the cards that I really want to shout out, one of the really cool ones, Ko the Face Stealer. Being able to drop this down, potentially exile your own Ouroboros, and then use that activated ability to make Ko Ouroboros and put 6 counters on everything is just a really cool line of play. This deck is awesome. But the big test for Charles so far is he hasn't faced that much removal so far this weekend. We saw 2 Otters as well as a Simic Ouroboros deck where he's favored. But now this is the big test. Can he get through a sea of removal and interaction from Derek?
Well, 2 cool looking decks here, Monty. Who do you think is going to be our undefeated player after this round?
Look, I think logically it's Derek. But I'm going to root for the hometown hero, Charles Wong in Seattle. I've known him for a very long time, and he really powers up in this city.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. Our final round of day 1 is just ahead. Round number 7. Who will be our last undefeated player? I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey with the call.
Thank you so much, Maria. Yes, indeed, it is the last round of Constructed Here, Corey. Who is going to leave this building with a perfect record, making the best chance that they could possibly have to make the top 8 tomorrow?
We're going to find out. This is an exciting match. You know, being 7-0 at the World Championship, being only 1 leader and only needing 3 wins tomorrow to lock up top 8. I mean, that is an incredibly... You know, it'd be a big disappointment if you don't make it after you go XO, so you get really put on top of the hill there. But, yeah, going to be really exciting to watch.
I mean, yeah, does that just put extra pressure, being the overnight undefeated leader of a world championship, to then, okay, yes, I should make the top 8. Statistically, I should make it. Like, does that get inside your head after a while?
I would never know, as I'd never been in this position at such a high-level tournament, but I would imagine it would for these players.
That's rough, buddy. Game 1, here we go, jumping in. It is the, I want to say unconventional, but probably just an iteration of Is It Lessons here in the hands of Derek Davis, playing It'll Quench Ya. It's the quenchiest.
Yeah.
Not playing the Monument, not playing the Artist's Talents, so...
Yeah,
cool to see how this plays out.
I wonder if this was something that they tested, the Monument and the Artist Talents, or if it was maybe some tech that they just really didn't find in the amount of time. So really interesting. I'll want to talk to Derek Davis about it for sure going into this.
Tempo play here to start things off for Derek Davis. Boomerang Basics sending the Llanowar Elves back to hand, but it was replaced by Badgermole Cub.
And Badgermole Cub giving some words of wisdom as well in the flavor text there. Every mountain starts as a molehill.
Yeah. Yeah, they say don't make mountains out of molehills, but here we are.
Badgermole's doing it.
Yeah, he's doing it, and doing a really good job at it if he could stick on the board for longer than, a turn cycle.
Yeah, which does not happen often. When you see Badgermole Cub, you basically have to deal with it, because if Charles is able to just go land or Boroid, you just are kind of completely destroyed. And look at that, fresh off the top on cue. There is the powerful 4-drop. So even not being able to do that, there is still a very strong play here of being able to play Badgermole Cub into a 2-drop here. Anytime you can do that, the card kind of costs 1, and that feels, extremely, extremely strong. Like, being able to go Badgermole Cub into impending Overlord of the Bellmark here looks great.
Yeah, it's sweet. Every time you can double spell with only, 3 lands on board, you're happy about it. So start things off here with a land for Charles Wong. Into a Cub, into either Llanowar or Overlord of the Bellmark, whatever he chooses.
There is some temptation here to just go Badgermole Cub into Llanowar Elves, just to get as much mana as possible, but feels like a Cub into Overlord here is on its way.
Yeah. Get him, little buddy.
Okay.
You can do it.
And just being able to get back another Badgermole Cub, something like... Or, excuse me, that was exiled.
Yeah.
But, if you can get back something like that, animate your last land, and then all your lands are adding 2, I mean, that is incredible.
So gross. Oh, man. I love this Ouroboros deck, but, man, every time I try to play it, it just gets blown out of the water.
Yeah, and we saw Carl play it a little bit, on camera when we were commentating, but outside of that... I'm kind of the same way. It felt like it was a little clunky to me, but, whenever you can land your spells, you can play powerful cards like the Overlord, and of course, Ouroboros is just undeniable as far as a power level goes. It can do some great things. We'll see if we're going to try to play around It'll Quench Ya at all here.
Yeah.
It's hard to do because you have 2 of them. They do feel like you just want to jam, but he does play around it.
Okay. Looks like we're going to go for Nature's Rhythm first and foremost. Derek doesn't like the possibility of an unknown card coming down, so it'll just be Llanowar Elves from Charles as the follow-up after It'll Quench Ya. And looking still pretty good, playing around all of the pieces of interaction that Derek has had so far.
Yeah, that was pretty much a quench bait there, as, if you can just keep your Ouroboros in hand, that's the card you want. And now, next turn, Charles is going to untap with 7 mana, so if you can top deck a land, double Ouroboros is incredibly difficult to come back from.
Whew. And yeah, there's nothing that Derek can do about it. Firebending Lesson, he can't kick that. Abandoned Attachments doesn't do anything, and Boomerang Basics is a sorcery, so...
Yeah, I mean, there is some things. You can Firebending Lesson the Cub.
Sure,
that prevents a lot of mana. You can Boomerang Basics the Llanowar Elf, and then Charles would have to top deck a land to be able to even cast one of them. But that play feels bad because what is Derek doing to progress his game? Jeez. So as it stands, one Ouroboros is going to hit the battlefield here, but that's manageable. Derek has the removal spell to deal with it straight away.
Yeah, picked up 2 combustion techniques there. Firebending Lesson took care of the Cub, like you mentioned. He gets a bunch of counters on all of his critters, so that is still something to worry about for Derek Davis. But, you know, that's a thing for future Derek to worry about.
Yeah, and I mean, the value of just playing that creature, putting 3 counters on your creatures already is great and very powerful. And Derek is 100% forced into dealing with the Ouroboros if you can ever deal with it.
Yeah.
And then the second one is going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, this is a very tricky spot, especially with the top of the deck not behaving here for Derek. Hasn't found a 4th land yet. He's going to run out the Storm Chaser's talent and hold up one of these combustion techniques for the big plant worm.
Doing it in the upkeep. And the only reason is, well, this will give the Otter 1 extra prowess, so now you can block one of these 2/2 lands. That's really all it was, and Derek was just thinking, is there anything that punishes me for this? And as far as looking at the deck list, which it is open deck list, there's really nothing.
Yeah, no protection spells, no real treatments or anything like that.
But there's the Punisher case, the second Ouroboros.
Move to end step.
That's ouch.
I believe you're looking for That's Rough, buddy.
Yeah, that too. Still no 4th land. What the heck? Ara's Demonstration, cool. Picked up the Storm Chaser's talent, draw a card, finds and accumulate wisdom. Okay, all right, now we're cooking.
Yeah, anytime you can Ancestral Recall, you usually want to do that, but step number 1, you have to deal with the powerful creature. And, you know, I mean, there is still a lot of power on the battlefield. Those lands are 3/3s. You can harmonize back the Nature's Rhythm to get more Ouroboros, but not enough mana to do that straight away. But the Overlord is also coming off Impending, which is a big deal.
Land for turn here from Charles, so playing Hellbent.
I mean, can attack for 11 right now.
Yeah,
you can attack for 11, or you can start harmonizing back. And, I mean, I guess we can get another Ouroboros. You harmonize tapping one of the lands. That reduces it by 3.
Yeah.
So it would cost...
so it's an X and 4.
Yeah, so it would cost 5 and tapping one of your 3/3 lands. So you could do that, leave a Llanowar open, put a counter on the Llanowar, attack for 4, I believe. That is one of the options here.
I think he likes it.
I'm going to take 1 damage.
Ding!
13. Yes.
Thanks, started down.
X equals 3.
Ooh, what's he finding?
There's a Tyvar. Tyvar is always
Tyvar's
very devastating. Or just a bat. Wow.
Okay.
That is shocking to me.
Huh. Oh, Wisdom's going to go bye-bye.
That is really just saying, I need to protect Overlord here as that's coming off Impending, but...
It's going to be the combustion technique.
You would think so. Most of the time you take the removal.
Yeah. Just because you don't want your bat to get killed, you know?
Yeah. And, I mean, you don't want your Overlord to be killed.
Yeah.
So you probably have to take that for that reason.
And then Derek just has to... Oh, okay. He takes the Wisdom. Interesting. Huh.
Move to end step.
And, I mean, it makes sense because Charles does still have a lot of power on the battlefield. So even if this combustion techniques just kills the Overlord, is that a good draw?
Did he just pick up another Wisdom?
He sure did.
He's mathing.
I feel like you would kind of have to Wisdom first to try to find untapped land. But, I mean, if you brick, you are in a world of hurt. So there's a risk.
No kidding.
Other than that, you go Storm Chaser's Talent and then say at your upkeep, combustion technique the Overlord. That's an option as well. And then you have 2/2/2 Otters to do a little bit of blocking. But I think I like just Wisdom, draw 3, and then combustion there. But we shall see.
Risky business here, but yes, we are going to start with Accumulate Wisdom, draw 3. Land? Didn't find one.
I don't think so.
Oh, Granny, though. Firebending Lesson and Wisdom.
You heard Charles say no land, huh? And Derek's smiling on the outside, but not on the inside. That's for sure.
That is indeed rough.
Because I mean, if you can see the top 3 of your decks and know you weren't going to hit the land, Derek would have did the Storm Chaser's Talent, upkeep, kill the Overlord play. But I mean, sometimes you have to take some risks, and I think that was a spot where even though it didn't work out well, I would have did the same.
Yeah, you know, statistically speaking, there should be a land in the top 3 cards of the deck. You know, at this point, considering he hasn't found one yet, but the deck disagreed.
Yeah, yeah. If only the stats were, you know,
could be believed.
facts.
Yeah. Jeez, that's a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah. Now Overlord gets to attack and bring back Ouroboros.
Oh, gross. He could even do another Overlord. Oh, no, wait, he can't target himself. Never mind.
Yeah.
Can't bring back an Avatar.
It blocks. Yeah. Exactly what you said.
Block the big guy, kill the elf. Okay. Take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Just 10, right?
8, 9, 10, yeah.
Go ahead. Now, I mean, the Is It Lesson deck, it's incredible. You and I have been playing a lot of it in between our rounds and stuff, but it doesn't come back from behind this well on a very wide battlefield. On a wide battlefield that are not 1 toughness.
Yeah, especially a chunky battlefield.
Yeah. With 1 toughness, you have the ability to Iroh's demonstration and, you know, deal with the whole battlefield. But a position like that, the deck just doesn't have that sweeper
Derek, look at the top of the deck.
effect.
I want to see where that land was. No, you didn't do it.
You never look. You
No,
never
in this
look.
instance, I want to know, where was that stupid land?
That's where you draw the line. You're like, in this particular instance.
Goodness me. Alrighty, game 2. Let's go. Charles Wong looking poised to pick up another victory if this game goes similarly to how the first one did and be our overnight leader.
Yep.
7-0, undefeated.
And 2 of our, you know, established teams
Mm-hmm.
here with Handshake and Worldly Council.
Yep. I'm going to duress now, post board, to take a look at the hand here of Derek Davis. What do you like stealing?
It depends if you're really trying to push through a cub next turn, then I think you want to take It'll Quench You. If you're going to kind of dance around It'll Quench You, maybe you have second duress, you leave that in hand and you just take the Ancestral Recall at home now. Yeah, I mean, it's the most powerful card. And, you know, 3 lessons are going to get into the graveyard eventually.
Yeah,
so if
one way or
you can prevent that card from drawing 3, you're going to do it. It's just such a game-changing effect.
It is. 2 firebending lessons in hand. We got Boomerang Basics, another land. So 3 lands at least.
Yeah, it makes sense that we didn't just jam out a cub if we did indeed have one.
Multiversal Passage, pass the turn back.
But the slower games definitely favor the lessons deck. So, you know, you do want to be jamming your stuff out there and not playing this really coy defensive game. But they're like, okay, if you want to quench my elf, knock yourself out.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, but we have removal in hand there for the pesky little mana dorks, so Firebending Lesson takes care of that.
Okay, I was just going to say, one of the best draws here next to another Accumulate Wisdom is just the Storm Chaser's Talent. Be able to get this on the battlefield, you know, do some bouncing here to get some extra otters, probably say go here so you have Quench Up. You just can't let Ouroboros, you know, land here. That's just too devastating. And then eventually buy back the Wisdom and get it going there.
Okay. Spidey Manifestation, little mana dork that untaps itself when mana value 4 or greater is cast.
Probably heading straight to the yard.
So Derek doing a good job here of keeping control of this battlefield.
So now it has the ability to play Talent, play Grand, and hold up Quench. And then you get to the spot,
nice
do you play the land or do you keep it to loot away with Grand? I think when you can potentially go level up Storm Chaser's Talent and then hold up either Quench or Accumulate Wisdom, that's what I want to be doing. So I like playing the land here from Derek.
Also, Grand is online. There's 3 lessons in the bin, so everything is 1 mana cheaper than creature spells.
Good point. Even better. You can level up next turn without top decking a land and have that option. That duality already ready to go.
Charles has Nature's Rhythm ×2 in hand. So if one does get quenched, the second one may go uncontested.
For one, plays around Quench. Quench is face up here.
Yeah.
So Gene Pollinator able to add 2 mana at any point. So Charles did a great job.
Yeah.
Saw it'll quench you off the duress and just has danced around it the entire time.
Yeah, at one point, the Quench is going to be completely useless in this matchup, so Charles opting to play around that to the point that it would be Iroh's Demonstration, though. Oh.
Pretty strong. Now, it still only kills 1 creature no matter what.
Yeah.
And now Derek Davis is in a rough spot here as far as decisions. Like, to be mana efficient, you want to level up the talent, and then you want to leave some mana up. But I could very much see level up the talent, get wisdom back, and Iroh's Demonstration away the cub.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Basically, all the math and all the plays I would do is, can you cast the Nature's Rhythm from the graveyard and get Ouroboros into play?
Yeah.
And do everything I can to avoid that.
Yeah, very hard game.
Magic's hard.
Magic is a hard game. It is the hardest game in the world. It has been proven.
Yeah. Has it? Proven?
Yeah,
okay.
proven.
Okay.
Something AI couldn't figure out what the best play was, yada yada. Google it, you'll find it.
Okay, wait, we're doing the wisdom. Do we hit a land again? We did, but it's a Spire Bluff Canal.
Well, that's no good. But those are a couple big critters.
Go ahead.
So there was another risk, and I mean now we get to kind of pop off here.
Yeah.
With
just go find
these Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah. Just go find the Ouroboros the good old-fashioned way. Or
does seem like that's the deck's #1 game plan over and over. Is just I am going to put the most ways possible to get my best card into the deck, Ouroboros.
Yep. No, he's just going for 2. Wow.
Okay.
So disciplined.
Wow.
Oh, Keen-Eyed Curator. Hey, buddy.
Yep.
Oh, he's going to start eating the freaking graveyard. He can get all of it now.
Yeah. So
1,
no
2,
more
3,
wisdom.
4, 5. He could get 5 activations. Gross. Oh, man.
So there goes the lessons. Now, if you get, 4 different types, that's what makes this creature gigantic. And then if you get it very large, harmonizing that creature is a nice little effect.
Yeah, Charles is being very disciplined here.
So that's instant and sorcery that is exiled. And there's creature.
I would kill that.
And that's it.
No, he can.
So no matter what, he can't make the Keen-Eyed Curator a 7/7. So it seems like Iroh's Demonstration or a Braid can deal with it right now.
Yeah, because there's no... Oh, there's a creature in the yard there, but nothing else, right?
Yeah, can only get 3 types as far as I'm seeing. So a Braid seems safe to me.
I mean, just empty this yard of the firebending lessons, right?
Yeah, get the lessons out of there. Make sure everything is a little cheaper. Yep, and you want to do that 1 at a time. Make sure there's no, with 2 triggers on the stack, play a spell, then accumulate wisdom type thing. But, I mean, was that better than putting an Ouroboros into play? Maybe. Maybe not.
Well, it gave Derek a problem to solve.
Yeah.
And did so indeed. Now we're going to see an attack here with the team. It'll quench you getting tossed to Gran. So 2 lessons in the bin.
And the one kind of nice thing here for Derek Davis is it'll quench you going to the yard. Says, hey, I don't have it'll quench you anymore.
Yeah.
But still has 1 in hand. So this second one could actually get some value here.
Yeah, it might get something. So one of the cubs is taken care of. This cub was drawn? Is this a new cub or no?
I'm not 100%.
Actually, this is for 5. Sorry.
Harmonizing for 5.
Oh, but there's no way to play.
It'll quench you.
Oof. Quenched. And I mean, yeah, that second quench was brutal.
That paid off.
And
Good job,
now,
Derek.
now everything is cheaper. Able to draw 2 here. Able to attack with Gran because it won't die.
All right. Neat.
Okay.
GDD. Derek Davis picking up the win there to tie things up against Charles Wong. Game 3. Who's it going to be?
God, we will see. I still like the lesson side of this, but being on the draw, it's hard to put yourself at too big of an advantage.
I think Charles is going to... I think he's going to be our 7-0.
You think so?
Let's see, yeah.
Well, we're going to find out based on turn 2 here. Derek Davis kept a one-lander, drew the island off the top, though, which is perfect. I mean, did have double firebending lessons, so no matter what, even if he missed a land drop, being able to, like, kill an elf and then kill Badger Mole Cub in a matchup like this is totally fine.
That's sick, yeah.
And I love this. You know, some players would think, I'm on camera. I don't want to miss a land drop. Keep it one lander. I don't want those ramifications of, you know, the messages I'm going to get from my friend. But Derek's like, you know what? This is a calculated risk. Sure, it could go wrong. But if it did, he still had those 2 shock effects to be able to fight back. So I love the risk there from Derek Davis, and it very much paid off.
In this matchup, that was a sick hand.
Yeah, because now his hand is very nice. You still kind of need a 3rd land, but when you got Grand on your side, anything's possible.
Anything is possible.
Because now you're able to clear the way for Grand. If there's a creature put in the way as far as a blocker, there's not a lot of removal from the Golgari deck, like basically none whatsoever. So Grand's going to live, and the only way to stop Grand from attacking and getting in there is by blocking it. And with a hand like that that's covered in red, creatures are going to die.
Yeah, 2 combustion techniques, firebending lesson, and Ira's demonstration. So whatever is in the way, Grand's going to clear quite easily, I say.
And Grand's like, sure, take a lesson. That'll just help me out.
Yeah. Please put more things in the bin so I can play things cheaper. It's got a little witchy there. Sorry, Grand.
It'll be a real thing here. I mean, if you take the attraction, you know, the one spell that isn't, the one spell that's different.
Attachments? Attachments,
Yeah. Then, you know, we're only able to cast 1 removal, and you can't do too much, so I think you kind of have to take that. But the removal is just always going to be good against this Golgari deck, so it's tough.
Look at Derek smiling. He's like, yeah, you have no good options here.
Yeah.
Hee.
Because here's the nice place Derek gets to do now. Okay, I thought we were going to play a creature you could kill, but Grand can attack, discard one of these lessons, and then cast the attractions for 1 mana.
Yeah.
And for the 1 blue, so you can hold up red and still have a removal ready to go for Charles's turn.
Pretty sweet. Alrighty, let's see. What's top of the deck here for Derek Davis? Oh, Storm Chaser's Talent. Ooh, let's go. Draw. Discard. Boomerang. Ooh, yeah, that's nice.
That's tempting as well.
Yeah. We have abandoned the abandoned attachments.
Yeah, I think we would have been more keen on keeping that if we didn't top deck those 2 cards, because now the basics to bounce it is great.
Boing. Land? Oh! Never didn't have it. Here come the otters. Insert otter squeaking noises here.
You know Derek's going to be like, I kept a 1-lander. No big deal. He's going to tell that to his friends, not to Charles.
If there's any deck in the field that keeps a 1-lander confidently, it's this. This is what the deck is designed to do, is to churn through as much of the library as you possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the only disadvantage here is Derek does only have 1 red source, so can only cast 1 spell, even though they are getting all cost reducted. So, I mean, do I even have to say it? The best top deck would for sure be Ancestral Recall.
Yeah.
And he plays 4 of those in his deck right now.
That is Summon Fenrir that has hit the board there for Charles.
Yep.
Becomes a creature, or is a creature. Cool new type of enchantment that was introduced with Final Fantasy.
It's about to be dead, I imagine.
Probably. I don't think much will survive in this matchup.
Yeah, and you don't really need to kill that card, but when you have Grand that you want to turn sideways and you want to loot away this passage and just have more looks at your Accumulate Wisdom, and he hit it. Oh my goodness. Ancestral Recall at the top feels so good.
Cards. Oh, goodness me. More land, another lesson. Just firepower aplenty here for Derek. I think I might be wrong about my prediction, friend.
And I mean, that was kind of about the worst wisdom that you could get, as you just have all blue sources, only 1 red source. But I mean, still, you have the wisdom in the yard and you have the Storm Chaser's Talent. If you hit land 5, you just get to Ancestral Recall once again.
That's insane. 2 combustions and a braid ready to just pop anything that Charles plays. Spider Manifestation and the elf. Lenoir elves hitting the board here, so let's see how he wants to blow up the board, essentially.
If those islands were mountains, this game would basically be over already. But now we got a lot of options, and I think step 1 is I'm going to give myself the chance to cast Ancestral Recall again. Or, yeah.
Boom. Goes the dynamite, so Iris Demonstration.
And now, most importantly, this is only 1 damage to your opponent's creatures. Matters a little bit.
Yeah. But those guys are only 2/2s currently, right?
Yeah, so you can just block an otter, trade with that, or it would be a trade with Gran as well. And I think Derek was plenty fine making that play because he top decked Boomerang Basics. You can get that Accumulate Wisdom back at any point. And now you have 2 answers for these overlords already. So, I mean, this is just the Lessons deck completely popping off as we kind of thought it would do.
Accumulate Wisdoms, that's the second spell. That's a 3/3 otter. Let's see how big we can get this otter.
Oh my!
Another wisdom.
Just give him the trophy.
Hang on now. Let's not be hasty.
I mean, this looks like the most possible fun you can be having at the World Championship. Playing the Lessons deck that maybe hasn't fully caught on yet as far as its power level, and I'm sure it will after this weekend. But
how we get this guy out the way? That's how you get him out the way. You blast him, and you swing in for the win, and that is Derek Davis picking up game number 3, 7-0 at the World Championship, Corey. Woo, that's got to feel good.
That's got to feel really good. I don't know if it feels better to be 7-0 or to chain together these wisdoms.
Sick.
I mean, Magic players love 2 things, winning games of Magic and drawing cards. And when you can combine your 2 loves into 1 match, I mean, that's what it's all about here.
Maximum value. This deck is so good. Derek Davis made it look extremely so. So congratulations to him, and Charles also sitting at a very respectable 6-1. 10 is the magic number, so as soon as our players get to 10 wins in time, they're in the top 8.
Yeah, you know, now Derek Davis will be the only player that can just 3-0 his draft and be done playing Magic, and the next time he picks up his constructed deck would be on Sunday. So, yeah,
that would be
really
so,
cool stuff.
so lovely indeed.
Very important draft for Derek Davis in the morning, that's for sure.
All the bombs, all the bombs, all the bombs. That's probably what he's thinking. Friends, we're going to take a very short break, but when we come back, we'll have more Magic from our final round of day 1 here at the World Championship. Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 31 here in Bellevue, Washington, the beautiful Pacific Northwest. It is a little rainy here, but not too bad if you don't mind getting a little bit wet during your walk to the venue here. Gorgeous city, gorgeous coastline, and Corey, hey, maybe we'll be done pretty quick here. I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, you want to hop on that ferry, go for a boat ride? That looks fun. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it does rain a lot, but it is a gorgeous city. I love it here.
It is indeed home to plenty of players here this weekend and members of our broadcast team too. So happy to be here in the gorgeous city that is Bellevue. So let's get back into the action here. Our head-to-head, it is Tombot versus Tony Portalan, our front runner, our strongest contender for Player of the Year currently. If he picks up a win here, it's going to be tough to catch him. And both of these players are on Team Marauders.
And so far, it's been very tough to beat Tony if it's day number one, especially.
Yeah,
he has one of the most
good.
astonishing, stats that I have really seen. This year, a 79.2 win percentage on day one.
What?
That is statistically going 4-1 over and over. And he's already lost one today, so statistically, Tony's got this in the bag.
Okay, well, let's see if the stats tell the truth this time around, yeah?
Yeah.
We're going to join our players here in game number 3. Both are sitting at 1-1. So, Otter Mirror. The decks are built a little bit differently. I noticed one of the biggest things to note is the inclusion of Ral Crackling Wit in one of these decks, in Tombot, that is specifically.
Yeah, plays 2 of them.
Yeah, a couple other, little odds and ends different here. But the decks, they pretty much play the same, Corey?
Yeah, otherwise it looks very similar. I would say the biggest difference, and I think this is the biggest difference based on all the Team Marauders players, is Tony is only playing 1 Boomerang Basics. That felt like kind of the sacred card that you need. It feels like, a year ago it was This Town Ain't Big Enough. That was kind of the card you needed.
Yeah,
to establish that combo of Storm Chaser's talent, level it up, bounce it, keep that going. Tony with only 1 Boomerang Basic is very strange, but it's clearly treated him quite well so far.
Sure has. Kicking things off there with an Analyzed Pollen. Going to find another land is Tony. And on Tombot's side of things, going to Boomerang Basics back. The Storm Chaser's talent. Grow the little otter on the ground, draw some cards, and possibly replay it here.
And the only time that we've seen Tony lose it was on camera, where he just did not play a second land until, turn 5 or whatever, and didn't really play Magic on game number 3. So already way ahead of that.
Sure is. He's got to feel good about that. So Storm Chaser's talent, recast here, making this little friend on board a lot larger and in for 3.
And here's the classic start that we see in the Lessons deck, we see in the Otters deck. Prowess, looting, every single deck that plays blue cards is trying to make this powerful Otter play. And it's just incredible. Putting 2 Prowess creatures into play and getting to draw a card is very, very strong.
Who'd have thunk an otter would be the most, one of the most terrifying creatures in Standard when Duskmourn exists.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, here comes the Duskmoor Pyroclasm to clean them both up, so...
Alas. Little otter friends taken care of. Let's see if Tombot cares too much about it. No, sure does not. Those 4 copies of Boomerang Basics making their way to hand and allowing him to rebuild the battlefield. Land number 3? Yeah, okay.
And the one thing we haven't seen so far is just the Otters decks, on camera, actually doing the combo. And it does feel like the combo itself is just pretty tough to get down, the combo of putting 3 Lessons into the yard and casting Accumulate Wisdom seems easier.
Oh, much.
But, of course, the combo from the Otters deck just wins the game on the spot.
Yeah. But, most of the time you don't need it. Dealing 20 with 2 little Prowess Otters when spells are super cheap, it's not that difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And, these Otter decks just play a good plan B. You play a bunch of good creatures, you get Badger Mole Cubs, you get Enduring Vitality, and while you're distracting them with the combo, they're just dying to the creatures. It's usually how it's been working.
Make creature big or remove their blockers, profit. What you got here, Tony?
Looks like a cub, be my guess.
Yep.
Whenever you can make this card essentially cost 1, when you get to add that extra mana immediately on turn 3 has been a very, very powerful combo.
Imagine if this was a 1-drop.
Too good. Too
Pretty
good.
bad.
And both of these players are deciding to just play 3 Cubs in the main instead of the full 4, which is a little surprising to me. Feels kind of like the best card in the deck.
You know, I guess it gets to a point where you can only deploy so many Cubs before they're not as effective as they are in turns 2, 3, 4. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
So
A little bit of diminishing returns. I can see it.
Exalt.
Dead.
Play this.
Ooh, Frostless Siege. This is a sweet throwback to Dragons of Tark here.
Yeah, absolutely. Very powerful card. You know, you get the mode of being able to draw some extra cards or be able to just pump your teams, give them haste. I'm not sure exactly what was chosen.
Haste. I imagine it's haste most of the time.
I'm definitely terrified if it is haste.
Team haste. Let's
I'm looking
go.
at your. You have a basics in the rear, right?
Tarkia Dragonstorm. That's the set's name.
There you go.
Escaped me for a second there. Nice. So whatever Tom plays from here on out, Tony has to be terrified of.
Yeah. If it was indeed Teamer that was chosen, it would make a lot of sense. You know, unless you go Song of Totentons the following turn.
Oh, yeah, true.
But
I mean,
you know, be able
wouldn't
to
you
draw a
rather
card.
have 2/1 rats?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
It's only 12.
Very contextual, but
Here comes another otter. Otter and land, holding the fort down here for Tony Portalan.
But missing a land drop here, missing land 4 is a huge deal. Has a couple stock ups in hand. And looks like a red card as well. But, I mean, that's pretty telling already, not playing stock up here.
Yeah. Keeping
That's
options
very
open.
shocking.
A bit of a break here. Big thanks here from Tom Bot. Tank it a bit.
Yeah, this feels like the big turn of this match here, and, you know.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I can see why we left up some mana here if we did have the ability to interact, and Tony could not counter that fast enough because now he gets to play those stock ups in hand. But, I mean, like you were saying, if those were all 2/1 rats, 8 power coming at you, the game is completely over if Tony tapped out for stock up, found land 4, played Storm Chaser's talent. Like, you are just in a world of hurt from that point.
Trample and haste on the rats? No thank you.
So nice play from Tony.
Spider sense. They certainly tingled there for Tony Portalan.
Yeah, no kidding. And, I mean, if you look at the list, which these players have open deck list, there was just 2 of those in the board, so... There was 1 other negates. There's only 3 possible counter spells. And that's saying if you even bring all of them in this match, which isn't necessarily guaranteed. So stock up, assuming you want to find land number 4 and then something else here, but we shall see. I think the only land I saw was a forest. Nope, Botanical Sanctum to be able to... get some extra blue mana.
16-11, right?
Sounded like you said Tentacle Sanctum. I'm like, what? What is that? No, Botanical. All right, so close matchup here between these players, answering each other's threats, keeping each other honest. And Roaring Furnace is going to take out a poor little otter.
One of my favorite cards in Standard.
You like this one?
I loved it. I loved it even in the VV world, and it got so much better with Boomerang Basics. Boomerang Basics and Roaring Furnace are a match made in heaven.
Draw a card.
Oh, yeah. Picking up your 2-mana deal 4 or deal 5 to then kill something again. And then if you ever get in the sauna, I mean, the sauna is so good.
It does look quite inviting.
It does, absolutely. Yeah. Terrifying, but inviting, for sure.
I like pairing that up with Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's real neat.
And I mean, you know, there is, one of our Izzet deck does utilize that combo quite well. 4 of each in the main in some of our lists. And it does look like Song of Totentons was picked up from Tom, so now Tony knows, hey, that powerful combo is coming down next turn, and you got to be able to deal with 5, maybe 6, 1/1 or 2/1s. I think I'm with you. I think we're on the +1/+0 and haste side.
Yeah. Song of Totentons gives haste. Sure, haste is not a thing. But trample and +1 certainly is.
Definitely.
You have 1 card in your hand.
One other card, yeah.
I do like this this kind of finish from the decks that like to assemble some convoluted combo. Even though in this it's a lot more honest, it's a lot less fiddly.
There we go.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, judges.
Yeah, running out of resources, having to play around these. Like, I mean, we'll see. Does Tom try to, tap all the way out for this Song of Totentons? Do you try to play a little bit more conservative, maybe level up the room? If you put your opponent on a negate or a Spidey Sense, leveling up the Sauna, looks great. Or even leveling up the talent to level 3.
Yeah, get an otter every time you do a thing.
Yeah.
'Cause even if it gets countered, you still have a friend with haste and +1.
Exactly. And now you just got to think to yourself, if I do get my spell countered from Tom Bott's perspective, and then Tony can untap and play some spells, how rough does it look for you? But also, how amazing does this look if it resolves? And it looks like it did.
Rats. Oh, angry rats. What do you got?
Okay.
Okay, flashing in an otter. And then a spell to get another otter.
Okay,
so
this
blockers.
is a big deal. Now you have 2 blockers that survive the rats because they pump. Oh, no, it doesn't untap the land.
It's 14, right?
So you have 1 blocker that eats a rat, so you have 1 free block, and then you can trade otter for rat and just take 6 if you so choose. Then it's, do you want to give up your rat or not? But when you play this card, Valley Floodcaller is the terrifying thing because this is the combo card. It's not that hard to go infinite here on the following turn when you get to untap with a Floodcaller. This is the scary card.
Tony just needs to survive this attack here, so.
And he definitely will. But with Tony not just saying, I'll block this, I have the win next turn, he clearly does not have the win next turn. You'd make your blocks pretty quick.
It's mathin'. Do I want to block another rat with this otter?
Yeah.
That is the question that Tony Portalan is asking at this point.
So as far as the combo, the things that Tony's going to need, Enduring Vitality to turn the Otter and the Valley Floodcaller on to be able to add mana. Then you pair any of your spells, every 1 mana spell, you net 2 mana. Every 2 drop, you net 1. And then if you ever have Song of Totentons, you generate a ton more mana. And then if you have the one of Boomerang Basics plus your Storm Chaser's talent, they untap infinitely. Well, as many cards you have in your deck, you will deck eventually. But you make them arbitrarily large and attack for 30s or so.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
I bet Tony would love that to happen.
Tony probably would. But with the fact that we're kind of pausing here on the blocks, I'm assuming we don't just have everything rolled up.
Because, yeah, he'd be taking 6 at this point.
Yeah, this will be 6 damage.
So, take. Yeah.
Okay. That would be terrifying if I'm Tom and I don't have land removal spell. So big turn here.
Is the top of the deck kind to Tony Portalan? Keeps both his critters alive.
Enduring Vitality is what you really want, but there's some world where you don't even need that. You just play like 3 spells, and is that enough? Maybe.
Yeah, because Tom is tapped out.
Yeah. The question you never want to hear from the other side. You're at 14, right? Like, yes.
So it's 3 power currently. Let's see. Let's see
And
what
2
nonsense
plus
we can
the
get up
starting
to.
town. So right
Yeah,
now we
true.
have 5 damage. And each spell increases by 3 because the Otter has prowess plus the super prowess from the Valley Floodcallers.
Floodcaller doesn't have prowess himself, though.
No, kind of, but
it's got pseudo prowess.
Yes.
12, right?
This feels like a moment where Tony has it and is just double checking the math, but we will see.
Let's see. Oh, another. Oh.
Okay, now each spell is plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each spell is plus 5 now.
Okay, that one won't have haste, though. It just adds an extra buff every spell.
Unless we have like a Song of Totentons.
This is Soul Trigger.
Analyze the pollen? Is that what that is?
Yep. Analyze the pollen to maybe find red mana to then play Song of Totentons. I think that would be enough. Song of Totentons for 0.
Yeah.
So these are
4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I count 14 at least.
No way. Holy moly, that is sick.
Exactly 14.
Tony Portalan out of nowhere seemingly picks up the win in spectacular fashion there. So congratulations to Tony Portalan, our main contender in our Player of the Year race, and that just shows you why he has the record that he does. On
No kidding, and why he has a win rate of 79.2% on day number 1. 6-1 here, you know, that's even a little above that win rate. So even doing better at this World Championship. So impressive work for our, you know, leader for the Player of the Year. Really awesome.
Insane. Awesome stuff. We have one more match to show you, friends. We're going to jump right into game number 3. It is Masataka Hori versus Michael Plummer, our Edge of Eternity's champions. So let's jump in here. Both sitting at 5-1. It's Teamer Otters versus Is It Prowess. Another variant of Is It here this weekend, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. And Michael Plummer, you know, in 6th place going into that Player of the Year race. When you win a Pro Tour, believe it or not, you get a good boost of points, that's for sure. And Michael Plummer has just been doing fantastic at the highest level here of professional Magic. He is.
Love to see it.
He is such a strong player.
Here we go. We are joining our players live. This is still ongoing here, I believe.
Okay.
Michael Plummer at 7, Masataka Hori at 13. We've got 2 steaming saunas down on the battlefield, locked and kind of loaded, I guess.
Yeah, and
Michael,
Michael,
some Otter friends on board too.
Michael Plummer's version, you know, that we're dubbing Is It Prowess? This does play the Splash Portal, where you can warp Quantum Riddler, Splash Portal it, you know, kind of doing the ephemerate trick from Modern a little bit, but also Splash Portal on your Thunder Trap trainer is, I mean, it's closer to Ancestral Recall, maybe not quite, you know, Wisdom, Accumulate Wisdom, but it gets there. It gets close.
Yeah, it digs through the library for you. It's not too shabby.
Yeah.
Total 9 manas.
9 mana, says Masataka.
Masataka's deck is gorgeous.
It's so pretty. That is blinged out to the 9s.
Yeah.
I love it. Every single like fancy variant he's playing.
Yes.
Yeah. If it has alt art, include.
That's even the actual counter or the actual token from the Thunder Trap trainer. Oh,
They're so cute. I
They
love
are
baby tokens.
very good. So both the Roaring Furnaces have been activated here. So no Steaming Sauna yet. And this is definitely deep within this match.
Yeah.
Large.
Life totals are low. Board states are loaded. Here comes Ral Crackling Wit. In otter form.
And our Spider Sense not able to counter that, so Planeswalker does get around all those abilities. Now the face-up Spider Sense is still available to counter that.
What's for you?
Flashing in Tashana's Tidebinder.
Ooh, that is countering the whenever you
Ral's
cast it.
activation.
Yeah, so Ral...
He's got to, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a loyalty counter on Ral. So Tashana's Tidebinder will shut off all of that.
3 cards, yeah.
That's pretty nifty. All right. So we do have the Riddler back to hand here. Masataka able to get that big flyer off the board here for the time being. Preserve the life total in the sky at least.
Yeah, and that is a really awesome play. You know, being able to counter the ability from Raw before it was activated. It is completely turned off right now.
It's just a very pretty otter.
Yeah, yeah. And you're trying to get your value, you're trying to boost it. You're like, well, I don't know how many spells I'm going to cast. Maybe I can get to ultimate. So it's correct to wait, but the one of Tidebinder in Michael Plummer's sideboard ends up looking amazing here.
Yeah. Stock up now for Masataka, so he's going to try and find a way to get rid of this Tashana's Tidebinder because Ral hasn't been activated yet. So if he is able to kill Tashana's Tidebinder, he can still then activate it.
Yep, exactly. So you could do the Brainstorm ability if you're able to find a removal spell, or of course just put an Otter into play. And I mean, at a situation where Michael Plummer is quite behind, it seems like, you know, trying to close the door by activating Raw sounds great, but with the Spidey sense available, it's going to be tough to kill the Tidebinder through that.
So Masataka needing to proceed with caution here.
Yeah, the very tense moment. This game is definitely going to dictate whose dinner tastes a little bit better.
Very true. Alrighty. Stuck Up found some goodies. The turn is now passed back to Michael Plummer, who is just running it back, it seems. Edge of Eternity's champion, and now sitting at 5-1 at the World Champs.
Playing,
feel pretty good.
Playing very different decks.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure.
But you know what? That's the mark of a good player.
Yeah.
Give them any deck, and they'll find a way to win with it.
Yeah, I lost to him in the finals of just a 10K tournament. And I'm like, I walked away and I was like, God, he outplayed me quite badly. And, you know, after he won the Pro Tour, I was like, okay, I feel a lot more justified.
It's all good.
I knew he was an amazing player, and he is definitely showing it. Basically every event we play, with a Spotlight event, the RCs, we cast a lot of those, and we see him going deep at basically every single one of them.
You know, I love Magic players
Wow.
like Michael. Ooh.
Right.
Okay, just getting that roll off the board. You know what? I like that.
Yeah, very good.
Just in case that Tidebinder goes bye-bye.
And that Tidebinder is going to go bye-bye. It looks like we have 2 Torch the Towers in hand.
Blood Raining Bolt taking care of the Planeswalker. And like you mentioned, 2 Torch the Towers in hand as well for the creatures on board.
Yeah, I see Riddler, 2 Torch the Towers, it looks like.
Yeah.
From Masataka.
Yeah, you can.
And
on the stack.
Michael Plummer didn't even flinch.
Wow.
Trying to Spider Send. So that is an opt. Scry 1, draw 2.
Draw 2 and draw 1, yeah.
Value.
That's so cool. Man, Quantum Riddler is such a sweet card.
Yeah, so Michael Plummer just got to draw 3 there.
Another Ancestral Recall at home.
Everyone is casting Ancestral Recalls at this tournament. I've never been more jealous.
Pretty great turn there for Michael.
Yeah.
Otters aplenty.
Now the one nice thing about being able to attack with this Otter is you are able to web sling it back so that you still have the counterspell available. The Spider Sense.
Exactly right. Otherwise, you got to pay full price for it, right?
Yeah. Otherwise cost 2. I mean, the discount is rough here because you do kill your own Otter. And here's the spot. If you want to counter a Torch the Tower and then kill your Otter, no. So now that counterspell is off the table, and Masataka is able to play maybe a Riddler from the zone, from the warp zone, or really whatever.
Okay, Bushwhack. Fight spell there.
And it looks like we're trying to get down to 1 card to kind of do the same trick of draw 2 with Riddler. I think that was a Drowner and a land. That's incredible, but pretty tempting to just play this second Riddler.
Man, look at the gas.
Wow.
Ghost Vacuum as well now.
And these players could be trying to hurry up as well because time.
Yeah,
I mean,
time is the thing.
This is probably pretty late in the match as well, but wow, that Riddler just drew 3 cards. Wow.
Down to 6 goes Michael Plummer. Life totals so close, but the board presence of Masataka Hori is just insane right now.
Yeah, very swingy games here. Both players drawing a ton of cards. And now Michael Plummer has to have an absolutely amazing turn to catch up.
What does he even
Well
find?
and truly behind.
What does he find draw to get back into this?
When in doubt, it's always start quantum riddling and figure it out from there. And okay, Pyroclasm not amazing, but it does allow you to draw 2 here. But I'm with you. This did not feel like it was enough. And Ghost Vacuum, while it is just a graveyard synergistic card, it can be actually pretty value. If you eat a bunch of these Thunder Trap trainers and stuff like that, you can actually activate that mode and do some damage.
People do forget about the big 6 cost ability there on the Ghost Vacuum, but it is relevant in some cases. Paw Patch Formation taking care of the big pigeon there. And is this
This is feeling like...
Close to being it.
It's definitely feeling like it.
Thundertrap Trainer.
The double otter.
Squeak, squeak. Let's see what he finds. Is that
Yeah, another spider sense. I mean, that's great. Be able to counter anything that's coming
Look how
down.
small his library looks.
Yeah, this game looks like it's been incredible. And this is looking like one of the final turns of this. I mean, we just have everything here.
Yeah, I don't think we're in turns yet for this, but geez, Michael's at 2.
Yeah. And I mean, if we're not
3 attackers.
If we're not in turns,
That's it. That is it. Masataka Hori picking up the win here against our Edge of Eternity's champion. Proceeds or advances to 6-1, and that's got to feel so good there to have that record going into day 2.
Yeah, and doing it in style, both with his deck and just the nice blazer there.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
man, that deck
Looking
is blinged out, and he has come to compete in style.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing what day 2 brings for both of these players, because excellent players, excellent decks, and we are just in for a treat for the rest of this weekend.
And both 6-1 and 5-2 are fantastic records. Getting to 10, that's the magic number we're going to be looking out for tomorrow. So these players are doing great. If they have the same day that either of them had, they're going to be looking very great to be competing on Sunday.
It's going to be awesome indeed. We're going to send it back on over to Maria now to tell you what to expect for the rest of this weekend. So take it away.
Thank you so much, Ailey and Corey. Welcome back to the news desk as we round out day 1 of competition. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Devuti, and Riley Knight here with you. Let's check in on our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 7 rounds of play on day 1. One lone undefeated player still stands. That is none other than Derek Davis, leading the field at 7-0. But we have a lot of people hot on his heels at 6-1. Kenta Harane with that Reanimator deck. Charles Wong, a Seattle native, hometown hero, currently sitting at 6-1. Tony Portalan, your leader in the Player of the Year race, at 6-1 here. Sam Partardee at 6-1 with a deck that he thinks is completely broken. So exciting here as we head into day 2 of competition. Javier Dominguez, your reigning world champion, is not out of it yet. Couldn't he make it 3 times? He's currently sitting at 5-2. Another former world champ, Jean-Emmanuel Depra, also currently sitting at 5-2. So lots of exciting stuff set to happen tomorrow as we set the stage. There's a look at our leaderboard and our standings here in the tournament after day number 1. What about the decks, though, in Standard? It's proving to be a very exciting format, and Mani's got some decks we want to keep our eye on as we head into day 2.
Okay, Maria, I'm going to highlight 3 decks, and the first one is going to be definitively our deck of the day. This was the most played archetype in Is It Lessons. This is the version the Team TCG player brought, but a similar version, of course, in the hands of Derek Davis, sitting at 7-0, our lone undefeated. This deck looks pretty incredible. We're hearing talks of it being broken. We'll see. There's still a lot more Magic to be played. But for today, deck of the day for sure. Now, a deck that we have our eyes on, especially going into the next day, a deck that's on the rise, the Golgari Ouroboros deck from Charles Wong. This deck has looked quite impressive, put up a great fight against Derek Davis, playing for 7-0. And as far as aggressive green decks go, this is where I would want to be. And finally, maybe a deck that has been a bit disappointing today, definitely in terms of the big decks. Bant Airbending is one that has been thoroughly underperforming today relative to the share of the metagame that it had coming into the weekend. Bant Airbending does not look to be like the successful deck that we were hoping so far.
All right, some decks we will definitely have our eye on for day number 2. What about players we're watching here? Let's take a look at some players. I'm going to start things off here with Tony Portalan, who came into the Player of the Year race here this weekend in 4th position, has vaulted into 1st. Take a look at his round by round here on day 1 of competition. Only 1 loss to Kenta Harane in round number 4. So a terrific day for Tony Portalan, who must feel absolutely terrific about this Player of the Year race, because now it's down to everybody else to end up catching him.
Another player we're going to have a look at here is Sam Partardee, who is also sitting pretty at 6-1. He's played against a lot of Is It Today 2 Lessons decks and a looting deck, as well as Golgari Ouroboros in the hands of Carl Sarah. But Sam Partardee has just rattled off 4 wins here in the constructed portion to be 6-1 with a 4-0 victory. 4-0, sorry, constructed wins. What is really interesting here is he came out with his season goal win a PT, or win Worlds. So he's locked in, he's dialed in, he's got his eyes on the prize. And so far, so good. 6-1 heading into day 2. Fantastic stuff for Sam.
Yeah, and looking at our last player, the player to watch for me is Chris Battello. 5-2 after day 1, doing it in Chris Battello fashion with a very wonky build of Jeskai control. And Chris Battello, 2-1 in limited, 3-1 constructed, only lost to Matt Nass. Nothing to scoff at, but so far looking in great shape going into day 2 to be potentially a dark horse contender.
I love that. I always love to see what Chris Portalan brews up and brings to any tournament. But what about our player of the day? Of course, that prestigious award goes to none other than Derek Davis, our lone undefeated player here after day 1 of competition. Let's take a look at his day 1. Of course, nothing but W's there in that results column for Derek Davis. Only dropping 3 games all day? Hey, that's the way to do it. Talk to Riley after securing his spot as the undefeated player at the end of day 1.
The lone undefeated player here at the end of day 1 at Worlds is Derek Davis. Derek, congratulations on the win. You must be over the moon with today's performance.
Thank you. I'm very excited. Very, very happy to be 7-0. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it sets you up really, really well for day 2. But I want to talk about your deck here. You seem so confident with the constructed deck that you've brought. Tell us a little bit about it, how it's come together, how it's made you feel after performing so well for you today.
Yeah, I was telling people in the testing house before the metagame came out that I felt like this was the deck I could 8-0 constructed with. I felt very confident. Deck is just so good. The engine is just unbelievable. After the metagame came out and I saw other people caught on, maybe a little less, but still felt extremely confident.
And things have really come together for you. A strong performance in Limited, 3-0, into the 4-0 in Constructed. How confident are you feeling heading into tomorrow that you will be able to pick up an 8-0 in Constructed like you thought you could?
Oh, very. Worldly Council always does a great job with their limited prep, always gets us so well prepared. So I'm just looking forward to it.
Well, mate, best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you back here in the feature match area tomorrow, defending your undefeated record.
Of course. Thank you.
Derek Davis, our player of the day. But what about our match of the day, Monty?
Well, Maria, for match of the day, I'm going to take us all the way back to round 2. We are going to be looking at a limited match between 2 powerhouses of the game. This was the incredibly memorable match between reigning world champion Javier Dominguez and Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura. Javier's green-white deck that we watched him draft put up an incredible fight. It was a back-and-forth match. Shuhei on black-white was able to take down a game, but ultimately it was Javier who continued that winning streak and picking up that match.
There is our match of the day. I always love to see Javier having a smile after he does so well. He's such an emotive player. Well, everybody, be sure to join us back here tomorrow. And of course, Sunday, you do not want to miss that. That is our top 8. Rounds 8 through 14. Tomorrow, tuning in at 11 a.m. Pacific time. We're going to find out our top 8 tomorrow. And then, of course, on Sunday, it is our top 8, where coverage will begin a little bit earlier at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So mark your calendars now, because you do not want to miss a minute of this action. Well, we arrive at the culmination of a fantastic season of competitive Magic this weekend, with 126 of the best players in the world competing for the title of Best in the World. But they'll have to go through the gauntlet to prove it. From an exciting new draft format to a brand new and shiny standard, lessons are certainly being learned here in Bellevue. Whether it's learning that Ancestral Recall is apparently legal in standard, or that packing main deck Artifact Hate is proving more valuable than expected, lessons all around. Tune in tomorrow for more lessons to learn. Did the players who brought Is It lessons actually break the format? Will the undefeated Derek Davis secure a spot in our top 8? Will someone who drafts Shrines 3-0 their pod? Join us tomorrow to find out at 11 a.m. Pacific as we accumulate knowledge and learn these lessons and more. Good night, everybody.